Check, check, check.
Good morning. I'd like to convene the Education Committee's public hearing.
Good morning, everyone. We would like to, I think we already said, convene our public hearing, our first public hearing of the session. And I would like to go over our customary rules during our public hearing. First, my colleagues and I, we have 72 people signed up to speak about educational issues in the state of Connecticut today, and we will sit here and listen to every last one of them. We're going to listen to everyone's concern, all 72 people on this list. And this is a short list, actually, for us. And the way we go about doing this is giving everyone the opportunity to communicate to us in the fashion they would like to communicate to us. But the unfortunate thing, they only have 3 minutes. And you will hear a sound. I always do it. I hope I have it set today. When you hear this bell go off, you hear, that means your 3 minutes is up. And at that point in your English class, the next words that should come out your mouth is, and in conclusion. And I will summarize. You're finishing up your statements during the public hearing. Remember, we have 72 people here that want to communicate to us about their concerns about public education in the state of Connecticut, and we intend on hearing from every last one. And for my colleagues, I want to remind you, this is a public hearing. We're here to listen to the public and not to each other. You guys can talk to each other anytime you up here in this building. We want to sit here and listen to the public. Thank you. So with that being said, Madam Chair, person, would you like to begin the meeting? And we have our first person up, I think, on deck. Oh, I forgot to tell you, for the first hour of the public hearing, we will have all our distinguished commissioners and mayors and superintendents. What do we call these people? The boule of the session? Yeah. All the policymakers and influential people will be here for the first hour. Then after the first hour, we'll go to the public. And when we go to the public, we customary start with our students who have left school today to come up to testify, okay? So that's how we do our public hearings. Right. Right. And then a little later on, we'll get teachers in building education. We make sure we have a way of doing things here. You'll see that works very well for the public and for all of us. Okay. So with that being said, I'd like to call up Charlene Russell Tucker, the Commissioner of Education, and your team. And Dr. Tucker, I'm gonna let you go a little more than three minutes. All right.
Good morning, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Zupkus, and members of the Education Committee. I am pleased to have the opportunity to appear before you today. You have my extensive written testimony, so I will keep these comments brief and then answer any questions that you may have. The department recognizes that proposals Senate Bill 1287, an act concerning schools, and House Bill 6924, an act concerning public education in the state, are placeholder bills. However, we must emphasize that if we are required to conduct 2 additional studies related to the state of our schools and public education in Connecticut, we would require additional resources that are not currently included in the budget. And additionally, we certainly would like to have conversations on what language that's been proposed, as there may already be data or information that exists that could satisfy any of those new studies. The department would like to thank chairs of the Education Committee for raising Senate Bill 1288, an act implementing the recommendations of the Department of Education on our behalf, which includes the recommendations of our department. Many of these sections are technical in nature, and our written testimony on this bill is very detailed. The department is supportive of House Bill 6923, an act concerning the use of smart devices in schools, as it would codify in statute the governor's position that districts should adopt cell phone policies that are in line with the State Board of Education's position statement and policy guidance, personal technology use in Connecticut schools, that was adopted by the State Board of Education in August 2024. The full testimony shares what we currently know about district implementation in this area, and we can share more with you. The department is supportive of Senate Bill 1244, an act making investments in in-district special education. We would like to acknowledge that out-of-district programs are important options in the continuum of supports and services for our students. However, we recognize sometimes that those are costly options for districts. Therefore, we appreciate the thoughtful, collaborative, and supportive approach the governor has taken in exploring ways to help reduce the placement costs for some of our most vulnerable students, while also increasing the quality and connectedness of their educational experiences. The department is in favor of the governor's education bill, House Bill 6866, an act implementing the governor's budget recommendations for education. We've also provided detailed written testimony in regard to this bill. I will close there with my comments. I have brought key members of the leadership team that is here in the room with us today, and we would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions for the commissioner? Any questions for the commission? Okay.
But do other members have questions first?
I like the members go first, and then I'll sum my questions up at there. Yes, Representative Daphne.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here today. My question is specific to the bill that you spoke in favor of regarding cell phones in schools. Can you elaborate on what the governor's indicating in terms of, it sounds to me like he's mandating that all school districts come up with a plan that meets what the state is mandating. Can you elaborate on that and confirm that that's exactly what this is? In other words, we're going to preclude towns from making the decisions themselves. They're going to have to follow whatever the governor's edict is. Is that correct? And expand on that, please. Thank you.
So thank you very much. And I'm going to ask John Frassinelli to join me here as well. So in August of 2024, the State Board of Education adopted a policy guidance that was shared with districts about personal technology use in Connecticut schools that they could use in their own adoption of cell phone policies or technology use policies in their local district. So it was something that they've been working on, actually, and we can share some data with you. So this proposal now requires that they do go forward and develop policies, which is not a lot of them that's left to do that. But they're doing that locally in concert with their educators, their community, their students weighing in that space to develop those policies locally. But why don't I share with you where we are in implementation right now, because I think that is really important.
So good morning. So currently 90% of
Can you
districts.
introduce yourself? I
Oh,
don't know if you did.
apologize. John Frassinelli, State Department of Education Division Director. So we surveyed districts and we received almost 150 responses from our 200 districts. Over 90% of those respondents already have a policy in place regarding cell phones. The remainder of the respondents indicated that they have something in the works, either a policy or practices with regard to the use of and restrictions of cell phones in classes. They've also indicated that 2/3 of them have indicated that their their engagement of their students has improved and their academics has improved. 45% of those responding indicated that behavioral disruptions in classrooms have decreased, and another 30% have said that referrals for discipline throughout the school have decreased as a result of their policy. So what this does is provide an opportunity for those folks who haven't had a bona fide policy to create one.
Thank you for that answer. So just so I can understand this correctly, there was an outline of the policy that was distributed and 90% have had to implement that policy, or they've been able to develop their own policy, whichever that is. Can you just clarify for me?
Yeah, so they developed their own policy. So the department, in conjunction with the State Board of Education position statement, provided guidance. It wasn't a requirement, it was guidance around, if you're going to create a policy, these are some things that you should consider. Things like engaging families ahead of time, engaging communities. Think about the days and times of the school day based on the grade bands of when you want students to be able to access their cell phones versus not. All of those things. And so some had developed policies prior to that, and then many more used those guidelines to enhance or develop their policy.
Thank you for that answer. So the guidelines were optional. They were just a guide for them to use as a tool,
That's right.
and that will remain the same?
Correct.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Yes, Senator Fonzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask either of you what evidence you see from other states, other studies that you think are best in class about the effects on removing smartphones from schools on student achievement, student mental health, and behavior. You'd mentioned that the reporting from districts and schools within the state of Connecticut indicated positive results. I know there is an ongoing study that was passed and a couple of years ago that Senator Summers and I were involved with, that is being conducted by the University of Connecticut School of Education on the issue, but wanted to hear your perception of the literature, the evidence from other states, in addition to the surveys you have taken inside Connecticut about the effects of smartphones or removing smartphones from schools on students.
Sure, thank you for the question. So yes, the University of Connecticut is conducting that study in consultation with us. I believe we're in 6 different schools at this time studying those policies. When we developed the guidance document, we did research other programs across the nation, and it did indicate that all of those things that I mentioned are benefits of a cell phone policy. Having a written policy that's clear so that everyone, including staff and students, understand what the policies are helps for everybody to be on the same page about use of those technologies. And so what we encourage is to look at your student grade bands, and your policies should be different in high school versus middle school versus elementary school. We know that students in elementary school should have less access to their devices because we want them to develop socialization skills in classrooms and things like that. So that's what we're seeing, and those policies are reflecting that. We also want high school students to be able to perform once they leave high school. So utilization of social media, utilization of technical devices, to be able to then launch post high school, to be able to use those. So a little more allowances for students to use devices in school for research, and also to help them understand to differentiate between good information out on the internet and bad information out on the internet. So those gradients and that progression of the use of cell phones is what we saw in the research. And also, like I said, a reduction in behavioral issues, an increase in attending during the classroom, and an increase in academic success in the classroom as a result.
And I'll also add, and Senator, you may read in some cases, there's mixed results. And in some cases, I've read the jury is still out on cause and effect in some of those instances and situations. And the UConn study, as you said, is still occurring. I go to what our educators are saying to us right in the classroom and what our students, I've talked to students in the classroom who talked about the distraction. And I visited a school where they had the tower that they put it in, and the students were saying, it's kind of nice to, when you think about it, not always have to feel for it. It's there in the room, so you haven't really lost it, but their engagement, right, and the disruption piece. So there is certainly the research studies that we've looked at, but it is also very helpful to talk to those on the ground in the classroom, students and educators, as to the impacts of removing something that, and we're all, can hard to be a few feet away from our phones, even as adults. But it is something that we believe is really important for districts. And we're not, as was asked before, we're not telling them what to do. We're telling them how to go forward and craft these policies. And key to that is really listening to students as well, so they have a voice in it.
And we all know how students have suffered, especially in recent years, especially with the mistakes made during COVID with regard to student mental health, behavior, and achievement. And the reports that I've heard, and including from students directly, oftentimes is that when the cell phone bans are instituted in many of these schools, that the initial reaction is negative from the students, and then in short order it becomes positive, because social media in particular creates this prisoner's dilemma where if your friends are on it, you want to be on it because you have a fear of missing out. But if everyone is off it at once, if everyone's off their phones at once, that no longer exists, and you actually have the opportunity for socialization and learning once again. And Jean Twenge and Jonathan Haidt are two very prominent psychologists who have been, I think, really out in front of this issue and presented a lot of evidence of the negative effects of smartphones in schools on students' mental health and student achievement. And so, I'm encouraged in your interest in the topic. I don't know the exact right vehicle, but I'm highly sympathetic to the prescriptions, and hope you can continue to work with us on the education committee on moving whatever the right answer is forward, because it's very important. And some of the interventions we've seen already, not only within the state but beyond, have been very positive. I'll just end on this. There was a study done recently about how students how well they perform on tests, and there was a natural experiment. They had some students allowed to have their cell phone on them while they took the test. Some were forced to put it in a bag next to them, and some who had to put it in a different room entirely. And not only did it find that the students who had the phone on their person performed worse, but the ones who had it in the bag performed second worst. And it was the ones who had it in a different room entirely who performed the best. So the interventions are already providing significant evidence, and hopefully we can come to the right answer in this policy. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Rep. Zufkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in, Commissioner. Just on this, while we're still on the cell phone bill, my daughter, they take her cell phone when she goes into class. I think it's great. I think social media is a problem for so many things, right? But they can still communicate. And so in this bill at the end, it talks about smart device is a cellular mobile telephone or other wearable or portable technology that can be connected to the internet. Well, that's a computer. And so our teachers, our education system forces our kids to use their computers in school, out of school, project constantly. And so in this language, it says anything connected to the internet. So I just bring that to the attention because that's a computer. And I don't know about anybody else's child, but my child does her homework on the computer all the time and uses it in class. So I just bring that to everyone's attention. I could see that as a problem. For Raise Bill 1288, I just have a couple of questions. My printed out in by line number, I don't know if that's what you have, but in line 135, it talks about the receiving district shall ensure that out-of-district students, special education, for the purposes of the sectional reasonable cost. And it says that the receiving district shall pay. And my question is, does that mean the money from the sent district is going to be transferred to the receiving district? Because we all know after October 1, if a child comes from another district on October 2nd, that the receiving school district has to incur all the cost, while the sending district, I believe I was told that they still keep those funds.
So thank you. I'm gonna have somebody here. Okay, Robin Cicero is gonna join us who's helped with crafting that. Thank you, John. Say who you are. Just put.
Good morning. My name is Robin Cicero. I'm a division director for school choice. And the language that you're referring to, there's two parts. So for open choice districts, I think that's line 135, is it? I don't have the actual bill, but
It's okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
so there, it does two things, what we're proposing. Currently, the legislation around open choice, where students from Hartford attend school or other urban center attend school in a suburban district. Currently, the law reads that for students who require special education services, there's no definition or clarification as to which district has responsibility relative to the PPT and designing the IEP. Right now, the costs do go to the sending district. So the sending district is responsible for those costs. So we clarified that that sending district would be responsible for conducting the PPT, constructing the IEP, and the receiving district would implement those, the IEP, but the sending district is responsible for those costs. In a 504 context, that the receiving district would be responsible for those costs, because for a 504 accommodation, that is typically an adjustment to the learning environment. So based on that structure, the receiving district is best suited to make those adjustments, to plan them, implement them, and to incur the cost for those.
So if it's an IEP, and I do like in here where it says the receiving district will be a part of the IEP, because
Absolutely.
you can create an IEP through your PPT. I'm learning all these things. And then, but then the receiving district is stuck with having to do whatever. So again, just a simple yes or no, because I was trying to follow you. If it's an special ed, if the sending district does the IEP and all, and it goes to the receiving district, does the receiving district just have to pay? They don't get the money from the sending district.
Oh, no, they get reimbursed by the sending district.
They
It's
do.
The sending district is responsible for the cost in the context of special ed services.
Okay, so if I'm in Prospect and we send a student to wherever, Waterbury, I'm just trying to think of another town, to Waterbury, Prospect will pay even after October 1st. Prospect will continue to pay for that student to go to Waterbury, and will pay for the busing and the services.
Yes, as long as the student was there as of October 1st. So that is when that student is included.
But
in the
October
count.
2nd, Waterbury has to pick up the cost.
Well, that's sort of a tricky thing. So it depends, like as of October 1, if we're talking about magnet schools, that is when a student is considered a student of that school. The student really shouldn't come in after October 1st. So then right there, you have the sending and receiving district set. In an open choice context, the law is not set on that October 1st deadline. So there are districts that enroll after October 1, and then that district, that structure would work in that context for an open choice, not for magnet, because students, that deadline is October 1st.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you for clarifying that. Could you just explain to me, in line 155, Goodwin University is mentioned a few times. Why are we adding Goodwin?
Sure. So there's two provisions currently in Public Act 23205, which takes the sale of bonds to pay grant in aid for renovations to existing magnet schools, capital improvements. Right now, the way the law reads, that's for regional education service centers because they're not taxing authorities. So there's nobody to tax to say, let's improve the facility. Goodwin University Educational Services, because of changes in the law, acts as an operator like a local district, but they're not a taxing authority. So that amendment only just recognizes that they are operating like a RESC relative to their ability to make capital improvement.
Thank you. And I only have two more questions. And only for this bill, not all the bills, I promise. So, when you talk about the transportation grant, what is the cost? How much money are we talking about in that section?
So that section is specifically focused on the Chef region because in the latest settlement, which is called the Comprehensive Plan, the CCP, that encompasses transportation because that's part and parcel to meeting the obligations. So in total, we spend about 70 million plus. So this year we're expected to spend about 75 million. So right now the structure is $2,000 per pupil, and then we cover the supplemental through a separate invoice, if you will. This just puts it all together and says we pay actual costs because we are obligated to do so under this court order. And it makes it essentially more efficient and productive around how those costs incur.
Thank you. My last question, Commissioner. So in section 331, line 331, it talks about the results from survey on reading instruction by the Department of Education. And it's shall be confidential and not subject to disclosure under the Freedom of Information Act. I'm curious why we would want to exclude reading instruction from being FOI'd.
What section are you in? I'm sorry.
It is in section 8,
Line, you have
and
a
it's
line
the end
number?
of section 8. And it just says the results from any survey on reading instruction developed by the Department of Education and administered from the, do you see it? Or I'll continue reading.
Yeah, no, I found it. I'll have to take a look at that again in terms of our process in this space for getting that information out. I believe, I'm sorry.
Hi, everybody. Laura Stefan. I'm the legislative liaison and the chief of staff of the department. I believe we just need to talk about the way that it was drafted because the intent of that section was to make it so there is a reading survey that a very small number of teachers actually have to take still because they're senior teachers. They've been teaching for a very long time and they didn't go through their educator preparation program when their new reading requirements went into place. And so I don't think it's a large number of teachers. I don't have the actual number in front of me, but we're just saying that these veteran teachers are being penalized because year after year they have to take this reading survey when the newer teachers don't even have to take it.
Right, but this was removing that mandate, but that's not the.
But what does
section
that
here,
have
it's
to
just
do with
added.
FOI?
Yeah,
No, but
so
that's what I knew. That was our intent of that section was to do what I just said. And I think the way it was drafted makes it confusing. So I think we're just going to need to talk about the way that it was drafted.
So I can expect that scratched out.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have next up, and I would like to remind my colleagues, I'm surely never used to have to, but we're gonna like to limit our questions to 2 because there might be a number of questions. And I didn't think that I have to remind my colleagues of that. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Commissioner, and good morning, Laura. It's always nice to see you. I need to circle back one more time to the cell phones. We've talked a lot in this building this year with social media and its impact on our children. I just want to be clear. I think Mr. Fasenelli said that 90% of the school districts have a plan in place. Can you just clarify me? And that was based on the guidelines from the SDE. Were any of those rejected for any reason, or you just accepted and basically filed them? How did that?
They were not mandatory.
They were,
The
okay,
guidance that we were not, literally was guidance as to what they should be considering and encouraging them to develop their policies. So about 90% of them, and some of them had that actually before we even put guidance out there for them. They had developed their own policies.
okay, so then, this language is not a shall or anything, because we all know shall means you will do it. This is just says will adopt. So you're just hoping that the rest of the school districts that have not, excuse me, adopted a policy will now do so?
They will adopt policies. That's what this is requiring them
Okay.
to do. Right.
So I guess, and then I just wanted to follow through that. I'm always concerned with an unintended consequence of this legislation, that down the road, this will suddenly become an unfunded mandate to our municipalities if someone has not actually done the guidelines and puts nothing in place. So I just wanted to express that concern that this doesn't turn out to be some type of an unfunded mandate to our school districts.
There is also in the governor's budget, some funding to support this work in districts as well. But as I mentioned, many of our districts already had policies because they recognize the importance of having a learning environment, right, that is free from distractions. And so they'd put policies in place even before the guidelines were shared with them.
And I commend those districts that did do that. I mean, because they do see it and it's important. It's important for the education, certainly of our children. But I just wanted to clarify those couple of things. So thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Corpus.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you, Laura, who proactively sent me some information on special ed that was very helpful to me. So I want to thank you both. I had 2 questions about the special ed area. Thank you for explaining very clearly how the sending district and receiving district deal with the money offsets for a child that is spending an entire year out of district. We've heard from a lot of municipalities that it's very difficult for them in their budget if a child moves, say, mid-year, like in January, from a neighboring town into their district, and they're suddenly tasked with the job of educating that IEP special ed child who has a very expensive IEP, but the budget sort of ship has sailed. So we were thinking on the committee, is there a mechanism? And my question to you is this realistic? Is this doable? Is there a mechanism where the money can follow the child on a pro rata basis so we really can make districts whole who receive a child in the middle of the year? Through you, Mr. Chair.
So that is a great question and something that we would certainly need to take a look at in terms of what that impact would be. As you know, we do have in this bill a few issues, right? One of them is setting rates so that there's more predictability around those special education rates that districts will have to deal with. We also have a proposal where the schedule for when rates are set would be clear. So districts, again, have more predictability, and the funding of programs that are in-district programs that I think will also be extremely helpful. So districts can work together regionally or individually to augment and build programs so that more students can remain in the district. So all of those that we're putting together is to address this issue again, and to be clear that we want to make sure the students that need those services receive them. But it allows us to have more predictability. And so we're looking at all of that, or rates. We're doing a rate setting study, looking at other states who've set rates. And I think that will inform us even more so as to the work that we need to do in this area. So thank you for that question. And we can continue to take a look at that if that's a viable option.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so does that mean, a lot of these are great ideas and I hope many of them, go forward, but if nothing else changes, are we set up right now as a state, the way our districts work together to be able to have the money follow the child if nothing else changes and we still end up with district by district solving these problems?
I think we'd have to take a look at that to see what we have, what we have right now and whether that would be supported.
Okay. Mr. Chair, may I ask one more question on special ed, or if not, I'm happy to pass to the next person.
You can ask one more question.
Thank you. This is for the commissioner. We have, in the special ed select committee, we have not gotten a great answer to this question, and that is, it's clear how we measure on an aggregate basis. It's not a perfect measure, but at least it's something where we are in reading proficiency at 4th grade in general ed, where we are at 8th, where we are in 12th. But we seem as a committee to be lacking some measure of how effectively we are using our dollars in special ed. And we've gotten the response that each person's IEP is different, which is a very valid response. But is it possible to measure even against an individual child's IEP? I mean, you could say everyone has their own IEP. How well have you executed? How well has the child performed against their IEP this year? Some children in some years get an 80, some get an 100, some get a 60. But at least it would give us an aggregate sense of how we are doing. How do we have efficacy in our special ed in this state? Are we achieving the outcomes that allow these kids to have their most fruitful lives given their limitations? Is there such a measure? Thank you.
So thank you very much. And we do have a lot of data, as you know, that we've collected and disaggregated. And one of the groups that we disaggregate data by is our student with disabilities. We have 94,000 students with disabilities in our state. And I think we just about everything that we have broken down in that manner. So I would need to know exactly what you're looking for, because chances are that we can produce that information for you if it's not already available through our EdSite data portal. Brian, anything you'd like to add to that?
Thank you. Good morning. Brian Klimkowitz, Special Education Division Director at the State Department of Education. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for the question. As you mentioned, if we have a vast array of data on student achievement. One of our indicators that we report to the federal government, indicator 3, is achievement on our state tests. So we have grade 3, grade 8, grade 11 for math and ELA across all areas, and that's for our standard assessment as well as our alternate assessment for students with significant cognitive disabilities. And just a comment around the costs and how the costs are allocated. Most of the costs for special education through the IDA federal grant that districts receive go to staffing. So that's more than 80% of the funding through our IDA grants for those individual applications are funding salaries of teachers, administrators, related service providers, paraeducators, and so forth. And so measuring individual impact of costs per student is a challenging ask and individualized. Having said that, I think there are data that we could provide to the committee that would help them understand the achievement impact for those investments that are made at the local level.
Thank you. And I just want to remind our colleagues that, we do have a select committee on special education, and we're looking for their recommendations that will help us solve some of the concerns that we're hearing addressed today as far as cost. Cost is concerned, but other drivers as far as academic progress. I want to thank you. I didn't want to keep talking, but did I hear you say 80% of special education costs goes to salaries?
So so each of our LEAs apply for the federal grant each year. It's a 2-year grant.
Right.
And that is based on a funding, on a formula based on poverty level and census within each town. And those applications, a majority of those funds go to supporting the professionals that are implementing special education, if that makes sense. There's a smaller percentage that go to training, technical assistance, parent activities, and those other areas, but a majority of those funds are devoted to staffing.
Okay. Thank you for that information.
You're welcome.
Did you have a comment that you want to say? Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here. I have a few questions, but I also just want to thank your department and also the governor for their work on pursuing more thoughtful cell phone policies, or specifically smart device policies for our kids. And just recognize that I think over 8 states of all different stripes have implemented smart device bans outright, including Florida, Indiana, Louisiana, Minnesota, Ohio, South Carolina, Virginia, and California. And I think New York is considering such a policy now. So there is a preponderance of evidence about how these are damaging to our young people. And I think it really is one of the most urgent things for us to be giving very serious consideration. And just to share a small story, I had a high school teacher reach out to me to say that these devices are a cancer on our kids, and we should be going after big tech the same way we went after big tobacco. And that really has been sitting with me for quite a while. And I think has lit a fire under me to tackle this with the urgency that every year we delay, are more kids we're losing, that we know we're losing to disconnection, isolation, and mental health issues. So just wanted to say thank you. And I look forward to continuing to partner on that work. I also was wondering if you guys have any estimate on the impact to sending districts that saying reasonable costs are actual costs could have.
I don't believe we have data on that, but I will have our attorney, Mike McKeon, just to quickly talk about kind of where we are in that space, reasonable costs versus actual costs.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning. My name is Mike McKeon. I'm the Director of Legal and Governmental Affairs, CSDE. Currently, we have discovered in some circumstances, in fact, we issued a declaratory ruling on this. As you know, an IEP is designed for students who have disabilities, who have qualified for special education services. And the district is responsible for funding the entire actual cost of those services. Unfortunately, a situation has arisen with at least a couple of districts in which children who are within the educational jurisdiction of those districts, their parents choose to send them to charter schools. And the districts are, although they would cover the actual cost that they're required to under law for kids within their own district, they wouldn't even, they would not even give it a second thought because they're legally mandated to do it. However, because of the term reasonable in 10-66E, they're saying, well, no, we don't have to pay the actual cost. So they're creating a kind of a dual standard. You have students who are within district, PPT recommends placement, let's say in a clinical day program, they pay full freight. Let's say even within the district, they say the student needs a one-on-one aid. They pay full freight, no question. But students from the same city, students from the same town, parents choose to send them to a charter school, and they say, now, wait a second, we're not going to pay the full cost. We're going to pay what we decide is reasonable. And we have a couple of situations where charters have not been paid for students under 10-66EE for years. And it is putting the charters at financial risk. And is essentially, those special ed students are, the charters are fulfilling their legal obligation to provide special ed services pursuant to the IEPs that the student's own home district designed. But the district is saying, well, we're not going to pay. And that's placing charters in a position where either they cannot financially continue or that they're not going to be able to accept students. So that is really the concern.
Rationale. I'm sorry, Mike. That was a rationale behind making sure this is clear in law, that means the actual cost. But we don't have, you were asking an actual amount of resource. Additionally, I don't have that information.
That's a really helpful context. So I appreciate you sharing that.
I would note, however, that the sending districts do have the opportunity to provide services themselves to the kids in charter schools if they're concerned about costs. They're also qualify for excess cost reimbursement under 1076E or 1076F, excuse me, for those students from their district who are charter schools if the cost, rises above a certain level. So they would have that financial relief.
I'll just make a plug that when you're maybe considering the rate setting methodology for outplacements, that this actually be factored into it, specifically around related services. So I come from New York. There's a standard rate for all related services, depending on duration, group size, things like that. It's very transparent. So wherever the child moves, it's a fixed methodology and cost. So that might be just something as you're doing the analysis on rate setting methodology that is worth folding into that work. But thank you. I appreciate the clarification because it seems it's pretty limited in scope and that's helpful. One last comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. If in fact the Federal Department of Education is eliminated, can we change the reference from DOE to SDE for most of our educational provisions and sort of the backbone for the protections for our kids? Have you guys been thinking through how this framework could change for our public schools in Connecticut if there's no longer a Federal Department of Education?
So great question that I know lots of folks are asking. The important thing to know is it's not just a matter of not having a Department of Education. Federal laws are indeed promulgated by Congress and there. So it's not just a matter of you don't have the department anymore. It would be like saying not having the State Department of Education, but these laws you have on the books are still on the books. Right. So we have to really pay attention to all of that, but we are monitoring that daily, very closely with the Office of the Governor. And we will certainly be letting everyone know if there are things that we need to do on this end. But yeah, that's what we're looking for. Assessment, all of those kinds of things. I know you're very interested in that. What would that look like? But a lot of those are actual federal laws that governs that not necessarily, for example, the IDEA Special Education Act preceded a Department of Education. So again, there's the federal laws and there's a department. And so we just have to assess how all that comes together.
Thank you.
I want to belabor your point. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for explaining the cost, attorney, the difference in regards to cost. I'll just say in regards to technology in our schools, I'm concerned about technology just like anyone else, a parent, and how our children are not being socialized because of the use of it and things of that nature. But I'm also conscious of the fact that we live in a 21st century society and we have to embrace technology. It's here and it's not going anywhere. It's here to stay. And one place it hasn't cracked, in my opinion, enough is in our schools. So I just think when we talk about educating children in the 21st century environment, and the way they communicate is through technology, I think we got to be a little more open-minded about how we can embrace the fact that these kids have these tools that can be utilized for educational purposes. So I just want to put that out there, be mindful of that. I don't see any other questions. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. What is it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Commissioner Russell Tucker, for all your testimony today. I will try not to belabor the point and get right to it. As the co-chairperson of the state's Civic Education Engagement Media Literacy Task Force, if you could quickly speak to sections 14 and 15 of SB 1288, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. So really excited because this is certainly really great information that we're proposing here, that we establish criteria for a state seal of civic education and engagement. Some of you may know we have a seal of biliteracy that we already have in the state for proficiency in English or one or more other languages. This would allow for a seal of civic engagement to be also now a part of the process. And thank you for being on that committee, because we certainly would, if passed, lean on the committee to assist us with developing the guidelines that we need for this. But we're really excited to be able to put this proposal forward.
Thank you for that. And thank you for your support of the work of the task force as well. This is, as a high school civics teacher, I can't think of anything more important than to engage people in this very process, to get young people to understand the importance of participating in your community and to be able to function as a society. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
So just thank you all for today. I was in the room with previous conversations, and I just have to share with you, as you're looking at new concepts and ideas, please lean on us to give you really clear information that you can have. I won't ask for the show of hands. Every month in your box is a Legislator Headlines newsletter that I share with all of you so you have real-time information on everything that is occurring. I'm excited about some of the outcomes that we're seeing. Enhanced reciprocity that has brought in over 1,300 new educators in our state. So as you're thinking about all of that work that you need to get done, please make sure that you call upon us to share information, that you know exactly what is happening so that your policy making can be based on that information that's available to you.
Thank you again. Thank you, Commissioner, and your team for coming up to answering questions. And I'm glad to see that you guys are getting ahead of what may or may not happen in Washington, D.C.
Thank you very much.
That being said, we have next up Stephanie Thomas, Secretary of State.
Morning.
Oh,
Can you hear me okay?
absolutely.
Perfect. Good morning, co-chairs McCrory and Leeper, ranking members Berthel and Zupkis, and members of the committee. I'm here today in support of what the commissioner just spoke about, sections 14 and 15 of SB 1288. That would allow the Department of Education to establish criteria by which a local or regional board of education can recognize students who have achieved a high level of proficiency in civic education and civic engagement by presenting them with the civic seal on their high school diploma. A recent study by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce in 2024 found that 70% of Americans fail a basic civic literacy quiz on topics like the 3 branches of government, the number of Supreme Court justices, and other basic functions of our democracy. And only 25% said that they were very confident they could explain how our system of government works. And although I don't have specific results for Connecticut, I can tell you that I administer brief civic quizzes at almost every event I attend, and the results across every single group and demographic is very similar to what the Chamber of Commerce study found. So I believe this legislation would be an important step forward in ensuring that Connecticut students are not only well-versed in the academic principles of government and civics, but also equipped with the skills and experience to actively participate in this representative democracy called America. By recognizing students who excel in both the classroom and real-world activities, we can reinforce the critical role of an informed, engaged citizenry in the future of our society. The Civic Seal would recognize hard work and commitment that students show in mastering civics education, engaging in community service, participating in student government, or leading other civic projects. I believe this approach helps create a generation of informed voters and active participants in civic life without creating an undue burden on our schools. 11 states around the country have already implemented similar programs, and the results have been very positive. States like Arizona, Florida, and Illinois have seen success in increasing students' understanding of democratic principles and fostering greater civic engagement. The program in Illinois, for example, has not only led to greater student involvement in civic life, but it's also encouraged the schools to provide more opportunities for real-world engagement, such as service learning projects and volunteerism. By adding a seal of civics here in Connecticut, we will be making sure that our students have the knowledge and experience necessary to contribute meaningfully to their communities. And we've all seen the studies that show that students who participate in civic engagement during their school years are more likely to continue as adults, from voting to volunteering and more. So I believe my 3 minutes is up. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Secretary of State Stephanie Thomas. I will allow my colleagues to ask questions. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary Thomas, for your testimony today and for your steadfast support of civic learning and civic education in the state of Connecticut. Again, as the co-chair of
the State Civics Education Engagement Media Literacy Task Force. On behalf of the task force, thank you for your support of our work and for this particular bill, this particular recommendation that the task force has put forward this session to help us engage our young people more in their communities. As you said, 70% of the American public cannot pass those basic civic literacy tests, and that says something. And I think we see that playing out in our society today. And so the way that you change that is by educating and engaging people younger to understand how the process works. So again, thank you for your support of this and for your support of the task force.
Thank you, and thank you for your support on the task force.
Nobody down there? Got anything else to say? Oh, again, thank you, Stephanie, for your support of 1288. I think it's very disappointing the fact that 70% of people who live in this country can't identify 3 branches of government and all the other things that make us a good democracy is very disappointing. And anything we can do to engage our young people at an early age to make sure they understand the rules of this quote unquote democracy and how it operates is important. If we can put a seal on their diploma saying that they have mastered this, I think that goes a long way. So again, thank you for your support of this piece of legislation. And I'm not seeing any questions, so we'll go to the next person up.
Thank you, Senator.
Beth Bye. You don't look like Beth.
I'll do my best, but Elena Chuer, I'm acting commissioner at the Connecticut Office of Early Childhood. I'm here to testify on 3 bills today, but good morning, or good afternoon, I think. Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthold, Representative Zupkis, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. So I'm here today to testify on the agency's bill, HB 6921, an act implementing the recommendations of the Office of Early Childhood, and HB 6867, an act creating the Universal Preschool Endowment, and HB 6866, an act implementing the governor's budget recommendations for education. So for the sake of time, I'll provide a very brief overview of 6921, the agency's bill, which is very largely technical in nature. I'll then place focus on the governor's bill that establishes a universal preschool endowment. Our agency bill addresses a state-funded qualified staff member, youth camp licensing, Birth to 3 Interagency Coordinating Council, the Early Childhood Cabinet, Early Start Connecticut, and Early Start Connecticut local governance partners. Now I'm going to focus on 6867. That establishes a universal preschool endowment, the largest expansion of preschool access in Connecticut's history, enabling thousands of Connecticut's children to enroll in high-quality early childhood education, which has been unattainable for many families. This investment builds on the recommendations of the governor's Blue Ribbon Panel on childcare, which brought together voices from across the field, including families and providers, businesses, and government, to provide a strategic roadmap for childcare for our state. The governor's proposal will deposit a portion of the state's anticipated surpluses over the next several years into the endowment. The endowment will be seeded with up to $300 million from the fiscal year 25 surplus. And in the following years, any appropriated surpluses from the general fund will be transferred into the endowment. The Office of the Treasurer will manage the funds, and the OEC Commissioner, in consultation with the State Department of Education, may expend up to 10% of the balance in the endowment in any fiscal year. In the first year, the OEC may expend up to $30 million. So the Universal Preschool Endowment aims to really expand affordable and accessible preschool options for families. So for families who are making or earning up to $100,000 per year, the cost would be free. It would limit the cost sharing for families to $20 a day for families who make between $100,000 to $150,000. It proposes to create 20,000 new spaces, including reducing the cost for families for the existing 19,000 families in preschool. It's building upon a lot of the work that is happening now in the system that we have in place, including the mixed delivery, right? Working with public school systems, family childcare, center-based organizations, and group homes. And it really prioritizes local community planning, really having the voices and the needs surface from the local communities to understand what are the needs and wants of families and providers. And strengthening the whole birth to 5 system. So even though focusing on preschool, ensuring that our whole system stays strong. This is a historic step forward for Connecticut's children and families. Now I'll touch briefly on House Bill 6866, an act implementing the governor's recommendations for education. So just very quickly, Section 17 removes statutory language authorizing the OEC commissioner to allocate a $200 general administrative payment or a gap payment for birth to 3 providers. The OEC does plan to continue the gap payment through administrative action. Section 19 gives the OEC commissioner the discretion to authorize and allocate funds within a available appropriations to the Head Start on Housing program within our state Head Start grant program. This is a very innovative model where families in the Head Start programs are connected to housing vouchers to ensure sustainable housing. And Section 20 removes the statute that places the OEC within the State Department of Education for administrative purposes only. Thank you so much for your time and attention. I'm happy to answer any questions and also have some OEC leadership here to accompany me.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I have a couple of questions. In regards to the endowment, this is my concern. So I was on the Blue Ribbon panel last year. And one of the recommendations that came out of the Blue Ribbon panels was the cost of what we're trying to do in the state of Connecticut will probably cost about $2 billion over 5 years. $2 billion over 5 years. Do the math on that. That's way more than the initial investment we're making for I think it's $300 million.
Right.
Those numbers are not adding up to what the Blue Ribbon panel is asking for and what we're doing here. That's my first question. And the second part to that question. All right, you can respond to that first, and then I'll ask you another question.
Sure. So the idea is that the fund will be seeded, right, first with $300 million from the fiscal 25-year surplus. And then the continuing years, the additional surplus will be added to the fund. So the fund will continue to grow over time, and the OEC would be able to use 10% of the endowment.
So that means currently right now you would be able to spend $30 million, right? 10% of 300 million.
Right. So the legislation also states that we may expend up to $30 million in the first year, correct?
Right. That number is nowhere close to what the Blue Ribbon panel that everyone came together to discuss how we're going to pay for this. It doesn't add up. Okay. I'm just putting that out there so everybody understand, because everything that sounds great, until you look at it specifically, it's not as great as it sounds. My next question, the second part of that is we're anticipating surpluses. We don't have surpluses here every year. So what happens to the endowment when we have 2-3 down years in a row? Where's the dollars going to come for what's something on program that we already created and started, and we don't even have enough money to create and start the way we wanted to?
Yeah. So the idea,
I'm not trying to badger you. These are questions that when I hear these things, I sit back and I think about. Then I got to come and then now we got hit reality, right?
Right.
So what happens when we don't have a surplus?
So the idea is that this fund would be a long-term sustainable fund, right? And so when we ran the numbers, we did take the average over the last 5 years and did see that these numbers are reasonable, right? But we do know that there are ups and downs when it comes to that. But, the state is in a very strong fiscal, state right now. And so the average with those numbers that were pulled does show that we would be able to have significant funding in the endowment.
So again, second part of that is, in the out years and we also can deposit any unappropriated surpluses into this endowment, correct?
Correct.
Unappropriated surpluses in this building? I don't know how we get to unappropriated surpluses in this building. And unless we're gonna make some provision to make this one the priority number one, I don't know how you get more money into this endowment. It's not adding up to me.
Well, again, I mean, we ran the numbers, right, from the average of the surpluses over the last 5 years. And the way that the legislation is being proposed is, yes, that the entire unappropriated surplus would be deposited into this endowment.
So what you're saying is, after everything else we done paid out, we're gonna pay for higher ed, we're gonna pay for this, we're gonna pay for this.
No,
then-
after all the budget reserve fund, which is in statute, which is 18%, right, is paid out, then the rest of those dollars would be appropriated to the Office of Early Childhood
All
for
of
this
it?
endowment.
Everything over 18%
Correct.
is going to the endowment.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. Any questions? Yes. I'm sorry, Representative.
Oh, well, thank you for being here and giving us all this information. My question has to do with the early childhood preschool program itself. And, with other states that have implemented this, there seems to be some mixed feelings on it because sometimes promoting something as a good thing for working parents isn't always the case if the transportation isn't available, if there isn't before and after school programming. All of these things have to be taken into consideration. And how many hours a week are we looking at as far as the preschool is going to be operating?
Sure, great question. And so the purpose of this, or the intent, is that we're building upon the system that we currently have in place for preschool, right? So right now, there are multiple preschool options available, including full day, half day, before and after school care. And so this endowment would allow us to expand that access. It would allow us to be able to, we're focusing on school day, school year. But the local community will be engaging in intense local community planning, right? To identify what are the needs within their community, because you're absolutely right. Some families choose not to send their children to preschool. And so they might not have as much demand as in other communities. Or in certain communities, the public schools really play a major role with being able to provide that preschool access. And so each community will identify what the needs and demands and wants are of their families and their providers and their constituents, and come to the OEC with a plan that says, this is our plan of what we need within our community. And we'll be able to look at all of the funding that we have available for preschool and be able to match that to their needs as best we can.
Thank you. And one other question, and it has to do with the possibility of the mixed delivery of the programming itself. With the public schools and perhaps community-based centers. Do you feel at all that this will be translated to private providers of the preschools as an unfair competition?
I think what this does is increases the opportunity for more providers to become a part of the state-funded system, right? So it will increase access and availability of dollars and also spaces that programs will be able to apply for to become part of the state-funded system. we do a lot of listening to the field, and we know that this is a desire by many private providers to become a state-funded provider. And so, as the fund grows and as implementation in FY '28 occurs, the providers will have access through a request for proposals process to apply to become a state-funded provider.
And one other quick follow-up. I'm sorry, I know I've reached my limit here. But when we're looking at the early childhood preschool component of this, is that separate from the before and after school daycare?
So it would be it's part of our system, right? That we do fund before and after school care. And so when more money comes into the system, and we are able to understand the needs and wants of families, we'll be able to better match where those spaces are for before and after school care, preschool, infant and toddler care, et cetera. So we'll have that opportunity to do so. So this all kind of comes
pot.
together, right? Because as families or with 3 children, I know like you are balancing trying to find preschool before and after school care and whatnot. So our intent is to make opportunities much more available and to match the need with the want of families.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
I think Representative Corpus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the initiative focused on early childhood. I really firmly agree that the earlier we can intervene and give kids a leg up, the better. So thank you for your focus on that. I share, however, Senator McCrory's questions about how is the math going to work on this universal preschool endowment. I'm glad that you clarified that everything over 18% of the rainy day fund will go into this endowment this year. But the word endowment suggests that something that lasts in perpetuity. So I know that this legislature can't bind future legislatures, but is it the long-term view that we are going to stop paying down our unfunded pension debt? Is this a real change in policy? We're going to stop paying down our unfunded pension debt, which is what we're doing with that money now, and reroute that towards this endowment? Through you, Mr. Chair.
It's the governor's, priority to ensure that young children, especially in the first 5 years of life, have the services and supports that they need. We know that investing in early childhood provides a rate of return of at least 1 to 7. And so investing early really does pay off in the long term. The endowment we have planned out through the year 2032 to be able to reach about 93% of the demand that families have for preschool. And so this is a long-term proposal, a proposal that ensures sustainable funding, right, for our system, a system that has for decades and decades really struggled, right, with being able to be sustainable and to grow. And so this is a historic investment that will really put Connecticut as one of the leaders nationally around early care and education.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I may. So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I will take that as a yes, because I don't see as we sit here where that money would come from, other than if pay down of our pension debt is not rerouted this way. I 100% support the concept of early intervention. I just wonder if we may not take these funds from other places, maybe even the baby bond program, because this early childhood intervention strikes me as a place where we are really teaching people to fish instead of giving them a fish. So I look forward to learning more about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Wielander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today, Acting Commissioner. I also had a question about the endowment bill 6867, and do echo a little of the concerns of the good Senate Chair, that I do have some concerns about sustainability. And so as we are going forward, I think the committee, I don't want to speak for anyone else, but I would imagine that we would all appreciate perhaps some language that would establish some sort of a timeline for rate changes to be built in for parents and families to be notified. So that if we don't have the surplus that was expected in 1 year, there is a timeline for potential rate changes built in so that we can ensure that our families are able to budget ahead of time, as well as providers. So I just wanted to throw that out there, but I am thrilled that the governor is paying attention to this concern and has made this commitment to this very important part of our economic success of a state. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair. That's all I had.
Thank you. Looking online, I'm not seeing any more.
Senator.
Oh, Representative Senator Fonzie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony today. So as I'm reading the proposal, this would reserve at the beginning $300 million growing into perpetuity. The ability for your office and the administration to spend monies on early childhood initiatives. But that's done so without consultation of the state legislature on how specifically to spend those hundreds of millions of dollars, correct?
So the legislation currently, the allocation will be made by the OEC in consultation with the State Department of Education to further the access. And so, you know, we know that we're in a legislative process right now, and so we'll wait to see, you know, what comes of that at the end. But as of right now, the allocation will be made by the OEC.
Thank you for your answer. And would you understand why, you know, us as legislators might be uncomfortable with the notion of giving basically the ability and complete discretion to the executive branch on how to spend money, and not just money, but hundreds of millions of dollars of monies? I mean, it's a very basic constitutional principle that the ability to spend money in tax lies with the legislature, and having those checks and balances is very important. And so when we pass a budget, it requires obviously the assent of both the legislature and the executive branch to sign off on that budget, and it's line item by line item how to spend it. And here we're not only creating an off-budget account, which offends, I think, a lot of fiscally responsible sensibilities in the building, but more importantly, the constitutional, you know, system of checks and balances where the legislature has, you know, the premier ability to spend money, and that we have to come to agreement with the executive branch. And instead here we're going to have the executive branch having very, very broad discretion on how to spend hundreds of millions of dollars without the consultation of the first branch of government, which, you know, I think we can help each other here. So I was surprised to see that, and I'm wondering if you understand those concerns that myself and other legislators have about that balance of power.
Yeah, well, I'd say that we look forward to more conversations around that. I think the other piece that I'll add is that we, you know, have gone through a very intensive strategic planning process that included so much input and feedback from the field and from families and from other stakeholders to really develop the 5-year strategic blue ribbon plan. And so our intent is to stay focused on that plan and to implement that plan. But I look forward to continuing conversations.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Leeper.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. And again, just want to really emphasize how grateful I am about the governor's focus on early childhood. I'm wondering if you could sort of at a high level talk about the ways in which this allocation would meet the demonstrated need for affordable early child care in our state, and then also how this would work with the fund that was established last legislative session.
So this additional funding would provide a tremendous amount of increased access for families to much needed, high quality early care and education, especially in the preschool area where we've already done, with the support of the legislature and the governor, already done some tremendous work around preschool. And last year, with the passing of Early Start Connecticut, that's combining our early care and education funding streams into one for the purpose of streamlining, making it easier for families to navigate and for providers to be a part of. And so our estimates are showing that by the year 2032, that we will be able to meet 93% of the demand that families have for preschool access. And this is really around affordability and quality. So those two pieces go together with us quite strongly. And the timeline would be in FY28, and we would issue out a request for proposals that really matches, right, what the local needs are telling us. And so we'll be able to bring in additional providers, be able to offer additional spaces. And all of that is a flexible kind of model dependent upon, you know, the amount of funding that is in the endowment and connected to the state funding that we already currently have for early care and education. And so there are a lot of steps in which, or components, I should say, to this planning that is taking place. Another example of is ensuring that we are able to pay a rate for providers that sustains and builds their business model so that they can pay their staff the compensation that they deserve and that they need, that is on par with the kindergarten teachers in the public schools. We heard through the Blue Ribbon Plan that the workforce is one of the major issues in our early care and education field, the ability to be able to pay and to retain the workforce. And so all of these pieces, including building out a parent portal where parents would be able to go to a site, understand what is available in their community, know what spaces are open for them, and being supported through parent messengers and parent ambassadors to get them to the place where they need to. Right now, our system is very complex for families. It is very hard to navigate. And so all of these different pieces of expansion, meeting the need and demand, and being able to get parents and families what they need is part of being able to roll this out.
Thank you. Could you just, I think you said the year, and I couldn't tell if it was 28 or 38, where you believed we would meet 98% of the
93%,
93,
yes,
thank
in the
you.
year 2032.
32. Okay, thank you. Can I also ask about the unappropriated surplus? Where does that come from? Because there are not dollars that we as a legislature are not appropriating. So where is that surplus generated?
Yeah, that would be a great question that we can kind of follow up with more details and seek, information about that.
Okay. Thank you. And then my final question is actually, and I think you might have touched on it in the beginning of your remarks around, in section 17, back, 6866, just for your reference, Bill 6866. The deletion of the payment for the birth to 3 providers. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that, because our birth to 3 provider rate is based on Medicaid, and the birth to 3 program was not included in the recent Medicaid rate study, but last time it was evaluated was in 2017, I believe, and it was determined in 2017 that it was 39% below what it cost to administer the program. And so I worry a lot about what will happen to birth to 3 if we remove this payment.
Sure. So let me give some additional context. Correct. The rates haven't been adjusted since 2017. The Office of Early Childhood consulted and had a rate study conducted for birth to 3 about 2 years ago, I believe. And so using that rate study, the recommendation is from the Office of Early Childhood is to implement a tiered rate for the providers. And this really supports credentialing, movement of the field forward, and recruitment and retention of staff. So in the governor's proposed budget, there are rate increases for this tiered rate of $6 million in the Office of Early Childhood budget. In addition, there are dollars in the Medicaid budget for birth to 3 providers. And so it is a net gain for rates to be increased for the birth to 3 providers, which is really, really significant. We also have heard from birth to 3 providers that is very challenging out there right now for them. And so these proposed rates were news, very good news, proposed news. The gap payment is something that historically we've had in place, and in legislation, it states the $200 for the gap payment. And what this does is removes that language. And so we understand at the Office of Early Childhood that a gap payment will still continue to be needed, but it allows us the flexibilities to adjust as the rates increase for birth to 3. And so our end goal, right, is to have a one rate structure payment for birth to 3 that supports their businesses and ability to provide the critical services that they need.
I totally understand that it's complex, but I guess I'm confused how the tiered rate program you just described is consistent with a one rate that you just concluded with. How does that
they're
come
two
together?
separate things, and I'll ask Nicole Cassette for our birth to
Thank you.
3 director to come up to provide more details around those things, but they're two separate pieces. You just introduce yourself before you come up.
Good afternoon. I am Nicole Cassette, and I'm the Director of Birth to 3 for the state of Connecticut. There are 2 different approaches to supporting the birth to 3 providers, one of which is the general administrative payment, which is our gap payment, and also our Medicaid rate structure. So about 2 years ago, as Acting Commissioner Truworthy outlined, we completed a comprehensive rate study cost analysis of the birth to 3 system. At that point, the gap was $100 going out to the field. During the pandemic, we increased that through that flexibility. It had not historically been in statute, but the gap payment had always been an occurring expense since 2017. I believe it went into statute in 2021, but I could double check that. As part of that response from the agency, our providers had advocated and it went into statute. This is just proposing to put that ownership back to OEC and allow that flexibility again, in addition to increasing our rate structure. So that Medicaid rate, there is the proposal in the governor's budget to increase our Medicaid rate.
All right, I appreciate the clarity. Thank you. I won't belabor it, but I might be following up with you. And you said $6 million new dollars to the Medicaid rate for birth to 3, or total line item?
In the OEC budget, proposed budget,
For
the governor's
birth to
budget
3?
is, yes, $6 million for the birth to 3 providers to implement the tiered rate structure. And then also there are dollars in the DSS budget proposed as well for the Medicaid side of birth to 3.
Okay, I appreciate that. I won't belabor the point. Rep Sanchez, I see online, has his hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Elena. Nice to see you there. Good morning. My question in regards to this bill, and by the way, it's about time. You know that I have been advocating for years for early childhood, and I'm so glad to see that the governor is going to be very supportive. And but one of the things I'm still questioning, and you can answer this, in regards to a compensation schedule for teachers in preschool, because you know very well that the preschool teachers, their salaries are so low, and so I'm wondering if there is some type of compensation schedule for preschool teachers.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rep. Sanchez. And it was really with a lot of your leadership that we were asked and tasked to create the compensation schedule several years back. And we do use that compensation schedule to inform a lot of the work that we do around wages and staff compensation. So the idea here is that we know that, yes, the workforce is a critical component to our early childhood system, and we heard that through the Blue Ribbon Plan as well. So as increased access to spaces occur, we also need to be focusing on and increasing the rates for providers to be able to have sustainable businesses. And so our approach is to be able to increase those rates so that providers are able to use the money that is coming into their business to be able to pay their teachers, right, and their staff more, which is also what we heard, that if they had additional funding, they would be able to pay and be able to retain their workforce. And so using the data from the compensation schedule that we have in place to be able to reach parity for teachers in the early care and education system with those in the kindergarten system. And so parity there is an important aspect of this approach.
Thank you so much for that answer. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Sanchez. Rep. Menapace?
This may be through you, Madam Chair. This may be a bit earlier question, but I was wondering for the difference that you were targeting in terms of half-day versus full-day programs. I know that some of these towns already operate. Some of them, I actually don't know of anyone that does operate a full-day program, but I know like in my town, we operate half-day preschool programs. And I was wondering if the intent behind this is to essentially elevate those existing programs into full-day ones. And this, we talk about the private-public partnership, or if the goal is to just try and have every town implement essentially at least a half-day program before we start expanding our existing ones. Thank you.
Great question. So a lot of this, I think, I'm going to circle back around to, what do the families need and want, and what are they telling, right, us that they need and want as well, and then being able to match that with what is available. I think that if a community is hearing from their families that there are a lot of working families and they need more full day care, well, that is something that we would hope that communities would say to us, and providers would apply for more full day spaces. With this approach of the endowment, it will allow for flexibility to be able to be shifted around when it comes to funding. So some of our kind of research or digging into the data, right, is that if we are to able to expand using the endowment, that about $75 million would get freed up for Care for Kids that would be able to be attributed to other parts of the system to allow families to have affordable care. And so I think the idea is that we want to meet parents where they are and what they need and be able to match that with the funding that we have.
Mr. Chair, and I don't see anything in here for this one, but I was curious because I'm also concerned about what some of my colleagues have said for executive overreach in terms of when it comes to funding. And I was wondering if any federal money ends up tying into this. I'm just concerned that we're going to get something from whoever's in charge of the executive branch right now to tell us that they are going to prevent anybody from having universal pre-K unless they, I don't know, juggle pineapples or something like that. I mean, I think it sounds silly, but at the same time, I don't know if it's any sillier than what we're seeing.
Right. So this funding, and actually the funding for early care and education within the OEC is primarily state funded dollars. And so we do we are in that context. Some of our other federal funding includes Care for Kids, for example. But for this endowment and initiative, they all play together, but these dollars are state dollars, and for Early Start Connecticut as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions from members of the committee? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Christina Gio from Office of the Child Advocate. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Representative Brown, Senator Berthel, Representative Zukas, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Christina Gio. I am currently the acting child advocate at the Office of the Child Advocate. And the Office of the Child Advocate is an independent state agency charged with oversight of state-funded services to children. We evaluate the delivery of services, receive complaints, and advocate for children, including legislative advocacy. I'm here to testify on 3 bills. I did submit written testimony. I'd like to focus my comments on 1244, and really for each of the bills, I'm testifying on specific sections within those bills. So with regard to 1244, we strongly support the investment in in-district special education programming and the creation of the competitive grant to support inclusion. We would advocate for investment in supporting implementation of scientifically research-based strategies to prevent and respond to challenging behaviors. Connecticut leads all states in the placement of children with special education needs in separate schools, including approved private special education programs, which we call APSEPs. Connecticut also ranks second among all states for the percentage of children identified as having emotional disturbance or emotional disability who were educated in separate schools, with almost 1/3 of students with that identification statewide educated in separate settings. It's fair to conclude from that data that challenging behaviors are a driver to out-of-district placements. And so it's our view that if we want to educate more students in district, we need to invest in developing the skills for early intervention and behavioral support. Provide training to local education agencies, and have the State Department of Education do that. So that's what we would propose in addition to the grants. With regard to sections 1 and 3 of the bill, we acknowledge that there are rising costs of special education. We do have some concerns with the idea of a rate-setting structure, primarily that may have unintended consequences to negatively impact the quality of out-of-district programming. And I want to say there's a wide variety of quality within those out-of-district placements. We would advocate for resources to be focused on the State Department of Education providing oversight to ensure the quality of those out-of-district programming. And we have some specific recommendations in the testimony with regard to that, but it would include observations at those programs and more frequent visits and assessment of the quality of what's being provided. I know I have limited time, so I'm going to stop there and leave you with the opportunity to ask questions.
Thank you for that. Questions from the committee. Representative Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today and appreciate your testimony. Can you go ahead and expound a little bit through my questioning in regards to the quality of the training that you were kind of cut short there because you ran out of time. So can you continue, please?
Sure. With regard to the out-of-district placements, our office did an investigation of an APSEP called High Road Schools and identified a number of concerns with the quality of the education delivered there. And again, I want to emphasize there's a lot of variation. So but in that particular investigation, which we did in conjunction with Disability Rights Connecticut, we found that almost half of the teachers employed at High Road between 2019 and 2022 lacked teacher certification. They relied heavily on DSAPs, which are durational shortage area permits, but even some of the staff that were identified as having DSAPs did not have the appropriate paperwork at CSDE, and almost at least 7 of the employees were identified as long-term substitutes, but there was no record of that with SDE. So and we found a host of other concerns with regard to the quality of the education. So what we're looking for is for the State Department of Education to provide a greater amount of oversight. They do approve those private approved special education programs. They do that on a periodic basis every 3 years, but in between there is not, there are not visits, and there's little oversight unless there is a specific complaint. So we believe there should be visits, annual site visits to those programs. They should review the educational programming, whether the IEPs are being delivered, and there should also be annual audits with regard to restraint and seclusion, because often restraint and seclusion is overutilized. And so we want to make sure that that in addition to focusing on how much money is spent in those programs, that the districts are getting value for what they're paying for, and that children are benefiting from those services when they do need to be outplaced.
Thank you. And just to follow up, again, I appreciate the oversight in regards to, making sure the paperwork is all there and all that. But to your point, the quality of the programming and whether or not it's effective to our students, is there data to support that one way or the other in your research or in your oversight?
With regard to sort of data on a wide scale about the quality of what's delivered at the out-of-district placements, there isn't, I think, something specific. We certainly know there's a big achievement gap between children with disabilities and children who do not have disabilities. That has persisted, but I don't know that there is sort of system-wide data that looks at sort of all of the assets and looks at the quality of what they're providing.
Okay, thank you so much. That's my 2 questions, but I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your advocacy, and thank you for your dedication to our children. It's that the constituent service experience, which is so important to legislating, has been revealing for me over the past several years. And then to hear, the quantification this year that Connecticut is a national leader in outplacement is alarming, to say the least. But and I completely agree with what you're saying. We could throw as much money as we want at this, but if we don't actually have the processes, the early detection, the interventions in place, then all we're doing is throwing money at something, and the system won't succeed in bringing our kids back in my opinion. But can you speculate for me or provide evidence of why our outplacement rate is so obviously out of line with the entire rest of the country?
I think that's a good question, that we don't know exactly why it's high relative to the rest of the country. I do want to say, I don't want to paint a broad brush to suggest that all outplacement is bad, right? I think there is a need at times for outplacements, and the value of a good, high quality outplacement is that you have staff who have specific expertise and training for children who have whatever the particular set of needs is, right? So there's certainly value in that. We do think there is that it is possible to bring back many of the kids who are outplaced, and that one of the drivers of that, as I said earlier, are children with really challenging behaviors. And so our view is, if we can intervene earlier, more intensively, and more strategically early on, that maybe we can avoid the need for some of that outplacement and save money that way, right? But in terms of, direct answer to your question about why do we have so many, why do we have that higher rate? I don't think we know, we can sort of point to data that answers that question.
Thank you for that. It just seems like, from where I sit, I don't see a sustained effort. I see that we keep running from situation to situation. We've legislated recently on, an office for, autistic children that's in DDS. And then we had what I thought was going to be a very successful piece of legislation in the establishment of the Office of Dyslexia and Reading Disabilities. And then, of course, that sort of had its wheels fall off for what was rumored to be lack of support. How do we get the support?
I think that's a challenging question. I certainly think that, our recommendation is to put some of this in statute, right? And to legislate that. And of course, the legislature ultimately has sort of oversight, right, in terms of that follow through. I do think it's important to sort of for policymakers to direct the State Department of Education to engage in the kind of oversight that we recommended, so that we can ensure that there's quality education for all kids.
Thank you so much. That's my two questions. I'm desperate to reach an answer for this and bring our children back home, especially the 20% of them that are dyslexic. If we can intervene early, I think they're the absolute no offense intended, the absolute lowest hanging fruit. They should be cared for in their own communities, and I feel so strongly about that. I appreciate everything you do to support this effort. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Daphne, followed by Representative DeFranzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you today for your testimony. My question is kind of specific. You spoke to the lack of certification and training with them. Is there a correlation between, if you will, quality, the quality of those educators? And if so, is there any data to support that? I think that's what you were speaking to. Am I correct?
I'm not quite sure I'm following your question.
You spoke to there was no reports of certification, and I think in the very beginning when you started to speak, or maybe I misunderstood you.
I think you may be referring to my comments about our investigation into the High Road School that identified teachers that were not certified.
Yes, yes.
So with regard to that, that's based on an investigation by our office into High Road School, which operates a number of schools and is specific to that school. I think in terms of, how that impacts the quality, I don't know that I have data on that, but I think it's fair to say that there's a reason why we require certification, and that if you are utilizing folks who are not certified, they're not going to be able to deliver the same level of education. And sort of our concern with that was, what was the oversight by the State Department of Education that allowed the situation where that was the case, right, over a period of time. And so that's part of why we have advocated for a requirement for greater oversight of those outplacements.
Thank you for that answer. I was just asking because I know sometimes academic training and schooling doesn't always cross over with talented individuals that can do a superior job without all that. That was kind of where I was going with that. But thank you for your testimony today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Representative DeFranzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. So you talked earlier about the idea of creating more early intervention opportunities to save money on the back end. with outpatient or outplacement services. But, you know, I've worked in public education for 20 years, and those early interventions require additional staff to implement them, right? So the idea that we're going to be able to create these early intervention opportunities without spending additional money is not really reality, right?
I agree. I think that's I think it sort of needs to happen in combination, right? So there's sort of the competitive grant idea. There may be other ways to fund that, but it will take some resources, right? And part of the, as I said earlier, part of the value of the outplacement is you have staff who have specialty, specialized training and expertise in a particular area. To create that in district, you need to be able to pull that same level of skill and expertise. And I think the competitive grant that allows for regional programs is important because there may not be sort of enough students with a particular set of needs for a small district to create its own program. But if you pull together several towns, then it might make sense, right? And that may be a way of having kids more local. But yes, absolutely, it takes resources.
Yeah, and I think the idea of regionalization is a great thing to think about and to try to implement. But the need for staffing is critically important. We can have all the great policies and programs that we want. If we try to get people to do it that are already overwhelmed, it's going to be not a successful endeavor. So I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, are there any other members of the committee that wish to speak? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Gio, for your
Thank you.
testimony today. And we will go ahead and move along to the next person, which is the Commissioner of the Department of Administrative Services, Michelle Gilman. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Michelle Gilman, Commissioner of the Department of Administrative Services. It's a pleasure to see all of you. I'm here to speak on House Bill 6922, an act implementing the recommendations of the Department of Administrative Services regarding the school building project statutes. I will summarize my testimony. I know you have a long day ahead and have heard from a number of speakers already on a number of important matters before you today. Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Zupkis, and distinguished members of the Education Committee, we do thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on House Bill 6922. House Bill 6922 provides for several technical and substantive changes to the school building project grant program, which is a reimbursement program. As you may all well know, we provide reimbursements to our school districts and other districts regarding their construction grant programs. I do want to take the opportunity to thank my extraordinary team, many of whom are in the room today, for any questions that you may have around the program. We've done an extraordinary job, particularly in the last few years, stabilizing this program and doing significant communication with our school districts and other stakeholders around the school construction grant program and other grants that we provide through the office. So really grateful to them for their work as we move forward. Regarding the bill before you, Section 1 and 4 moves the standalone HVAC, heating, ventilation, airing, and cooling grant program. That was really, again, an independent competitive grant program. And we were able to award 2 rounds of competitive grant funding in 2023 and 2024. Move that independent grant program into what we call the non-priority list. Under the school construction program, we have a priority list, which is generally your larger projects of renovations, demolitions, new construction projects. The non-priority list is roof replacements and other smaller capital improvements that are reimbursed for municipalities and school districts. This HVAC program would move into that non-priority list application submission, where school districts apply once a month, anytime throughout the course of the year, and we grant those funds administratively. If a school district has an issue with their application or has issues with their local entities getting a match or any application issues, they can just simply resubmit their application again the next month. So it really provides a predictable model for school districts. They're used to that model, and it allows for predictability within the funding model as well, moving this previous once a year application program on a competitive basis to a more predictable award system throughout the course of the year. So we appreciate your consideration of making that adjustment. We do think, based on feedback that we've heard from contractors, the Indoor Air Quality Group, and our school partners, that this provision makes great sense. And we're grateful to the governor, the Office of Policy and Management as well, for working with us on this provision. Section 1, 3, and 4 of the bill streamline school building projects for the CTEX system, the Connecticut Technical Education Career System. Right now, CTEX, as you know, is a state agency, but under Chapter 173 of the statutes, that program, the school construction program, does not make sense for a state agency. CTEX does not have a local municipal share. Their school building projects are administered through DAS as a state agency project. And so we're simply requesting to make this change. The CTEX are supportive of this, to move them out of the existing chapter and move them more in line with the DAS construction services team that all state agencies follow when it comes to their state construction projects. This will help schools get built faster, help with renovations faster at our CTEX systems, and again, treat them like any other state agency of which they're recognized as such. And then in closing, Section 1 and 2 make some additional technical changes, as I mentioned earlier. 1 is really a cleanup provision when school buildings are converted to public use. It allows for that process to continue to move forward. This is basically a cleanup from a provision I believe went into effect last year. We eliminated through your good work, eliminated the repayment requirement for school buildings that are converted for public purpose during a 20-year period. This language allows forgiveness requests. They're no longer necessary since repayment would not be required if the building is used for public purposes. So it just clarifies the law that went into place previously. And then there are some duplicative application requirements around natural light, wireless connectivity, and school safety infrastructure that already exists in statutes. And so we're suggesting removing that from the application process, since it's already built into the statutes when the superintendents submit a grant project to us. And then Section 2 as well eliminates a provision around consultant contracts and receiving DAS approval around those. Municipal contracting is done by the municipality. DAS does not engage in those contracts. And so there's really no need for DAS to be engaged in reviewing or obtaining, providing approval to those municipalities. So that provides additional clarification to those school districts moving forward around DAS's role, which is again to reimburse school districts. We do not approve contracts or anything of that sort when it comes to the school construction grant program. So with that, I'll close. Just again, want to thank you for the continued work that you're doing here at the Education Committee, but also for your partnership throughout the year. We do get many questions from all of you about the program, and we know it brings great value to certainly your schools, your education professionals, those working in our schools, and certainly those attending them. So we recognize the importance of this program to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your testimony. Is there any questions from the committee?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Ranking Member Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Sorry I couldn't be in the room with you all today. I was wondering if you might just take a few more minutes to help us understand the CTEC change and why this is important to how your agency administers school building projects and why it's important that we make this change. I know when I met with you prior to this meeting a few days ago, you went through a pretty extensive definition and explanation for me. And I think it might be beneficial to the other members of the committee to understand this, and perhaps the public who's listening as well.
Certainly. Thank you, Senator. Good to see you online, and pleasure to always connect with you.
Thank you.
So the CTEC system currently under statute is treated under Chapter 173, which governs school construction grant projects. I think that predates when CTEC was a state agency and part of the Department of Education. Since that time, they are now a standalone state agency. They obviously oversee many technical high schools across the state, large campuses, athletic fields, and other property. Currently, what happens under statute is that the CTEC system is required to apply to the priority list, which has a deadline of June 30th of every year, if they have any renovation projects or other projects that they want on the priority list for approval, which then comes before the legislature in January. And that project list incorporates other municipal projects, other schools, other renovation, demolition projects, et cetera, for approval by the priority list committee, which is composed of education, finance, appropriations, and the like. That list is then forwarded to the legislature and goes through the approval process through session for funding. So CTEC has to go through that process, yet they don't have a local share because the state does pay full cost for those renovation projects or construction projects. Then CTEC also goes through the DAS construction project process to then work with us to get vendors and contractors for those school projects. So it's really duplicative for CTEC to have to go through the priority list process when they really don't fit the mold for what a priority project is under a municipal school grant program. And then they go through our process like any other state agency does for large projects that we help manage and supervise for those respective agencies. So this really helps streamline the process for CTEC. They already have a working partnership with our construction team in the agency when they need to do a large project that our agency would be involved in. So this really will help streamline that process, make those improvements happen that much faster for them. And we think it makes sense, again, for the system, recognizing it's an independent state agency, and really to move these projects faster and more efficiently for both DAS and the CTEC system. I hope that helps provide additional clarification.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Commissioner, essentially, because these are not municipally owned buildings, they're not owned by the town, and they are, in fact, state buildings, as you said a number of times just now in your comments, we're taking out a duplicative process in getting to approval for changes, modernization, renovation, construction of a new school. But it does not in any way change the process we go through regarding the requirement, regarding the necessity for these updates, renovations, or new construction.
Correct. That's
Okay,
correct.
great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again, Commissioner, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Hi, Commissioner. So nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well.
I just actually want to quickly thank you for incorporating the indoor air quality program into the school construction work. I think it is one of those cases where it's a win-win. I think it's certainly easier for our districts that are already familiar with that application process. It's even better that it's rolling instead of at these set application windows. And from what I've heard from your office, and I welcome your feedback, it also will be easier for you all to administer it this way. And so it just seems like a real win for efficiency, both on the district side and on the department side. And I'm grateful for your leadership in administering that change. So just wanted to say thanks.
Thank you. And I know you've been a tremendous advocate of this program as well. So to your point, do agree it's a win-win. And we've seen districts across the state benefit from this program. And we look forward, hopefully, again, with your support, this moving forward and operationalizing on a permanent level. So thank you.
Rep. Haynes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. I appreciate your advocacy for the municipality side of things. I'm also a first selectman of my town, and going through the school construction grant, specifically the HVAC. I know that there have been difficulties in the past with, as far as getting through the mud and mire of paperwork. And so anything that you guys are working on in regards to duplicating different pieces is greatly appreciated to remove those, so to make it easier. We've found that, I guess my only question is there any kind of staffing that is needed or has not been filled yet to continue the work that you are doing in regards to the school construction, especially because everybody is looking at this air quality as being something that we have to do. And the other piece of the question is, what about staffing for the testing that is now required? Because there's not enough companies that do that in Connecticut. So what are we going to do about that? And can we move out the testing a couple of years because of the fact that we just can't get it scheduled?
So all good questions.
I know that's loaded. But
No,
go
no,
ahead.
It's all good questions and questions that we hear routinely from schools in our area and throughout the state as well. So thank you for your questions around this. So with regard to the testing, I would want to defer to the legislature for any changes on that schedule. Those are built into statutes. I know the Indoor Air Quality Group continues to meet and discuss those issues. In terms of staffing, from our perspective around the mandates around testing, we are ensuring that school districts have the communication around posting the various testing and results on their websites as required, and that we're providing guidance around those mandates. We don't have a much larger role at DAS beyond that. We don't have staff within our agency that are indoor air quality experts per se. And so that has been an issue that we've worked with IAQ on, and utilizing our partners at DEEP or DPH and other agencies where there may be some expertise there. Overall, regarding staffing within our grant team, again, I'm so proud of our Office of Grants Administration, which is fully staffed. We work within our available resources, knowing that they're constrained, and we're looking at our utilization of taxpayer dollars every day. We have developed more efficiencies with our school districts, reduced paper forms, and really gotten away from some redundancies in forms, and scratched our heads around why certain forms were required and eliminated them when we can. We're doing that in the same regard with our plan review team, which reviews the plans that school districts send before those projects are approved. We're actually going through an exercise now, looking at all of those forms to understand why something is required. Is it redundant? Is it needed? Has it just been built in over time? And it's creating more bureaucracy for all involved. So we're actively involved in that. With our school partners and with our staffing team to understand, the why behind some of those requirements, and certainly looking at our laws and regs as well in terms of why a requirement is in place, but working to get more electronic with all of that. And again, looking at redundancy as well. And then finally, within our school team, we have an audit team that's looking at all of the school building projects, whether they're a desk audit for our smaller projects, an on-site audit, or a limited scope audit. The on-site are for the larger projects, and we have a small but mighty team that goes out to our school districts, looks at receipts, looks at invoices, change orders, and the like, to make sure the rules and regs of the program were followed. So that process is a robust one. I feel like it's working in partnership with those school districts. We're again working with our districts to make sure that they understand from the beginning of a project what the requirements are, what is an eligible expense, what is not an eligible expense. And so that process feels good in terms of communication and getting back to a standard and appropriate level of engagement with our districts, and to be very transparent about the program and what it is and what it's not. So we can always do better, but I'm really proud of the work we've done to date to really look at the requirements of the program and how to make this an easier one for our school building committees, our superintendents, and everyone involved in these projects, especially on the local level.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your answers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Commissioner. I do believe also workforce shortages are accounted for in the legislation, but I'd be happy to get you that information, Representative. Representative Gucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I feel like I'm sitting in Siberia over here on the other side of the room. I just wanted to make a personal comment and just say, thank you for what you've been doing. I've been working with your department on and off now for roughly 6 years. In my district, we've had a number of school construction projects, New Fairfield having 2 new schools. And then, of course, what's going on in Danbury. And what I wanted to compliment your staff on is your flexibility to be able to look outside the norms, because we're finding with many of the projects, especially in my community of Danbury, they don't really fit the necessary norms. I know we worked with you with some projects dealing with adaptive reuse, which would normally not be in the purview, but being able to sit down with your staff and your people to say, you're right, it doesn't absolutely fit every check in the box, but it does meet the criteria, and we understand the importance and the need of doing this. And I just wanted to reach out and say thank you for your staff for doing that. Your staff has also been good with, things that we may have missed on our own, and said, hey, by the way, if you realize if you fill out the form a little bit differently, we can actually get you more support for your project. So again, I just wanted to say thank you for what your staff and what you're doing. I know a lot of times you get to hear everybody yelling and screaming about where's our money, but at the same time, I just want to say, your staff does do a very good job on, looking at the human side of it and understanding how important this is.
Thank you.
Thank you,
very
Madam
much.
Chair.
Appreciate
Thanks, Rep.
your
Gucker.
feedback. Thank you so much.
Actually, I was going to say the same thing. You kind of, you took the words right out of my mouth. Your team's been a delight to work with. Some of this stuff is really complex. And so just thanks. You're running a really wonderful department and team, and it shows through every time I interact with them. So keep it
Thank
up.
you. Really grateful for the feedback, and our team is amazing, and I try to recognize that every day. But I think it's really impactful when they hear that from all of you as you're working with your local stakeholders. So thank you.
Were there any other comments or questions? All right. Thanks,
Great.
Commissioner, so much for joining us
Thank
today.
you. Great to see you all. Appreciate it.
Next, we have Roberto Alvarez, and I'm not sure if he's online.
Am I online?
There he is. Hi, Mayor.
Hello, how are you all?
Thanks for joining us today.
Making sure you all can hear me. Thank you. So good afternoon, everybody. Chairs, Representative Leeper, distinguished members of the Education Committee. For those who don't know me, my name is Roberto Alves, and I'm the mayor of the city of Danbury. I appreciate the opportunity to testify regarding House Bill 6866, an act implementing the governor's recommendations for education. As mayor, I'm committed to strengthening our educational systems and ensuring that Danbury students have access to high-quality learning opportunities that prepare them for successful futures. The governor's proposal introduces several key initiatives that align with our local priorities, and I'd like to highlight both the benefits and areas where we seek further improvements. One of the most impactful initiatives in Danbury's public education system is our Career Academy model at Danbury High School. Our career pathway model enrolls students in grades 9 through 12 in pathways that match their career interests, offering them hands-on experiences, certifications, and real-world learning through internships and direct recruitment opportunities. A prime example of this in action is our current partnership with Veolia North America, which has leveraged our Career Academy model to address an urgent workforce need in the water and wastewater treatment industry. According to a 2024 EPA report to Congress, 1/3 of the U.S. water utility operators will be eligible for retirement within the next decade, making workforce recruitment and training a national priority. In Danbury, we recognize both the necessity of preparing our students for future careers and the importance of keeping talented individuals in our local workforce. Veolia officials work directly with our high school science classes to introduce students to careers in wastewater management, helping them understand the benefits of these roles and guiding them towards certifications needed for employment through this partnership. Veolia supports teachers in obtaining wastewater operator licenses, equipping them to help students achieve the same certifications. Students gain early exposure to industry-specific knowledge, vocabulary, and skill sets through classroom instruction. Veolia offers students paid internships at the Danbury Wastewater Treatment Plant, allowing them to put their training into practice and contribute to the community. And then for those who wish to pursue further education, Veolia provides financial support, ensuring that higher education remains accessible. As Scott Beanie, Regional Manager for Veolia North America, has stated, Danbury students are prepared and enter the classroom with confidence needed for a career in the field. Coming in with baseline knowledge helps us teach and hopefully find students to fill internships and eventually careers. Workforce development initiatives like this are among the most effective investments any community can make in its future. They provide immediate economic opportunities, strengthen community infrastructure, and connect young individuals to high-demand careers where they can make a meaningful difference. Programs like Danbury's Career Academy model should serve as a model for how educational institutions and industries can collaborate to address workforce shortages while simultaneously equipping students with the tools for lifelong success. And I want to highlight several provisions of the House Bill 6866 that are critical for Danbury. Educational cost sharing formula correction. Governor Lamont continues to be a leader in recognizing municipalities' needs for adjustments in the ECS formula, and adjusting the formula to current census estimate errors is essential to ensuring fair funding distribution. These corrections will prevent financial shortfalls in cities like Danbury, which are experiencing rapid growth and increased student enrollment. Expansion of the dual credit programs. The proposed grant program to expand dual credit opportunities is an excellent step toward ensuring that high school students can earn college credits, saving them time, money in their post-secondary education. High dosage tutoring matching grant program. The $5 million allocation for intensive tutoring will help students close learning gaps, particularly those exacerbated by the pandemic, ensuring they stay on track for academic success. The LEAP program. Continuing funding for LEAP is vital to improving student attendance and engagement, particularly in high-need districts. And the Competitive Student Support Grant Program. This grant will support before and after school programs along with wraparound services, helping students access essential education and social resources. And while I strongly support those initiatives, I urge the committee to consider the following concerns. The grant caps on essential services. The capping of grants for adult education, health, and welfare services for private pupils, transportation, and regional education service centers may limit critical resources for our community. Danbury is growing rapidly, and funding flexibility is necessary to meet evolving educational needs. Danbury is facing unprecedented educational challenges due to increased student enrollment and changing workforce demands. Danbury consistently trends upwards with both enrollment and its multi-language learner population. Our MLL population is 38%, which is the highest in the state. For the upcoming school year, the Board of Education has proposed a $194.5 million budget. That's a 21% increase from the current budget to address crucial needs such as staffing for the new Danbury High School West Campus and restoring previously eliminated positions. The substantial request underscores the necessity for robust state support in ensuring our students receive a high-quality education that prepares them for their real-world success. House Bill 6866 contains several promising initiatives that can significantly improve education across Connecticut. However, it's essential that we ensure funding mechanisms remain equitable and flexible, particularly for rapidly growing cities like Danbury. By strengthening investments in career pathway models, industry partnerships, and student support services, we can create an educational system that not only meets the needs of today's students, but also prepares them for the workforce challenges of tomorrow. Thank you for your time, your consideration. I look forward to working together to advance the initiatives to benefit our students in our city and in the whole state of Connecticut. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Mr. Alves, Representative Gucker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, and it's great to see you testifying here in front of our committee. Just a couple quick questions. I know and I understand many of the trials and tribulations that are happening in Danbury as one of the few municipalities that our school population is not decreasing, but is actually increasing every year. And knowing that we are really strangled or girdled with space in our high school, the largest high school of the state of Connecticut with over 4,000 students attending at this point. I know you and others have jumped on an initiative to open up a Danbury Career Academy, or it's going to be now an addition to the high school. Can you talk further as to the benefits of that project and what it does for not only the students, but actually for readiness for the state's needs going along with the governor's proposal as for workforce, et cetera, and how we, the legislators, can support you in those endeavors?
Thank you, Representative Gucker. Great seeing you as well. You are uniquely there, qualified to understand some of the challenges that the community of Danbury is facing. With the workforce development model we've done here, the Career Academy, we find that it's uniquely fit to address the challenges, not only of Danbury, but if other communities wanted to implement this across the state, to where our kids are leaving their public schools with the workforce training they need. If based on the earlier testimony I provided, we are already having examples of that with Veolia, who currently manages Danbury's wastewater treatment plant. We can see this. This is something that's been presented to the country in Congress, where this is one area where there's a retiring workforce. We're working to address that. We're going to need these workers here in Danbury very soon. And not just Danbury, this is going to happen in communities across the state as folks retire and we don't have folks qualified to manage our wastewater treatment facilities. These are dire needs. So Danbury wants to be a leader in that. And I know many communities across the state are going to have employees that came out of Danbury High School with this career pathway. And if we can find ways to invest in this, be it pilot funding for school systems that have these career models, we know we can build something special that we can highlight not just to the state, but to the country on how we're developing the best and most ready workforce in the entire USA.
And thank you for those responses. I could not agree further as somebody who has a prior career in construction and also what the needs of the trades are. Sometimes the education that you go to college for or high school for is not the one that you end up with, but having a well-rounded balance of being able to jump into these skills is certainly helpful. Do you see with this Career Academy going forward that it would open up more opportunities for, say, students in Danbury to not only get an education in these various fields, but then also at the same time become and stay as residents of Danbury, not only raising their families, but you're calling Danbury their home and continuing to stay in Danbury?
Absolutely, Representative Gucker. We see that again in the one example when these students graduate and they'll be able to be hired within the city of Danbury for the wastewater management facility here. But it goes beyond that. This is going to be pathway models with finance, with healthcare, with legal, all fields that we have, a high need for here. We have a significant large hospital system for the region out of Danbury with Nuvance that possibly may be acquired by Northwell if that all gets passed between the two states, and it looks like it's on a path for that. Again, we are working with community partners to develop the workforce they need. This is one of the great examples of public-private partnerships at work within our public school systems. We don't know what the job creators need. They need to tell us what they need. We want to work with them to hear what they need, and we're going to develop the workforce for the time that we're in. And that's why this program is so significant and why it's going to be great. We knew there was a need with Veolia. They worked with us. We did it. And we're working with industries, a plethora of industries in our region to find out what their needs are so we can develop the workforce they're looking for.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for all the work that you are doing for the students. I could say you're probably one of the shining examples of a Danburian, somebody who grew up, who went to school in Danbury, had a professional career in Danbury, and now is the leadership of Danbury. So thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative Gucker. Anyone else have any questions? Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Leslie Torres Rodriguez. Is she online? Okay, we'll come back. Dr. Greg Florio, who was in the room.
And online.
Hello, sir. Good to see you.
Thank you. To the honorable chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Education Committee, my name is Greg Florio. I am the Executive Director of the Capital Region Education Council, known as CREC. For almost 60 years, CREC has worked with our member districts and with the other RESCs in the state of Connecticut to provide a wide range of high-quality educational services to students, again, throughout the Capital Region and across the state. I want to express appreciation to the Connecticut General Assembly and the leadership last year in advancing a more sustainable and equitable education funding formula for magnet schools. This has been a positive impact on our schools as well as helps our local districts by reducing the cost that they incur for sending students to those schools. I do commend the governor for including the funds that were appropriated last year in his budget. However, I am very concerned that the budget that the governor presented in effect flat funds those programs going forward. This is an issue for our long-term sustainability, especially for the magnet schools that we operate on behalf of the state under the Chef Settlement Agreement. I'm asking that the Education Committee recommend and adopt an increase of about $15 to $20 million per year on behalf of our magnet schools and the other RESC magnet schools so that we can continue to provide a high level of educational services to the over 13,000 students that we teach each year. If this isn't possible, then the other thing that would require to happen is that the tuition cap that was put in place, RESCs have always had the ability to charge tuition to sending districts. That was capped last year at 58%, and that would have to be changed if additional funds were not added. I also am going to ask that the Education Committee include in their budget recommendation a line item to support the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program. This is a program of the RESC Alliance. It has been in operation for over 5 years and has done an incredible job at diversifying our educator workforce, providing opportunities for individuals to increase their skills and their living standards by becoming teachers. Over the past 5 years, we have worked with over 35 districts and placed over 135 teachers in classrooms in those districts. In the current budget, there was $1.5 million in the first year, $1.5 million in the second year. Those funds were removed. And unfortunately, with that, many districts had to back out of their obligation to fund a teacher resident. So we're asking that that be restored. I would also point out that our teacher residency program began as an elementary certification program, but is now focusing as well on special education, which, as we all know, is a very important area of shortage for our schools across the state. And finally, I just want to, as we talk about special education, reassert that the RESCs are here to support the legislature and the State Department of Ed, and all those who are currently working on the concerns around the cost of special education. We serve as a resource. It is an area of expertise for the regional education service centers across the state, and I feel strongly that we can help build the in-district programming, multi-district programs, and regional programs that will help stem the cost increases that we're seeing in special education. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions or concerns? Okay. Thank you. Next, we have Jonathan Costa.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Education Committee Co-Chair Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Ranking Members Senator Berthel, Representative Zupkis, and all the members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on HB 6866 today. And Representative Leeper, I want to especially thank you for your patience given my persistence on this topic. My name is Jonathan Costa. I'm the Executive Director of Advance. Like CREC, we are a Regional Education Service Center. We are dedicated to serving the northwest corner of Connecticut. I facilitated at the request of Commissioner Tucker the last 5-year comprehensive State Board of Education strategic plan, which focused heavily on the need to expand dual enrollment programming and job-embedded work experiences for students at the high school level. And since then, the staff of my agency has worked to innovate programming that addresses this need. The result is called the Ed Advanced College and Career Accelerator, the CCA. It is the first of its kind program that provides dual enrollment credit opportunities for local students to come to our Regional Learning Center in Torrington and take college credit courses in advanced manufacturing, early childhood education, public health, public safety during their school day without having to leave their home district's enrollment status. In our first year of operation, the program has been an unqualified success. We're currently serving 70 students from 8 districts. We use our own transportation assets to bring students back and forth and engage daily with career-focused dual enrollment courses for college credit granted through our partnership with Northwestern Connecticut Community College. This first cohort of students starting as freshmen is projected to save them over $600,000 in college credit costs. Any student who participates fully in the CCA program for 4 years will earn enough credits to graduate high school with an associate's degree and actual job-embedded experiences. Growth potential is high, with many additional students and districts interested in joining based on our first-year results. In our planning year, 23-24, the CSDE recognized the alignment with the state board's goals and designated $1.8 million, $900,000 per year for 2 years to support the CCA. Unfortunately, at the last minute, last budget cycle, that money was reallocated, and I was left the decision to stop the program because we had counted on that funding and had promised our districts a free experience, that I would continue the program without state funding and take on the burden of the cost of the program ourselves. Because we had planned on having that experience be free to districts, I decided to not charge them because their budget cycles were already done. In order to run the program, we wanted to do it on behalf of the students who had enrolled. My agency does not have a magnet school. We do not receive magnet school funding, and we have no permanent funding from any source beyond our fee-for-service contracts and activities. Because of this, without external support, we are not going to be able to continue to run this program in the future without some time to build a fee-for-service model that can extend its life beyond the funding cycle. The CCA represents an opportunity to support something that is already in place and working to achieve the goals of the State Board of Education strategic plan and the goals of this bill. I appreciate your opportunity to present you with this testimony, and I welcome any feedback or questions about the CCA or anything else.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Yep.
I had, and my co-chair had the privilege last week to actually tour this program, and it really is exceptional and an incredible model for what regional collaboration could deliver for our kids. So I just want to thank you for that. Your team was phenomenal. And I see Representative Zupkis has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How much funding are you looking for?
So we were asking for the original amount to be restored. So 900,000 for this year and 900,000 for year 2.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ressa.
And I believe now we have Superintendent Torres Rodriguez back online. I just want to remind you, Superintendent, we are sticking to a 3-minute timer.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to first thank the Special Select Committee on Special Education for their recent listening tour and all of you today. Ensuring that Hartford students receive appropriate special education services has encompassed some of the most demanding work during the past decade. The work, as you know, is costly and requires highly qualified staff and resources. These services are provided in our public schools for some students, and many special education students must also be referred out to our partners as our district, like so many across the state, is unable to fully staff and equip our facilities in a way that can meet the learning needs. We are appreciative of the ECS funding in the governor's budget for next year, and we also are appreciative of the legislative focus on special education. There is currently no weight for special education in the ECS formula, and we are here to advocate for a weight to be added to the formula for special education. Special education expenses are about a third of our total revenue, which equated to $151 million of our $475 million budget in fiscal year 23. So for example, if there is a 50% special education weight added, it would mean $16 million in additional revenue for Hartford Public Schools. It would also provide us an opportunity to reduce the costs and bring students back to Hartford Public Schools if we can fully staff our special education service programming. Last year, we had about 1,200 students being served outside of the district for a total of $83 million in tuition alone. Many of our students and families would be better served if they had programming in our district. Our current overall revenue for Hartford Public Schools is the same as it was in fiscal year 2019-20. When adjusted for inflation, the total revenue actually has decreased over time. This means that we have fewer dollars for each student than we did in previous years, while the overall cost has increased, especially around our special education needs. We did the hard work last year of mitigating $77 million in order to solve for the loss of COVID funding, flat local revenue, and rising costs of goods and services. And so the loss of that pandemic relief funding accounted for about $41 million, and then an additional $36 million that we had to mitigate. It is important to note that that COVID relief funding did help to reduce the number of cuts we've made over the last 4 years. Obviously, that funding is gone. And with our new educator contracts aimed at improving recruitment and retention next year, we are facing a $30 million deficit and will be forced to make significant and very difficult decisions again for next year's budget. And so again, I'm advocating for additional weight to be introduced or some other additional funding for special education so that we can meet the needs of our students and support our educators as well in the process. I want to thank you for your attention to special education service needs for our students. And if you have any questions, please, I am here to answer them. And our Chief Financial Officer is also scheduled to speak later on today.
Thank you very much, Superintendent. Anybody have any questions? All right, I appreciate your testimony. Next, we have Matt Conway, who's been waiting very patiently.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Representative Zupkis, and Representative Brown, and distinguished members of this Education Committee. My name is Matt Conway, Superintendent of Schools for the great city of Derby and co-chair of the CAPS Legislative Committee. And I'm here today before you to testify on 3 different critical bills that I've also submitted specific testimony for. First is SB 1244, which makes critical investments in district special education services. This legislation addresses 2 urgent needs: building local capacity to serve students with disabilities in their home communities and establishing a transparent and standardized methodology for special education tuition rates. Currently, districts face unpredictable and often excessive out-of-district placement costs, forcing difficult trade-offs in our educational programming. Coincidentally, I had a meeting scheduled with Valley superintendents today at 1 p.m. to discuss this very issue and look at regional efforts to help reduce costs by building additional in-district programs. For Derby, the average cost of our outplacements has gone from $92,000 per student to $158,000 per student in just 4 years. That represents a 58% increase, while the excess cost grant has remained flat during that same period of time. This places an unaffordable burden on municipalities, especially economically distressed municipalities such as Derby. This connects directly to Raise Bill 1288, which requires private providers to submit their tuition and service costs by December 31st of the preceding year. The advance notice is essential for effective budget planning and resource allocation. Equally important to those two bills is HB 6922, which facilitates crucial HVAC upgrades and our air quality improvement for our schools. I think Commissioner Gilman did an excellent job highlighting for this committee what this would mean to municipalities in terms of being able to properly plan for from both a logistic and cost structure for those communities. This dedicated funding and policy support for districts and municipalities will help reduce the struggle to make these essential improvements. I think these three bills share a common thread. They all aim to create more sustainable, transparent, and effective school systems. By investing in in-district special education, establishing clear cost structures, and modernizing our facilities, we can better serve all students while being responsible stewards of our public resources. I thank you very much for your time and willing to answer any questions on these three bills or any others before you today.
I really appreciate your testimony today. Yeah, Fairfield Board of Ed just informed me also that our excess cost has raised 28% over the past 6 years on average, right? So thank you for coming and speaking to that. All right. Oh, Rep. Welander online.
Ready.
Good morning, Superintendent Conway. Thank you for being here today. And thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to jump on and thank you for bringing attention to this concern for the Derby district as well as so many others. And I was wondering if you would be able to address if you had seen an increase in the number of students who were requiring special services as in addition to the really high jump in cost.
We have seen an increase over the past years, and when we look at the data, in all districts, I think experiencing that increase, but especially districts with a high mobile population are seeing an increasing amount over what you've seen statewide in terms of the data. And when we look at students who have 3 moves or more in their educational time, we see a significant increase in that group of students identified as students with disabilities. When you have students with 3 or more moves identified as high need, it's almost 100% of that group are also identified as special education. So those communities with the high mobile population, Derby being one of several, we're seeing a significant increase in the number and in the costs, and a lot of it related to the mobility of our population.
Thank you for that. I also serve on the Select Committee for Special Education. And would you recommend that we also discuss a potential higher weight for communities that have such a highly mobile population? And maybe we can sit down and have a conversation about how to do that responsibly and cost effectively.
That's a great question, Representative. I actually included that in my testimony for the Appropriations Committee that's meeting tomorrow, that we look at that as an additional factor in the ECS formula. The data is overwhelming with that group of students, and it crosses all other demographics.
Thank you so much for your time today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Superintendent, for being here.
Thank you.
Next up, you have Dr. Anthony Gasper.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Committee Chairs McCrory and Leeper, ranking members, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Tony Gasper, and I'm proud to serve the 9,900 students of New Britain as their superintendent of schools. While I am thankful and it is encouraging to see the focus on special education in Governor Lamont's budget, the additional $40 million for the 2026-27 school year is not nearly enough, nor soon enough, to meet the substantial, growing, and accelerating need to serve students with special needs in my school district. In the current year, my local budget is $128 million. Of that $128 million, $57 million is dedicated to special education services and staffing. No superintendent wants to submit an 11.4% budget increase to his board. No Board of Education wants to submit an 11.4% increase to their municipality, but we have. What's important to know that this budget is a maintenance budget. It's a flat services budget with only contractual increases and substantial additions needed for special education staffing and services. Our budget proposal to the city includes 5 additional board-certified behavior analysts, 20 additional paraeducators, 1 additional school psychologist, 2 additional social workers, 2 additional special education teachers, and $500,000 in additional contracted speech-language pathology services, for a total of $2.9 million in additional services directed specifically at students with special needs. Additionally, our district has several in-district programs already. Those programs you've heard about today, we've had them historically, and we serve students with a variety of disabilities, students who need behavioral supports, who are diagnosed with autism, or who are medically fragile. We have long-standing in-district programs. We have expanded these in-district programs to the extent that I no longer have the physical space to expand them any further. I have no further classrooms nor staff to continue expanding our in-district programs. Despite these efforts to keep our children close, to keep them in district, outplacements in New Britain are up 91% over 5 years. Our 2025-26 requested budget includes an additional $3 million for outplacement tuitions, meaning when combined with the numbers I stated earlier, we have a nearly $6 million increase in the need to provide the moral and legal obligations we have to students with disabilities. I respectfully request that you consider the urgent and substantial need that school districts have for financial support immediately. I encourage you to dive deep into the foundations of special education legislation and policy to ensure that students who need support can receive it while doing so in a way that is financially sustainable for Connecticut's municipalities and boards of education. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Representative Zupkis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming today and what you're doing in your district. If you had one thing to pick to help reduce the cost, what would it be that we can help with?
If you're forcing me to pick one, I'm forced to pick the immediate one, and that is financial support.
The ECS and
ECS
cost.
I think ECS is the most acute and the most visible, the excess cost. So certainly the funding it, but also the variability of it. And my CFO, if she were here with me, could answer better. I believe our reimbursement rate last year for ECS was 72%. We're now expecting 64%. It's when you're dealing with millions of dollars, a swing of 8 percentage points is a substantial amount of taxpayer money. So not only the quantity, but also the predictability of ECS would make a major difference to our ability to provide services to the students who were not outplaced. So the ECS kicks in mostly for the kids who are outplaced, but also the unpredictability we have in that is a major problem to try to manage a district well.
So we should tell you what you're getting and give it to you.
Absolutely, and fully funding it, of course, as I'm sure you've heard from many other superintendents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Daphne?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today. And I think Rep. Zupkis kind of hit on what I was going to ask, but maybe outside of money, because you've been doing this a long time, is there any creative ideas that you have that would be implemented into a plan that would, I mean, every town has this challenge, in district, out of district, transportation. I mean, it's a huge nut to crack. Is there any creative ideas that you would like suggest?
I'm not much of a creative thinker, but it's really the ideas you've heard about already. I particularly like, as Representative Leeper, I believe, mentioned earlier about New York, the idea of a predictable schedule of costs for services. Again, a lot of the attention goes to students who are outplaced, who of course constitute an expense for school districts. And again, we're doing what we can to reduce that in New Britain through our in-district programs. But not only the unpredictability of the ECS, but the unpredictability of private providers to change their cost schedules at will provides a major obstacle to us. Not only would we obviously like to see those costs controlled and reduced to the degree that they could be. Creatively, I think the good people of my district have already done a lot of what you can do creatively. Having been a superintendent previously in a much smaller school district, the in-district programs were hard to start and we had to think creatively. New Britain, with nearly 10,000 students, we have enough students with autism. I believe our in-house autism program, I believe right now is servicing 160 students, if I recall correctly. That's just New Britain children with autism that we are servicing in-house and not having to outplace. So I think the creative ideas, or better said, the low-hanging fruit is already picked. At least in my district, it is. So we're at a point where I think my recommendation to you, unfortunately, isn't quick and it isn't perhaps creative. I really would emphasize that it's time for this committee and partners that you choose to look deeply at what is special education. I'm here to advocate for my students. I would prefer not to be back here again telling you again that I need more money next year. I think it's time for a very deep conversation. I did give very similar testimony to the Special Committee on Special Education last week. So I apologize to those of you who've now heard it twice. But it's time for a very deep look, an existential, a foundational look at what is special ed. How can the students who need services get those services? But then really think deeply about the funding streams, and really the kind of cause and effect around which students end up in special ed. I would, while I have the mic, if I may, I would reiterate something from a former speaker. And I believe Senator McCrory has talked about this multiple times. We're currently at 23% prevalence rate, 23% identification rate in New Britain. I do not believe that 23% of the beautiful children of New Britain have disabilities. Our ability to provide much better tier 1 instruction and then tier 2 interventions, I believe would bring down what I think is currently an unnaturally high identification rate. It's hard for me to know what those better services at tiers 1 and 2 would bring that rate down to, but I don't believe in my heart, and it's just an opinion in my heart, that 23% of the children of New Britain are disabled.
Thank you so much for your testimony today.
I could clap at that. We don't generally do that here, but I just really appreciate you bringing everyone's attention to the fact that often tier 3 is the only thing that there's sort of legal requirements around, but really a huge part of the solution is a really robust tier 1 with a highly prepared and supported and engaging teacher, and then more funding into tier 2. So I just want to say thanks. And I hope we continue to talk about that through this session.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
for joining us today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yep. Next we have Thomas Baird. We'll move ahead to Sasha Douglas. Nice to see you, Sasha.
Nice to see you, Representative Leeper. Honorable chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Education Committee, I'm proud to serve as superintendent of CREC's 16 magnet schools and 2 programs, which collectively serve over 9,000 students from more than 90 towns throughout Connecticut. CREC manages these integrated magnet schools on behalf of the state as a result of the landmark Sheff versus O'Neill case. CREC's core values of acting with courage and demanding equity align with the steps taken in the last budget to advocate sustainable and equitable education funding, including magnet schools managed by Regional Education Service Centers, or REC. Today, I urge you to uphold this commitment by fully funding the model implemented at the $40.2 million in fiscal year 25 to support CREC and the 11 other RESC-managed magnet schools throughout Connecticut. While we appreciate and commend the governor's recommended student-centered funding for fiscal year 26 and beyond, it remains inadequate to ensure long-term sustainability. If full funding is not feasible, we're requesting an incremental increase of an additional $15 to $20 million for all RESC magnets for each year in the biennium budget. This is necessary to ensure appropriate school funding for students attending RESC magnets in the face of year-over-year cost increases. Our hope is that the state provides a funding formula that allows for sustainability of magnet schools and does not return the financial burden of the state's obligation for Sheff versus O'Neill to our sending district. The allocation of $40.2 million in last year's budget, coupled with the 58% cap on tuition, provided relief to our sending districts this year. This funding not only eliminated the need for CREC to increase tuition, it also enabled us to maintain the delivery of high-quality education, professional learning for staff, and enhanced resources for our students and families. It's evident that a fundamental restructuring of the education funding model is necessary to ensure sustainability. On behalf of all CREC magnet school students and families and the over 90 sending districts, I urge you to advocate for the sustainable education funding for magnet schools and the implementation of an additional $50 to $20 million for all RESC magnets for each year in the biennium budget. Additionally, I would like to thank the governor for supporting CREC's capital improvement bonding requests. Unlike traditional districts, RESCs lack a tax base or bonding authority, making this funding essential. I urge you to support the governor's bonding recommendation for our capital improvements to ensure that our schools remain safe and well-equipped for learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasha.
Yes, I have a question for you, Dr. Douglas. You mentioned you didn't have to ask for an increase in tuition from the receiving districts. I think one of the goals that we're trying to get to when we're doing this ECS form is to eliminate actual tuition costs from the sending towns. And I think that's one of our goals. Would that be something that you will be looking forward to so you don't have to ask for tuition from your sending towns?
So right now, we're really pleased with the tuition cap at 58%, which benefits all parties if the state then fulfills its obligation of providing the additional $40.2 million. And so our ultimate goal would be that all schools within the Connecticut's ecosystem of schools are sustainably funded. I would certainly, as superintendent of CREC magnet schools, be thrilled if none of the burden went to the sending districts, because I think it would actually put us as a district in magnet schools in more of a cooperative and less of a competitive situation with funding districts that are also strapped for cash and needing resources in the same way that we are. And so the current situation of capping the tuition, I think, has provided some relief. But right now, because we don't have a long-term sustainable funding formula, we're looking and saying, well, what do we do if our funding is not guaranteed and our year-over-year costs increase? We would be in a position where we're saying the 58% tuition cap is not sustainable, and then be advocating against local districts. And so we don't want to be in a position where CREC's interests are not aligned with the interests of our local districts. We want to be in a position where there's a funding formula that ensures that all districts can sustain and can thrive and can provide high quality education for all of Connecticut students.
Thank you. And I just one more question as a pivot from my prior one. In regards to the governor put out his budget, and in that budget it has resources for special education and being creative and innovating. Will that be something that, well, I'll say this, we'll be looking for the rest to help us in this conversation around reducing costs for special education services. And I think you guys are in line to be able to provide special education services, multiple districts as we move forward. I'll be looking to have conversation with you guys and see if we can talk about what we can do, what you guys can do as a regional provider of special ed services to help reduce this cost for our ECS, not ECS, but our excess cost issue that we have. So I'll be looking to have conversation with you guys to see if you guys can work for us and work for our local school districts to create programs that actually help reduce costs and keep our students in within their district. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McCrory. We would be more than happy to continue to engage in that conversation. That's a part of our commitment as a RESC is to be able to provide those high quality services at a reasonable cost to districts. So we would love to continue to be engaged in being a part of the solution for the current state of crisis around special education costs.
Thanks, Dr. Douglas. One more question from Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Dr. Douglas, thank you for your testimony today. You touched on this a little bit in your testimony. I'd like you to reiterate, the purpose of CREC magnet schools, why they exist, and why that it is critical for them to be funded.
Yes, absolutely. So the Sheff Magnet Schools are a result of a landmark desegregation case, the Sheff versus O'Neill court case, which as a result of the Sheff case found that the way that schools were zoned in the Hartford region led to economic, ethnic, racial, and social segregation, which perpetuated itself year after year. And as a result of the system of segregation, students, particularly in the city of Hartford, did not have access to integrated, high-quality educational experiences. As a result of this court case, the magnet schools were formed and have grown over the last 2 decades to now having 16 magnet schools, which are designed for the purpose of integration and intentionally bringing students from different communities together. So our magnet school population is 50% students from the city of Hartford and 50% students that come from surrounding towns. And so we're really proud of this at CREC because this is a unique opportunity to bring students from different backgrounds together within the same learning environment and learning community. So our schools were formed as a result of a judicial mandate. Something that's written into the stipulations for the judicial mandate is that there is a sustainability plan. And as of now, there really is no clear sustainability plan for maintaining funding for magnet schools. And so we're often in this position where year after year, we're wondering what our funding is going to look like next year and subsequent years. Because we are, we're under a mandate for our schools to exist, to continue to create integrated environments. Our schools are placed, students are granted placement in our schools based on a formula of socioeconomic distribution so that we ensure that we have students from different backgrounds, different socioeconomic status coming together in the same learning environment. And so we have a deep belief in the power of integrated education and the power of bringing students from different communities, different walks of life, different socioeconomic status together in order to form a learning community. And so this is something that we deeply believe in at CREC, and I think really highlights some of the values of our state of Connecticut and lays the foundation for the type of integration that we can see throughout our communities in a future of Connecticut. But we don't have the funding year over year to know that our magnet schools are going to continue to exist. Prior to last year, or prior to this fiscal year, the states what we would do, because we don't have a tax base, is we might have to go back to sending district to increase their portion of tuition that was paid. The tuition is now capped at 58% of last year's tuition allocation. However, there isn't a plan for us to know. So as our costs increase year over year, how is that increase going to be funded? And so we have conversations every year. We're having conversations now about what does next year look like? Do we need to begin to think about budget cuts? Do we need to think about layoffs? Do we need to think about scaling back services and resources? And then the ultimate effect of something like that would be that we're no longer providing a high quality educational option for students, which means that students who opt into a choice magnet school system, who may have good choices outside of the choice system, will not opt in. So it will definitely undercut this idea of school integration, definitely undercut the idea that we're bringing students from different resources together, because our schools will no longer be competitive or attractive to students who have other options. And so what we would like to do is ensure that we can meet the promise of Sheff versus O'Neill by ensuring that our schools are high quality and all of the schools within the region are high quality, in order to make sure that students have real and robust choices and have multiple choices that can meet their needs and prepare them for the future.
Thank you. So in other words, I think it would be safe to say that you're up against history, trying to mitigate decades of segregation that was set in motion intentionally by decisions made almost 100 years ago. Would that be safe to say?
I think that's absolutely correct.
And that doesn't come cheap. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Douglas. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Representative Brown.
Anyone else? Seeing none inside or online. I want to thank you for your testimony, Dr. Douglas. And we have up next is Thomas Baird from Hebron Public Schools.
Hi, good afternoon, Education Committee members. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. Sorry for my delay. I had to run out for a quick dental appointment. But I wanted to offer this testimony in regard to HB 6922, an act implementing the recommendations of the Department of Administrative Services regarding the school building project statutes. I wanted to express my strong support for this bill, specifically the intention to bring the grant program to improve indoor air quality of schools onto the grant programs for schools similar to roof replacements and code correction projects. In Hebron, we have 2 schools with projects near ready to submit for such a program. This would allow us to modernize and correct heating, cooling, and ventilation problems that have been ongoing for decades. Without such a program, it's unlikely that we would be able to independently fund and move these important projects forward. We've had to close schools because of lack of heat. We've also had many days where we have had to close schools early because they were too hot. We've had students pass out due to extreme heat in our schools in the past. We also know students will not be in a good position to learn when they are uncomfortable. It is also difficult to ask staff, especially custodial staff in the summer, to work within these extreme heating conditions. So I urge you to quickly pass provisions within HB 6922 forward. And just briefly, I'll comment on the governor's budget proposal and how it impacts schools. Hebron is one of the districts that is looking to lose funding in the implementation of the ECS formula. I think it's a simple ask to be held harmless during the phase-in, especially considering that the foundation of the formula has not been adjusted for inflation over the last couple of decades. I'd also just like to put a plug in for additional ECS dollars earlier than in the initial governor's proposal. $40 million is a great start, but it's coming a couple of years too late. We could really use that funding right now. We're supposed to be getting about 80% funded in the excess cost tiered system. And last year we only got about 70%. This year it's looking like 60. Without additional funding, it's probably going to be closer to 50 next year. And I'm concerned that the state is digging a hole that will be hard to fill. My son has special needs and would benefit personally from this kind of program. And so both as a parent, taxpayer, and superintendent, I urge you to look at excess costs really closely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Superintendent. Any questions? I would just say in regards to special ed and excess costs, I don't want to speak out of turn, but we are looking to do something about that real soon, because we do realize the resources that the governor has going to put in the budget does come in year 2, but we know the concern and the cost is an issue right now and will be an issue in 2026. But so with that being said, we are looking to do something around special education, put some resources there real soon. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have, one second, Lon Seidman.
Good afternoon. This is Lon Seidman from CABE, and I appreciate taking my call via Zoom today. So leaders and members of the Education Committee, I am Lon Seidman, Chair of the Essex Board of Education. I am also a member of the Region 4 Board of Education and CABE's VP for Government Relations, and we have just about over 1,400 elected local board members statewide. I don't have a lot of time. I've submitted written testimony with a lot of detail on a number of bills before you, so I will just summarize my remarks around the special education portion and hopefully be able to take some questions from you as well. In SB 1244, in regards to in-district special education support, we do support this bill with a few concerns. We think the step in the right direction here is looking at that tuition rate schedule that's been discussed. One thing to caution you all on is that you have to also factor in the location of these services to where the student is located. So we need to make sure that we're not creating an environment where certain services can't be provided to a student because of the rate schedule. And that was something to think about as this bill comes together. Additionally, we urge that the proposed $10 million grant for fiscal year 2027 is not delayed, as districts need that support now. I can tell you across CABE's leadership and within our members, we're working very hard to do more and more together through inter-district cooperation, especially in areas of special education where your needs and capacity shift from one year to the next, or sometimes 1 month to the next. And to have some support in place to make those collaborations more feasible, I think would help address some of the cost issues there. And then the proposed $40 million increase in excess cost reimbursement is welcomed, but still well below, as you all know, what is needed there. And I do want to say before I wrap up my remarks here, I've been on the board long enough to see just how effective these special education programs are, both the in-district ones, which we spend a lot of time in my district trying to keep students in district regionally, but also some of the out-of-district placements that they've been assigned to. I've been on long enough now to see children who've gone through the entire system, and to be able to see kids who came in very involved, to be able to support themselves, I think is shouldn't be lost as we discuss all the costs involved with this. And one of the important things to note is that special education is effective, and I think we can be paying for it in a much more efficient manner that doesn't sacrifice quality, because ultimately the taxing authority that is benefiting from special education is the state and federal government, and we should be looking at how we're funding these programs rolling forward. Very briefly, and I'll take some questions because I do have some other things I could probably discuss with you today. We are supportive of 6923, which is in regards to the smart devices in schools. It was good to see that local districts will have the authority to determine what's best for their districts. I know that within my district, we did spend a lot of time on the cell phone policy. We spent a lot of time with our students. We learned a lot as board members, listening to the students and what their concerns were. And we came up with a proposal that was very much in line with what our community wanted. And I think having local boards make those important policy decisions is absolutely critical. So in short today, we certainly need much more funding for special education. We are looking and willing to do more together to try and bring these costs down. And the excess cost reimbursement is something that definitely needs more funding to be able to meet the demands and needs of our students. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Lon. Any questions for Lon? Yes, Representative Manifesto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. My question is, you were saying you're looking for other ways to bring costs down. Can you just share with us a couple of those ideas?
Yeah, sure. So I think the key thing here is that districts do want to do more together. What we found in my town, so we have a weird regional system where we've got 3 towns in a regional 7 through 12, and then K-6 in separate elementary districts. And over the years, we've been slowly building up regional service centers, some of them actually clinical in nature, to deal with special education students, trying to keep them in district. Because ultimately, we believe, and this has been the case for many of these students as well, that in district is better. They're in their least restrictive environment. It costs less. It's hard often sometimes to show that to taxpayers. And this is my idea, not necessarily CABE's idea, but I think having some clearinghouse where we can match up the capacities that we have in certain districts versus the needs and be able to really accelerate those discussions to create those environments. Because unless these special ed directors are talking on a everyday basis, it's hard to line those things up. So I think that's one area where we can make a lot of progress just in trying to create those connections and allow for districts to more easily share services. There's a lot of other complicating factors in how we define school districts, which I won't get into today, but I think that's a big one. Another one that I would look at also, because I heard this from the superintendent from New Britain who testified prior, is that we have a lot of space in areas next to districts that might be bursting at the seams. And because of the way the space standards work now in the state, local districts are not incentivized to refurbish or renovate existing facilities that might be too large. And I think what we should be looking at are some ways that we can incentivize through maybe waiver of space standards to bring facilities up to code, make them able to take in special education students. We do have some things in statute now that allow for a bonus, if you will, when two districts get together to work on something. But if that building is too big, not only do you not get the bonus, you don't even get the base reimbursement level. So I think in that area, there's definitely some room to look at facilities and how the state might be able to support that through the construction grant program. One other thing that I think is, well, two other things that are worth talking about here is, and this is something that hit me this morning, and again, this is a layman here, but I know in certain parts of school construction, namely athletic fields and certain services like movers and other things, we have a state procurement process where companies can negotiate with the state, basically bid a contract that is then available to the rest of the state to use. So in the case of our recent athletic fields, for example, in my region, we were able to accelerate our athletic field process because we were able to work with a vendor who had already gone through the state procurement process. And when we're looking at this scheduling or this price schedule for different special education services, perhaps looking at some best practices that DAS is using currently might be able to create a scenario, at least where the state's aware of where all these programs are, maybe has negotiated some costs ahead of time and might be able to negotiate on behalf of districts. Again, this is my opinion, not that of my organization, but I'm seeing it working on the DAS side, and I think it's helped my district, at least with one construction project, at least that philosophy. Lastly, I think burden of proof is something that needs to be discussed, and I'm not suggesting that we throw out the entire due process system completely, but look at what other states are doing, because many states that have the burden of proof on the school district for due process hearings do have some carve-outs. For example, when there's a unilateral request to send a student off to a particular vendor, the burden of proof shifts to the person making that request to make sure that that vendor can provide the services. So I think there's a lot of little things that we can do that could add up to a lot.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any other questions? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have, it looks like it might be a student. Oh, I'm sorry, there's a question online. Representative Corpus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lana, I just had one question. Thank you for your testimony. I had one question about something you said. CABE supports a tuition rate schedule, but wants to make sure the rate schedule doesn't prohibit a student from receiving certain services they need. Can you elaborate on that concern?
Yeah, well, this is one of the challenges, I think, with special education in general. This is not a procurement process like an athletic field is, right? So we have a student who gets an individual education plan, and that student needs to have certain services provided. So it's difficult to say that this outplacement is going to cost my district the same as it might cost yours. And I think we have to be mindful in building a schedule. Our concern was more centered around the transportation and distances that might be involved there. Just to make sure that there might be a good reason for a particular service to be more expensive based on the geography that they're located in and the proximity to the student. So that was what we were talking about there. But just to think about that, because that could, at some point, perhaps a provider might say, I have this kid, but I can't meet the schedule. So they could decide to not have the kid go there anymore. So that's something to think about.
Thank you, and thank you for your response. Who else? Who's next? I'm gonna butcher your name, Namia. Is it Namyazi Edwards, student from Craig Schools.
Honorable chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Namyanzi Edwards, and I live in New Britain. I am a senior at the Academy of Aerospace and Engineering High School in Windsor, also known as AAE. I cannot stress the importance of your support for HB 6866 to preserve and expand funding for CREC magnet schools, which is a laudable step in the right direction, but is inadequate to ensure long-term sustainability for magnet schools. Please add additional funding to implement a long-term educational budget to support students statewide. Since kindergarten at CREC Discovery Academy to my experience at AAE, CREC has provided me with exposure to a diverse community from students to staff while delivering a transformative education. The international potlucks and events that are organized at school where I could showcase my traditional Ugandan dances without fear of discrimination are among my favorite experiences. I believe that the support I had from CREC to compete in the Invention Convention had a significant impact on my ability to advance to the national competition. Students at Discovery Academy are encouraged to take risks and be creative. Additionally, I was reassured that CREC's standards for diversity in education remained unchanged after I started middle school at AAE. For my middle school career, having the chance to learn computer aid design, construct elaborate robots, and while being taught by teachers of many ethnicities and cultures was phenomenal. Moving into my school's high school was seamless as I had the choice to pursue the computer science track, which gave me access to compete in hackathons for free and win the National Center for Women in Information Technology Aspirations in Computing Award for 2 consecutive years, standing out among over 3,500 applicants. My school is one of the few in Connecticut to have many ambitious female students to receive this recognition. As a result of being in such an engineer-centric environment, I never lost my passion for engineering and will pursue industrial engineering at Columbia starting this fall. It has been evident since the start of high school that my teachers and administration are approachable and supportive. I value the opportunity to take advanced courses in engaging settings where I feel included as a future leader of society. Over the past 3 years, I've served on the CREC Student Senate, and as time has passed, I am grateful to be present in the conversations about positive advancements within CREC. Specifically, CREC provided me with the resources to confidently compete in the Connecticut Science and Engineering Fair for the first time in my junior year. Despite competing against seasoned students, I won over 10 awards with this support. This recognition led to the opportunity to compete in the International Genius Olympiad in New York, an opportunity I never thought possible without the financial support of CREC. Respectfully, I ask that you enable magnet schools to continue offering outstanding opportunities to students across Connecticut who are seeking resources outside of what their local district can supply. Please support the funding needed to implement a long-term educational budget for students statewide and keep your promise of investing in the future of all students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Edwards, with your very informative and passionate explanation of your high school experience. Would you say you have enjoyed your experience from middle school through high school at AAE?
Yes, and even K through 12 within CREC.
Oh, so you've been going to a CREC school since you were elementary?
Since I was 5.
Okay. And Mr. Johnson's your principal?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Patterson is a friend of yours?
Yes, she is. Mentor.
I'm sure she is. And next year you'll be going on to Columbia, is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Do you think your education will provide you, prepared you for that experience at Columbia next year?
Yes, the project-based curriculum at Aerospace is really like a useful resource for being prepared for college that I think is unique.
Okay. Well, again, I thank you for coming up and testifying. And you know, it takes a lot for a young person to come up to this committee to do this, but I'm gonna tell you, sister, you did a great job.
Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate you coming up to advocate, because a lot of kids don't really come on to advocate for their school or their school systems often. I don't see that, especially children that are Black and brown. I don't hear that a lot when people come up here and say, yes, I love my school system. Yes, I love my school. Yes, they did a great job. We don't hear that often, but I'm glad you had that experience in our public schools in the state of Connecticut. And again, I thank you for coming up here and testifying. Any other questions, comments from my colleague, Mr. Representative Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Namiazi, thank you for testifying today. I'm only a slight bit jealous that you go to AAE instead of Comp Sci High where I teach. But no, fantastic job. I mean, you've laid out all the reasons why you've had such a great experience in the magnet school. And I want to also use this to put a plug in for the bill that we have in 1288 that has the provision about civic seals. What you've just done would be a great example of something that will go towards earning you'd be well on your way towards earning that civic seal that shows that in addition to all those academic pursuits, you've also been prepared to act civically in your community and to speak out on behalf of things that you care about and believe in. So kudos to you. Thank you for using your voice, which most people at your age haven't figured out. Most adults haven't yet figured out how to use. So thank you for doing that and for your advocacy, and best of luck to you the rest of this school year and certainly going forward in your life. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Rep. Dauphiné.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to say quite impressive. Thank you for coming to testify today.
Thank you, Representative.
Rep. Leeper.
One last sort of thank you. It was a really thorough testimony about the impacts of all the different things that CREC's been able to invest in you and your peers, right? And how you're now going to be prepared to be successful and likely give back. And I just want to say, I hope you'll come back to us. I can't wait to hear how Columbia goes and for you to provide us more feedback about how CREC prepared you for that experience. So thank you for coming today. Oh, I'm sorry, you have one more. Representative McGee.
Thank you so much for your testimony today, Namianzi. Just a brief comment. I know I am just meeting you, but I'm extremely proud of you as a brilliant Ugandan STEMinist, woman in STEM. And so I just want to encourage you to keep using your voice. The reality is that many of my colleagues are incredible teachers, but the reality is many of us have not been in classrooms as students in a bit, and I will speak for myself. I graduated in 2012, so I haven't been in a classroom like you have. So you have to come and use your voice because you are a reflection and a representation and a beneficiary of the legislation that we pass in this building. I think your testimony has made the most impact on me today as a recipient of why it's important to pass legislation and making sure that we're funding education properly. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to try to say it, but I want you to say it, your name, Paula. Oh, no, it's not Paula. I'm sorry. It's Panisha. Panisha?
Ponsa.
Ponsa. All right.
Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and all honorable members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story. My name is Pahansa Samarakun. I'm 16 years old and a junior at the CREC Academy of Aerospace and Engineering. My school is located in Windsor, which is also where I live. I live with my immigrant parents, and I'm a first-generation immigrant, and we are constituents of Senator McCrory and Representative Khan. I'm here today to ask for your support in creating a long-term, equitable funding plan for CREC magnet schools and schools across Connecticut. In 2010, at the age of 2, I came to the USA from Sri Lanka with a green card. My early childhood in the States was marked by constant transitions, switching from school to school, moving from place to place. No matter where I went, it felt like nothing truly resembled home. For a time, I was homeschooled, but I longed to be around other kids. As a 2-year-old, I watched American cartoons where children laughed, made friends, and experienced school together. I want to experience that more than anything, to belong, to be a part of something, to have a place where I felt accepted. So you can imagine how thrilled I was when we first moved to Connecticut. My parents found a local preschool, and I was excited to finally have a long-term place to attend and make my first friends. However, my experience wasn't as smooth as I hoped. I struggled with cultural differences, language barriers, and even bullying. I dreaded going to preschool, feeling like an outsider in a place that was supposed to feel safe. From this experience, I learned to persevere through tough times. Despite the challenges, I held on to hope. When I finished preschool and started attending Crex Aerospace Elementary School for kindergarten, a new chapter began in my life. The environment at this school was very different. People didn't care about my thick Sri Lankan accent or the traditional foods I brought for lunch. They embraced it. Suddenly, the dread of school started to disappear. Being a Crex student has provided me with numerous opportunities. I've been able to take on leadership roles, develop valuable skills, and contribute to my school and community. These experiences have not only helped me grow academically, but they've also shaped my character. I currently serve the Crex community as a student senator, and one of my proudest achievements was creating a proposal for the installation of outdoor sports cameras, something our school didn't have before. My proposal was accepted, and now these cameras capture important moments and achievements that will help athletes submit film to colleges in hopes of pursuing athletic and academic scholarships. I also manage the media for the CASIAC, serve as vice president of the Capital Region Athletic League Student Board, and I'm the captain of my track team. Currently, I am working on implementing an Asian Heritage Club at my school to help my peers better understand and appreciate our shared cultures. This initiative is inspired by my own experience as an immigrant, where I struggled with feeling understood and belonging. I want to provide a space where students can celebrate diversity and feel valued. This upcoming summer, I will have the privilege of studying at Yale University through their Young Global Scholars Program, a highly selective and prestigious program, an opportunity that wouldn't have been possible without the support and resources provided by CREC. The sole purpose of a school isn't just to provide education. It's to be a safe space where students can grow, feel supported, and develop a sense of belonging. CREC has provided me with that environment where I've been able to thrive academically and personally. It's not just about the classes I've taken, but about the confidence I've gained in being my authentic self, surrounded by a diverse community that has broadened my perspective. However, I know that not every student in Connecticut has access to these same opportunities, and that's why I'm asking for your support in creating a long-term, student-centered, equitable funding plan to not only support Craig Magnet schools, but all schools across Connecticut. Every student deserves a chance to succeed, and equitable funding is a key to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you also for your testimony. You're also a student at A&E, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Sounds like you might be a junior, is that correct?
Yep.
Sounds like you know what you want to do when you leave high school, is that correct?
Yes.
And what college would you like to attend when you get out of here and go on to higher education?
I'm still deciding on that, but I'm leaning towards Yale.
Okay, do you know what you want to study yet?
I want to major in political science and then pursue a career as being a lawyer.
Okay, so you feel as though your school has prepared you, this A&E has prepared you for that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you want to see other kids have that same experience?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay, okay. I like that. Again, I appreciate you for coming up here and taking your time out your busy schedule to come over here and testify and tell the state of Connecticut what works for you and people like you. You mentioned multiple times that you had a diverse environment. That also includes diversity in teaching also?
Yes, very diverse student body and administration.
You feel as though those teachers can relate to you pretty well?
Yes.
Right, and they help you through your process, probably understood some stuff that others wouldn't?
Yes, I had a teacher, Miss Champere. I had asked her to help me with my accent because I was really ashamed of it, and she helped me a lot.
Right. Okay. Well, again, thank you for coming up there. Thank you for your civic duty. I'm sure Representative Brown going to mention something about that because, you know, that's what it's all about. Appreciate you. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Hansa, thank you again. Yet another perfect example. If I could give you the civic seal already, I would. Congratulations to you for everything you've accomplished so far. And I know you've got so much more yet to go. You actually touched on a point that I want to highlight. And let me clarify first with this question. You mentioned having moved around after immigrating. Did you move once you were already established as a student within CREC?
Originally, I lived in the north end of Hartford. And then I moved to Windsor because it was closer to AAE.
Right. And so you didn't have to change schools.
Nope.
Right. So yeah, I think one of the highlights that people maybe don't realize about the magnet schools is that they allow students, especially students in highly transient populations, to be able to establish and maintain that school community that they're a part of. We have a tremendous housing shortage, affordable housing shortage in the state of Connecticut, and it impacts certain communities more than others. And one of the benefits and the beauties of the magnet school system is that if a student enters a school, but then has to move anywhere still within the magnet region, they can stay in that school. They can stay with their friends. They can stay with their teachers and the community that they've been a part of growing and developing. So that's a tremendous benefit to you, and it shows. You're an example of why that is a good thing and why that works. So thank you again, and I look forward to seeing where you go from here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And both of you have really reminded us exactly what's at stake and what this work's all about. And, several hours into a public hearing, that's really important. So thank you for coming before us today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Next, we have Kayla Priolo.
Good afternoon, Senator Anwar, Representative Foster, and all honorable members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide student testimony today. My name is Kayla Priolo, and I am a sophomore at the Greater Hartford Academy of the Arts, full day, and a CREC student senator. This is my second year at a CREC magnet school, and I can already say it has been one of the most life-changing experiences of my life. Attending the Greater Hartford Academy of the Arts has not only nurtured my creativity, but has also pushed me to become more independent and confident in my abilities. Before coming here, I had talent and passion, but the Arts Academy continues to help me refine my skills, problem solve, and take academic and artistic risk. Think outside the box and truly embrace the artist within me. The opportunity to learn from both professional and certified academic teachers is a unique advantage that provides a well-rounded education. One of the most powerful things about this school is the sense of community it fosters. The school community doesn't just work alongside each other. We collaborate, uplift, and inspire one another. Whether it's in the classroom, on stage, or behind the scenes, the Arts Academy has shown me the importance of teamwork and how working as an ensemble can create something truly beautiful. For example, a recent experience, our school just recently put on the production of Hadestown, an award-winning musical, transforming a class time to rehearsal time. Sophomores, juniors, and seniors had the chance to connect in a meaningful way through movement and music. Now these are people we talk to every day. Students who once kept to themselves are opening up, and everything feels so different. I've learned that art is not just an individual expression, but more importantly, it's art about connecting with others and strengthening a creative process. Even though I've only been here for 2 years, this experience has shaped my vision for the future in ways I've never expected. It has opened my eyes to new possibilities and a deeper understanding of who I am and who I want to be and what I want to do. Therefore, I'm asking for your support in creating a long-term, student-centered, equitable funding plan to not only support CREC magnet schools, but all schools across Connecticut. Every student deserves a chance to succeed in a supportive and safe environment. Equitable funding is critical to making that happen. I am beyond grateful for everything this school has provided me, and I can't wait to see how it continues to shape me in the years to come. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for that testimony, Kayla. We really appreciate you coming before our committee and sharing your experience and advocating so that everyone can have an experience like you did.
Thank you.
Kayla, you did a great job also. You're over at GUI, huh?
Yes, I do.
What kind of what are you studying? What kind of arts are you studying? Performing art or
I do theater, dance, and music.
theater, dance, and music?
Yes.
Okay. All right. When's the next audition?
We have a show coming up actually now. It's an original from our music director. It's called The Burrows. I am not auditioning, but you should still come out and see it. I think
Oh, you know, I will definitely come see it. That
Yes.
used to be a place that I used to work, and I love the performances of the students there. And I'm
Really?
glad you're having a great experience, like many of the students that had a great experience that come from the arts. And I really will. I do enjoy the arts, and I will definitely come see that. When is in the spring?
It's in the springtime.
Okay. Okay. Again, thanks for testifying. Any other questions, comments? Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony today. How long did you say you've been attending this school?
2 years. I'm a sophomore.
So can you just highlight what stood out to you immediately that was so different from the school you came from? Because obviously you've just thrived there. There must have been some very clear elements that stood out to you that made you quickly reeled you in. Can you just kind of explain that a little bit?
I think one thing that really made me pick this school is that it would bring out a side of me that has not really, I've been shy to bring out. With my creativity side, leadership, it just brought out a whole bunch of different things, and I'm grateful for it. And it's very diverse. It's a very diverse community. It's not just sticking to one thing. So I'm also grateful for that too.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Adela Furman from
Hi, good morning.
Correct. Hi there. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Oh, I forgot it's the afternoon at this point. So, good afternoon to Senator Lesser, Representative Turco, and all honorable members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity for me to provide student testimony today. My name is Adela Furman, and I'm a resident of Newington. I'm currently a senior at the Greater Hartford Academy of the Arts, which is a CREC magnet school. As a CREC student, I've had the opportunity to become a college student and excel in dual enrollment courses for free on the campus of Central Connecticut State University. The benefits of this experience are beyond valuable. Most specifically, as a first-generation college student, I had the opportunity to see myself as a student in a college setting without the burden of cost of attendance and materials. I'm asking for your support in creating a long-term, equitable funding plan for CREC magnet schools and schools across Connecticut. My parents chose to put me in CREC Museum Academy for kindergarten after watching the documentary Waiting for Superman. As two people without degrees, my parents have always wanted more for me and my younger brother, who's also a CREC student. They knew by placing me in a CREC magnet school, I would receive the support I needed to secure my future, and they were right. Opportunities both in and outside the classroom have provided me with a myriad of options for colleges to attend in the fall of 2025, with some still pending. While my parents are the reason I started at CREC, the school communities are the reason I have stayed. I feel both safe and supported on a daily basis. I know that when I walk in every morning, if my clinical depression makes it feel as though the world is caving in, I can go to my Dean of Students office to have someone to sit with. Or on days like today, where it feels like nothing can shake me, I can go to my school counselor and tell her about all the exciting things that have happened over the recent school break. Just this morning, I showed up to my school's counselor's office, no meeting, no email, and she just sat down with me to prepare my interview with Princeton University this week. My goals and successes are a priority for the staff in the building. The support I have received is the reason I am here today in front of you. Without the supports, I would have probably long since dropped out of school, but I haven't. Instead, I have thrived and found a new sense of motivation and pride. I urge you to continue to fight for long-term funding plan, not only for me, but for students who feel like me, so that they may also have someone to sit with them on the days where it may feel like the sky can fall in. Thank you for your time and support.
Thank you so much for your testimony and sharing your experience.
Thank you.
No questions? Best of luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Oralis Guzman.
Buenas tardes, senador McCrory, representante Liper, senador Beter, representante Sucus y todos los miembros del Comité de Educación. Mi nombre es Oralis Guzmán, soy miembro del colectivo de defensa y de la coalición de Conérico para Todos. Mi hijo es estudiante en una escuela pública de Hartford y fue diagnosticado con déficit de atención e hiperactividad. Estoy testificando hoy para hacer comentarios sobre la SEB 1244 y HB 6866. Les pedimos agregar un aumento adicional de 545 millones al financiamiento de educación y que se actualice la fórmula de SCS de Conérico para garantizar un financiamiento más adecuado y equitativo basado en las necesidades de los estudiantes, incluida la adición de un factor para la educación especial. Cuando mi hijo tenía 7 años, su pediatra recomendó que se le hiciera una evaluación, la cual en ese momento no se le pudo hacer en la escuela porque no había psicóloga y trabajadora social. Entonces todo se quedó sin resolver. Después su pediatra lo recomendó a una terapista, la cual recomendó que mi hijo recibiera ayuda en su escuela actual, pero no está recibiendo la ayuda que necesita porque sigue teniendo problemas con su aprendizaje. Ya he tenido en este año escolar 2 reuniones del PPT. En la primera me dijeron que sí calificaba para cierto apoyo dentro de la escuela y se hizo un plan que solo funcionó la primera semana. Por eso pedí una revisión. Yo necesitaba una evaluación general que incluyera todo en su nivel académico. En la reunión me dijeron que no aplicaba para educación especial, solo porque está encima de cierto nivel que ellos ponen. Como madre conozco a mi hijo y veo que él necesita ayuda. Veo su frustración en su aprendizaje y me siento muy mal por no poder ayudarlo. Ahora le están dando tutoría 2 días por semana, lo cual es muy poco para el atraso académico que él tiene. En la escuela me dijeron que no contaba con personal porque tuvieron muchos despidos y que iban a hacer lo que pudiera con los pocos recursos que tiene la escuela. Necesitamos que financien el 100% la subvención por exceso de gastos de educación especial, lo que significaría alrededor de $4 millones en fondos adicionales para nuestras escuelas de Hartford. También necesitamos que contraten más personal para ayudar a los maestros. No estén haciendo despidos de maestros con experiencia y páguenles un justo salario para que puedan atender las necesidades de aprendizaje de nuestros hijos. La falta de personal en las escuelas afecta el aprendizaje como le está pasando ahora a mi hijo. También debemos garantizar que los profesionales ganen un salario digno y debemos establecer tasas máximas de matrícula para que los programas privados de educación especial sean aprobados. Nuestros estudiantes tienen mucho potencial, los educadores y proveedores tienen mucho que dar. Sin mayores inversiones de apoyo en los distritos y en las escuelas, las necesidades seguirán siendo satisfacerse, los educadores seguirán agotándose y el potencial de los jóvenes será limitado. Ahora es el momento de tomar medidas reales, aumentando los fondos y mejorando los servicios para todos los niños de nuestro estado. Muchas gracias por su atención.
I'll translate. Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Zupkus, and all members of the Education Committee. My name is Oralis Guzman. I'm a member of Colectivo Defensa and the Connecticut for All Coalition. My son is a student in the Hartford Public Schools and was diagnosed with attention deficit disorder and hyperactivity disorder. When he was 7 years old, his pediatrician recommended that he get an evaluation, which at the time could not be done at the school because there was no psychologist or social worker. So everything was left unresolved. Then his pediatrician referred him to a therapist who recommended that my son get help at his current school, but he is not getting the help he needs because he continues to have problems with his learning. I have already had 2 PPTs meetings this school year. At the first one, I was told that he did qualify for some school support and a plan was made that only worked for 1 week. So I asked for a review and it was not working. I needed an overall evaluation, including everything in his academic development. At the meeting, they told me that he did not qualify for special education support because he is above a certain academic level they set. As a mother, I know my son and I see that he needs help. I see his frustration in his learning and I feel bad that I can't help him. Now they are tutoring him, but not enough. At the school, they told me that they didn't have enough staff because they had a lot of layoffs and they were going to do what they could with the few resources that the school has. We need the legislature to fund 100% of the special education excess cost grant, which would mean an additional $4 million for Hartford Public Schools. We need folks to hire more staff to help the teachers. Don't lay off experienced teachers and pay them a fair salary so they can meet the learning needs of our children. Understaffing in schools affects learning, as has happened to my son. We must also ensure that paraprofessionals earn a living wage, and we must establish maximum tuition rates for approved private special education programs. Our students have so much potential, and educators and providers have so much to give. Without these investments and supports in district, these needs will continue to go unmet, educators will continue to be depleted, and the potential of young people will continue to be limited. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that testimony.
Gracias por compartir su testimonio.
Seeing no questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
No hay preguntas.
Thank you.
Next, Isabel Rivera.
Hola, mi nombre es Isabel Rivera y tengo un hijo en 6º grado en Hartford. Soy miembro del colectivo de defensa y de la coalición Conérico para Todos. Estoy testificando hoy sobre SB 1244 y HB 6866. Les pedimos agregar aumento adicional de 545 millones a los fondos de educación y que se actualice la fórmula de ESC para garantizar lo que necesitamos nuestros estudiantes, incluyendo con factor para la educación especial. Mi hijo recibe servicios de educación especial por su retraso académico. Hay una sola maestra de educación especial por toda la escuela. Ella nunca puede ayudar a un estudiante más de 1 hora por semana porque tiene tantos estudiantes que tiene que apoyar. Como madre, yo sé que es bien difícil tener 2 o 3 hijos en casa, entonces imagínense estar en el lugar de una maestra con 30 niños y no tener ayuda de nadie. Además, los niños de educación especial de varias condiciones necesitan varios apoyos específicos y un ambiente tranquilo para enfocarse y aprender como lo puede lograr una sola maestra. Este problema que enfrenta mi hijo no viene de un año, viene desde sus 11 años. Hay muchas investigaciones sobre la educación y sabemos que la intervención temprana son las más efectivas. Estoy segura de que si se le hubiera atendido desde el principio, ahora estaría sin retraso. Este problema no es solo actual, porque vemos que hay jóvenes que ya se graduaron y ahora están viviendo con un retraso permanente a causa de esta deficiencia del sistema. La deficiencia de maestros crea más problemas en las escuelas y la sociedad y después hacen falta más recursos, más servicios y más personal para arreglar el problema. Mientras menos maestros tenemos este año, más vamos a necesitar en educación especial el próximo año. En Hartford, si deciden financiar el 100% la subvención por exceso de gastos de educación especial, recibiremos $4 millones en fondos adicionales para nuestras escuelas en Hartford. Esto cambiaría la vida de nuestros estudiantes. Nuestros estudiantes tienen un potencial increíble y los educadores y proveedores de servicios tienen mucho que dar. Yo recomiendo a nuestros legisladores pagar un salario justo para que se queden los maestros con experiencia que ya tenemos, contratar más maestros y darles todo el entrenamiento y apoyo profesional que necesitan para hacer su trabajo. Las condiciones laborales de nuestros maestros son las condiciones educativas de nuestros hijos.
My name is Isabel Rivera, and I have a son in 6th grade in Hartford Public Schools. I'm a member of Colectivo de Defensa and the Connecticut For All Coalition. I am testifying today on SB 1244 and HB 6866. We're asking you to add an additional $545 million to the education funding and to update the ECS formula to ensure that our students' needs are met, including adding a factor for or a weight for special education. My son currently receives special education services for his academic delays. There is also only one special education teacher for the entire school. She can only spend 1 hour per week with each special education student because she has so many students she has to support. As a mother, I had the opportunity to visit my son's class and put myself in the teacher's shoes. It's pretty difficult to have 2 or 3 children at home. So imagine yourself in a place of a teacher who is in charge of a class of 30 students and doesn't have help from anyone. On top of that, special education students have various conditions that need a variety of specific supports and a calm environment in which to focus and learn. How can one teacher achieve this? This academic delay problem my son is facing doesn't come from just 1 year. It's been coming for 11 years. There is a lot of research on education, and we know that early interventions are the most effective. I am sure that if he had been served from the beginning, he now would not have delays and be taking his grade level classes. This is not just a current problem because we see that there are young people who have already graduated from our schools and are now living with a permanent delay because of this deficiency in the system. The lack of teachers creates more problems in the schools and in our society, and then more resources, more services, and more personnel are needed to fix those problems. The fewer teachers we have this year, the more we will need special education next year, just to fix the damage from the lack of these critical services. In Hartford, if they decide to fund 100% of the special education excess grant, we would receive $4 million in additional funding. This will change the lives of our students. Our students have incredible potential, and educators and providers have so much to give. I urge our leaders to pay fair wages, to keep experienced teachers we already have, hire more teachers, and give them all the training and professional support in district they need to do their jobs. The working conditions of our teachers are the learning conditions of our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I think we have Constanza Segovia.
That's me.
Oh,
I have my own testimony.
Perfect.
Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Subcus, and all members of the Education Committee. My name is Constanza Segovia. I'm a parent of Hartford Public Schools. I'm part of the Fight for HPS Community Coalition that we formed last year to fight for school funding at the municipal level for Hartford Public Schools. I am also an organizer with Colectivo de Defensa and the organizing director of the Connecticut for All Coalition, a statewide coalition fighting for a better future for everyone in Connecticut. I'm testifying on SB 1244 and HB 6866. We urge you to add additional $545 million to increase education funding and to make sure that we have equitable resources for our students to meet their needs, including 50% weight for special education. In fiscal year 23-24, the state ended the year with $400 million in surplus in its general fund and $4.1 billion in its budget reserve fund. The state has the money to prioritize our students, and the way to fund our education needs is not to take money away from other programs, but to make a substantial modification to the fiscal guardrails this session so that we can address the issues facing our schools in a real and serious way. This is the fiscally responsible thing to do, and it will boost our economy and our communities. Our legislature should also consider creating new progressive revenue policies to fund key services like public education. We have seen tax justice policies work really well in neighboring states, and in the current political climate, having sustainable revenue at the state level can serve as a safety net in the face of potential federal cuts. The rainy day fund is $4 billion. This will not cover our needs statewide if, for example, Medicaid is cut. Our hope is that this body will increase funding by adjusting the formula for inflation for school funding and increasing weights in these unique learning areas. Increase from 30 to 40% for economically disadvantaged students, from 15 to 20% to areas of concentrated poverty, 25 to 35% for multilingual learners, and 50% added weight for students with disabilities. We also want to emphasize the need for in-district support for staff at our schools. It is so much cheaper to do that way, and it's just more effective in terms of the school climate and the actual services that our students are getting inside the school. And like some of the previous testifiers mentioned, these are long-term investments, right? Like we hear success stories from students who are now being accepted to Columbia and Yale, right? Like these are amazing stories that we should be getting from everywhere in the state, not just one or two schools. We know how to do good schools, and we refuse to do it for everybody in our state. And I encourage you to also look at programs like Funding Pact, which creates free tuition opportunities for income eligible students that are attending state universities. Students need support at home and at school, and we must take seriously the economic pressures on our communities and our students themselves. You cannot be focused in school if you're homeless or if your family is facing an eviction. We can't expect parents to support with homework or be involved in school activities if they have to work 3 jobs to make ends meet. Our paraprofessionals are also Hartford Public School parents. Our custodians are also Hartford Public School parents. Many of them have joined our community coalition with concerns about their own kids' education, and also because they're concerned about their job security with looming layoffs. Our communities are so deeply connected, and the legislature must take a holistic approach to fixing all of these issues so that everybody in our state can have an opportunity to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Just for the record, couldn't agree more. Every single child in our state should have the opportunity to get the quality of education of the students we heard previously. So thank you so much. Next, Maria Reyes. Thank you very much.
Hello, no entra, está en video. Ok, ¿me escuchan?
Sí, te escuchamos. Puedes empezar.
Ok, gracias. Senador Mascrori, representante Lippert, senador Bester, representante Slupu y miembro del Comité de Educación. Mi nombre es María Reyes y soy proveedora de cuidado infantil familiar en el hogar en Westbury, Connecticut, y orgullosa presidenta del Family Child Care Council del medio de SCIU Local 2001 Family Child Care Council, un sindicato que representa a 25,000 trabajadores estatales, municipales, de la Junta de Educación y activos y jubilados, del sector público y privado, incluidos los proveedores de cuidado infantil en el hogar, que participan en el programa de cuidado infantil de Care for Kids. Ofrezco el siguiente testimonio sobre los proyectos de la Ley de Cámara de Representantes 6867 y 6921. He dedicado mi vida al cuidado y educación de los niños en mi hogar. Como proveedora de cuidado infantil profesional y certificada en desarrollo infantil, he acompañado a muchos niños desde que nacen hasta después de su graduación. No solo cuido niños, ayudo también a formar la base para el futuro y apoyar a sus familiares en los momentos más difíciles. Uno de los ejemplos más impactantes de mi trabajo fue ayudar a una familia a obtener un diagnóstico de autismo para su hijo. Noté señales tempranas, hablé con los padres y los guié en el proceso de evaluación. También los ayudé a encontrar recursos y apoyo para su hijo. Sin este tipo de intervención temprana, muchos niños no reciben la ayuda que necesitan a tiempo. Aprecio la invención en educación temprana, en el compromiso con el acceso universal al preescolar. Sin embargo, estos fondos deben distribuirse de manera justa para incluir a las proveedoras de cuidado infantil familiar. La educación empieza a los 3 o 4 años. Comienza en nuestro hogar, donde los niños aprenden las primeras palabras, desarrollan habilidades sociales y reciben amor y apoyo. También vemos todos los días cómo las familias luchan para pagar el cuidado infantil. Los costos de la vida siguen aumentando y muchos padres no pueden cubrir su parte del pago. Necesitamos más apoyo financiero para que las familias puedan acceder al cuidado infantil sin poner en riesgo su estabilidad económica. Cuando los padres pueden trabajar sin preocuparse por quien cuida a sus hijos, toda la economía se fortalece. Atender las necesidades de cuidado infantil de la familia de Conérico es una prioridad para todo en esta sesión legislativa. Ahora es el momento de actuar para que los padres, los niños y los proveedores tengan los recursos que necesitamos. Recuerden que los proveedores deben de ser parte de la solución de los problemas relacionados con el cuidado infantil. Le pedimos que continúen luchando nuestras voces, escuchándonos, solicita nuestra opinión mientras trabaja en la legislatura sobre cuidado infantil. Juntos podemos construir un sistema sólido que ponga a nuestros hijos en primer lugar, que beneficie a los padres y garantice que los proveedores reciban una compensación justa y respetuosa. Gracias por escuchar mis testimonios, María Reyes.
Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Bethel, Representative Zucas, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Maria Reyes, and I'm a home-based family child care provider in Waterbury and a proud member of CSEA SEIU Local 2001, a labor union representing 25,000 state municipal board of education active and retired public and private sector workers, including the home-based providers who participate in the Care for Kids child care program. I offer the following testimony on House Bill 6867 and 6921. I have dedicated my life to caring for and educating children in my home. As a family child care provider and a certified early childhood professional, I have supported many children from birth through graduation. Don't just provide care, I help shape the future and support their families through critical moments. One of the most meaningful experiences in my career was helping a family get an autism diagnosis for their child. I noticed early signs, spoke with the parents, and guided them through the evaluation process. I also helped them find resources and support services. Without this kind of early intervention, many children would not receive the help they need in time. I appreciate the investment in early childhood education and the commitment to universal preschool. However, these funds must be distributed fairly to include family child care providers. Education doesn't start at the age of 3 or 4. It begins in our homes, where children learn their first words, develop social skills, and receive love and support. Every day, we see families struggling to afford childcare. The cost of living keeps rising, and many parents can't cover their portion of the payment. We need more financial support so families can access childcare without risking their financial stability. When parents can work without worrying about who will care for their children, the entire economy benefits. Addressing the childcare needs of the family of Connecticut is a priority for everyone in this legislative session. Now is the time to act so that parents, children, and providers have the resources we need. Please remember that providers must be a part of the solution to the problem around childcare. We ask that you continue to hear our voices and seek our input as you work on childcare legislation. Together, we can build a strong system that puts our kids first, benefit parents, and ensures that providers are compensated fairly and respectfully. Thank you for hearing my testimony. Maria Reyes, Waterbury.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes, for your testimony. Is there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, I thank you, and we will move along to Mallory Page.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Supkis, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of House Bill 6867 and Act creating the Universal Preschool Endowment. My name is Mallory Page, and I'm a Region 5 Parent Cabinet member with the Office of Early Childhood. I'm a member of my town's Early Head Start Policy Council, a Yukon PEP facilitator, and a small business owner with the state of Connecticut. Still, most importantly, I'm a mother to 6 daughters, ages 19, 18, 11, 9, 6, and 5. I also have been blessed with the opportunity to become a legal guardian to my 3 brothers once our mother died 10 years ago. I've been a resident of Danbury for over 30 years, and I've experienced various walks of life, but all necessary to the full circle moment today. Before I ever became a parent, I used to volunteer after school at the early learning daycare center that my mother worked and my little brothers attended. That was almost 22 years ago, and as you can see, the impact of early childcare has left an imprint on my heart at an early age. From my perspective as a teenager, I watched my mother struggle. Once she got the opportunity to place my brothers in early childcare, it created a space for her to get some much needed professional help. It allowed her to identify the needs in our home. It ignited for a desire for her to go back out into the workforce and become a teacher's aide. I had my daughter at 18 years old and I struggled with a lot of the things, but most of the time it had to do with having childcare or a babysitter. Her father had a better paying job, so I was forced to leave mine because we couldn't afford to pay for childcare along with bills. While at home, I decided to enroll in college online, and my advisor mentioned the Care for Kids program. With the program, not only was I able to put my daughter in daycare, but it was for full time, which meant I could go back to work. Upon returning soon after, we were faced with our next issue, and that was not qualifying for Care for Kids. Along with me having a second pregnancy and becoming pregnant with my second daughter. Having two children qualified us for Care for Kids again, which means at 12 weeks old, my daughter was able to attend daycare with her sister. I went back to work at Carter's Relocation as a relocation specialist. Being able to work and attend school was a blessing for my family. Having a career and financial stability made life easier to maintain our home, boosted our confidence as young parents, and give us the desire to do more. My 4 other daughters all attended early childhood learning centers between the ages of 7 to 12 weeks. After my last 2 daughters were of age, they too started Head Start, which prompted me to join the policy council that I'm on today. I have 1 child left in pre-K who is fully prepared and ready to go to kindergarten this fall. If the House Bill 6867 were to pass, it would help families throughout Connecticut from various backgrounds by offering affordable and high-quality childcare that not all children and families have access to. It would provide ease to a complicated system by offering affordability, eligibility, access to care, and support for children with disabilities. It would allow parents to gain more income and better support for their families. Lastly, and my favorite part, is that it will increase wages for teachers and staff, which is vital to maintaining quality education and care. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee. Representative Comey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mallory, for your testimony. I really think that you illustrated quite perfectly the struggles that a lot of families and parents, the decisions they have to make, everything that they struggle with, and how it impacts the kids, right? And so I just want to thank you for coming here and sharing your story, your personal stories. They matter a lot. And I also just want to thank you for your participation on the child cabinet as well, because I know that that is a very valuable resource for us as legislators, and appreciate all your dedicated time.
Thank you. It's a wonderful opportunity as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Page, for your testimony, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
Next up, we have Stephanie Wanzer from CEA.
Good afternoon. Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Zupkus, Representative Brown, and the rest of the Distinguished Education Committee. On behalf of the Connecticut Education Association, we submit this testimony from myself, a member of the Special Ed Task Force and CEA Treasurer, Tara Flaherty, parent member of the Special Education Task Force and CEA Secretary, and Orlando Rodriguez, Research and Policy Development Specialist for CEA. CEA represents nearly 40,000 active educators in 155 school districts across the state. I'm here for CEA in support of SB 1244, an act making investments in in-district special education with the exception of Section 4. Section 4 creates a new grant incentive in districts to replace approved private special education programs with a new local or regional Board of Education program. It's not necessary for boards of education to create new in-district programs for special education since RESCs, which are public schools, are already tasked to focus on these services. The proposed grant could instead target RESCs to expand their services to more local or regional boards of eds. Please also consider that there is a shortage of special education teachers, and creating new in-district programs could worsen that shortage and increase class size. For years, I've listened to the rep council at CES asking for just that in Lower Fairfield to help their districts service their students in their own communities instead of transporting them to a different town in Connecticut. From 2019 to 2022, tuition for private residential and out of placements in Connecticut increased 22% in 4 years. While costs increased, the number of outplaced students during that time decreased. It is important to note that the increase in expenditures is not because there are more students being outplaced, it's because more is being charged for outplaced students. However, issues in underfunding, higher workloads, and understaffing in related services and para support continue to compromise the delivery of special ed services to students in district and outplaced. The Connecticut Post reported that the highest salary for school superintendents in Connecticut was $315,000. A CEA review of filings of APSEPs found exorbitant compensation over $400,000 annually for the executives of 7 providers. The highest individual compensation in 2021 was $1.4 million. You can hire an additional 17 special education teachers for the price of one ASEP, who was paid $1.4 million. Sadly, the bad practices of some providers call for tightened oversights of these ASEPs. We believe a fixed price schedule is needed to rein in runaway pricing for special education services charged by some of these private providers. Furthermore, there must be a cap on executive compensation. More private sector providers are not nonprofit charitable organizations and should not have for-profit executive pay. It may surprise you that at least one ASEP is a foreign profit, foreign stock corporation. In conclusion, the annual reporting proposed in this bill should also include disclosure of total compensations for the highest paid individuals of APSEPs, whether the APSEP is nonprofit or for-profit, and who owns the APSEP. We look forward to working with the State Department of Ed on developing a methodology to determine a fair maximum fixed price schedule, and I thank the committee for addressing the challenging topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. All right, seeing no comments. Have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Fran Rabinowitz.
Good afternoon, honorable chairs, Representative Leeper and Doug McCrory, Representative Brown, and Ranking Member Zupkis. I'm very pleased to be here this afternoon, and I was so happy to be able to be here to hear the students speak about their experiences. It's exhilarating. So I'm here as the Executive Director of the Connecticut Association of Public School Superintendents. We have submitted written testimony for most of the bills that you are hearing today, but I'd like to comment briefly on House Bill 6866, the governor's budget. I want to begin by saying that it's certainly a step in the right direction. We are very pleased that excess cost has come up and is definitely a concern of the Education Committee. We're thrilled with the press conference this morning that talked about $40 million to help out with this year's expenses. And although we're short over $100 million, it again is a step in the right direction. We also mightily endorse the investment in district-based special ed programs. As a former superintendent, I know that we all try to do the least restrictive environment for our kids. And if we can educate them in district with our staff, we're more than happy to do that. So we think that's a great step also. I would say that the ECS, on ECS, we would like to propose a task force. I can't believe I'm saying a task force. I just chaired the special ed task force for 2 years. But to be honest with you, it was a very good experience where you bring different perspectives together. And so I would like to see a task force on ECS. I think it's time to look at it. It's time to look at the foundation, which hasn't changed since 2013 at $11,000. We're over $18,000 now to educate a child in Connecticut. So I think a task force taking a look at it and seeing how we fund all of our districts is really incredibly important, and getting different perspectives. The only thing we ask is that if you did do this task force and did study ECS, that you would hold harmless the 70+ districts that are scheduled to lose money this year. Frankly, some of them are ill prepared to lose money. A Wolcott or a Colchester, a Voluntown. It's very, very difficult. So we ask that you hold them harmless. It's not a lot of money. It's like $8 million, I think, in the first year of the biennium, and $13 million in the second year, but it will mean a great deal to those districts. I also want to say that I'm very concerned. I continue to be concerned about the staff shortage. And I do believe that part of that is certainly teacher salary. I do believe on behalf of CAPS that it's also respect for the profession. I would like to see a task force again put together to look at the profession, to look at what it is that teachers need, not to suppose that it's salary alone. As a former superintendent in Bridgeport, I believe it's salary, but I also believe it's working conditions. And I've been reading a lot of research. It concerns me that 30% of parents, only 30% of parents recommend to their children that they become teachers. I think we really need an in-depth look at the profession, because where are we if we don't have our teachers? And lastly, certainly the investment in early childhood is incredibly important. As a former member of the Blue Ribbon Committee, I know that that is important. I applaud the extra slots. I applaud having breaks for parents and families with incomes of $100,000 or $150,000. I also want us to remember that those slots are nothing if we're not paying the providers and we're not paying the teachers, because we won't have the teachers to staff the increased slots. So I thank you very much for your time today. And if you have questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
I'll first, before I hand it over to my good ranking member, just thank you for everything you've done for the children of Connecticut and the profession. I want to recognize what you're saying also, connecting to Tier 1 and Tier 2, that if we don't have the staff to do those tiers, we will continue to have more children being served by special education. And just a reminder how interconnected all of these challenges that we're facing in the education landscape are. And then I would love to ask for your thoughts around what we could be doing to improve respect for the profession.
Well, I do think that we need a statewide campaign. I've been pushing that with the governor. I've been pushing it with the State Department of Education. I want to talk about the joy in the profession. I want to talk about us who have remained in the profession for many years, and many that are coming into the profession that say there's no better profession in the world. We have wonderful things that we can impact, and children that we can impact every day. When I was superintendent, I used to tell the teachers I was very jealous of them, because while I could hire great staff, they had firsthand impact on the children in front of them. And I want to be able to spread that as well. I know there's stress in the profession. I know they need more salary. I know working conditions in some districts need to change, but goodness, there is tremendous joy. And so I would ask, it's not that expensive, a campaign with voices to talk about that part of the profession that is just joyful. I think that helps a great deal. Certainly, I think it will help to have better salaries. And having worked in challenged districts my whole career, I would also say that working conditions, teachers left me in Bridgeport. I did exit interviews. They told me that I didn't have the systems in place for them to be successful. And they were right. I had 28 kids in a classroom. There was hardly a reading teacher to be found because they didn't have the resources. So I do believe we need to look at all of it. And I would applaud that happening. And I never thought I'd say task forces, but it's been such a great experience having had tri-chaired that task force with Andy Feinstein and Michelle Lobin, that I would say we did make great strides, and I think we can again.
I really appreciate that. I will say, if you ever ask any kindergarten teacher about the joy of watching a child learn to read, I feel like you could do a whole campaign on that.
Nothing better.
And of course, we'll continue to work to support the profession in terms of financial resources that we know our kids deserve, right? Because that's how this trickles down. But I don't want to get carried away. I want to hand it over to my ranking member, Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming. And I can't believe you said 2 task force in like 3 sentences.
I
But-
can't believe I said it either, but
But I do want to first congratulate you on your task force, because I am in the process of trying to find all the task force and all the councils and all the organizations and all the things that relate to education. And there are a lot. And one off the top of my head that I'm a big push for is mandate relief. That task force never met, never came together. But to me, if you have 2 people on it, meet and come together. I don't care if every chair is not filled. So I do struggle with task force all the time, because we create a bazillion in this building and they never meet. We never take their recommendations. I think your task force is probably one of the very few that I've ever seen from start to completion and some recommendations. So thank you for that. And if you promise that these other task force will be as thoughtful, working as hard, completed as yours, I would consider it for that. As far as Representative Leeper asked my question about the working conditions, and I won't ask you to repeat what you said, but because all these groups are out there, including CEA, all of these, why don't they do something to promote how great it is to be a teacher?
well, I'm hoping that we can all promote it together. I think we'd be a very powerful voice. And I want to add one other thing about the working conditions, if I might, which also I think impacts special ed. One of the things that I see, it's probably not true in all districts, but certainly in the challenged districts, we don't have the interventions for the kids that are needed. So that's what I mean about working conditions. 28 kids in a classroom, maybe 11 or 12 of which were special needs, without a reading teacher or a behavior person to work with that teacher, or a paraprofessional, adds to the difficulty. And I would also add that without a really strong system of intervention with the reading teacher, with a behavior person to work with those kids, you are going to continue to add to the numbers of special ed students. And I'm 100% in favor of every student having whatever services they need, but I do believe we don't have a strong system of interventions in every district, and it's one of our recommendations on the task force.
I would agree. I mean, in my school district, I'm in all the time because I'm a parent, right? And I love our teachers. I think our region has the best teachers anywhere, no disrespect to any other teachers, but ours are super. So good that we cry. The parents cry when our kid gets promoted to the next class because the teacher was so fabulous. But I have been to inner city schools, very inner city schools, and talking to the principal who's fabulous and the teachers that are super, but a teacher is sitting with a child that is going through a horrible experience, from not knowing how many siblings they have to whatever, and teachers aren't prepared to do that. And so, to your point, I do believe there needs to be some interventionalists or some more mental health in schools, some of those things, because kids in different areas are taught different and deal with different things. And I completely understand that. So you have to sometimes deal with those issues first before they can even get to a learning to read, which we know reading is the power of knowledge and success in so many areas. So,
Absolutely. And by the way, class size matters too.
Mm.
It matters. I've taught in classes of 30 and I taught in classes of 17. I know the difference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rep. Dauphiné. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today for your testimony. I wanted to speak to the working conditions because I'm excited that teaching was a joyous experience for you, but I hear from so many of the older teachers that are on their way out to retirement, stepping out, and a lot of the younger teachers that are there that feel like they don't have the supports and the tools with regard to action they can take for disciplinary actions. Like you used to be able to keep them in for recess. We can no longer do that. You keep them after school. Different things. I mean, different tools. And I don't hear the ones that are leaving or want to leave complain about pay.
No.
I hear them complain about working conditions. That is really the challenge. I've heard some teachers say that they had a disruptive student and they had to take the entire classroom out and leave the disruptive student in the room. And they're horrified by that situation, those situations and working conditions such as those. Are you able to speak to that? Because I'm not hearing the same thing you are. I live in rural Northeast Connecticut, where we don't live in the inner city, but the teachers are telling me that the conditions that they have to work in are horrific.
You know, I think that I think we have to take everything into account and we have to listen very carefully to our teachers. I'm not saying that I hear joy everywhere, Representative. I'm just saying that there is joy in the profession. And I think we have to listen and we have to know from the grassroots and not pretend that we know all the answers. And so I'm more than willing to listen to that and to find out what it is these teachers need, what type of support would work best for you. Every superintendent knows, I don't care who we are, we know that without the strength of good teachers, we're nothing. Our team is the teacher. And I would recommend listening. I would also say one more thing to Representative Zupkis's piece too, about the mandates. Please, the mandates are very, very difficult, guys. So many mandates come down to us that teachers don't feel they have the autonomy to do what they need to do in the classroom. And I think that is incredibly important. They're skilled, they're knowledgeable, they came into this profession to teach and be creative and do their thing. Not to be on the same page as every other teacher in third grade or, they want to meet the needs of all the kids. And so I think both of those things are incredibly important. And yes, I do know that it's not all joy, but I also know that we're not expressing the joy enough.
Thank you for that. I wasn't trying to be a Debbie Downer. I was
No,
just
you're
trying to
not.
share
You're
some of the
not.
things that I've heard. But you mentioned mandates, and I'm glad you did that because while I've heard some positive things about the cell phone policy, it is a mandate. We're putting mandates on every school across the state to have a policy. And while they're telling us that the policy is up to each school, I've heard over and over again about them removing the cell phone. So I don't know if I haven't read that policy, but I don't know if it's one of the things is to require them to remove it. But I just wondered if you could speak to that, because each school and each set of parents and communities have different feelings on cell phones. Should they be with them? Should they be taken away from them? Should they be put in a bucket in the classroom? And I felt like this kind of enforcement of forcing them to have a policy is a mandate as well, right? We're mandating that every school have a policy. Again, it's another mandate on the list. So I wondered if you could speak to that.
So the only thing that I would say about that is I feel that it's put back in the context of the public school. It's not statewide, we're going to do this. And I could speak to some of those mandates statewide, which personally made me crazy, and I know really bothered teachers. I think put back in the context of the district, it's a different story. And I would certainly, when I was creating policy, would be listening to the teachers in my district as to what it is that they need. At the same time, I'll tell you that CAPS is sponsoring a state conference that we'd love to have you come to on March 20th. We're having Jonathan Haidt in, The Anxious Generation, because we really do believe that there is too much screen time for kids and not enough time for them to be creative and problem solve and collaborate together. And we've caused that, not the kids, we have. And so I see all sides of the picture with that.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Anytime. Thank you all for the work you do.
I don't think you're off the hook quite yet. Thanks, Representative. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry for not letting you off the hook.
No, it's okay.
A couple questions. First, it was mentioned earlier that Connecticut has some of the highest rates of outplacement for special education in the country. And it was asked of an earlier testifier, why do you think that is? I'm wondering from your perspective, you probably have a lot of it. Why do you think that is?
Well, I do believe that private placement also includes our RESCs, which are not actually private placements, but they're included. However, I do think that it is in the best interests of children and parents, families, staff to educate the children in the district whenever it is possible. I do think that sometimes you're so busy paying, it's a chicken and the egg. You're so busy paying for the outside placements that it's very difficult to begin your own program in district. So having these resources will be helpful. At the same time, I would say to you that many times those private placements come about because we don't have the staff to teach the children either. The special ed staff. I mean, you're talking about 55 openings in special education in Waterbury. So I think we've got to work on all things together. Yes, we've got to work on building the in-house programs and the governor's push for the 10 million. We actually asked for 20 million in the special ed task force. To build new programs is really important, but it's also important to build the staff so that we have the staff in district that can do this.
All right. Thank you for the answer.
You're welcome.
In your previous answer, you'd invoked some of the unfunded mandates that drive your superintendents and crazy and make it much more difficult for you to do your jobs as superintendents. Maybe you'd like to just indulge us and give a few examples of some that are the most cumbersome.
Well, I would say that one of the ones that is probably very controversial, but very close to home for me, is the mandated reading programs that were put forward. I absolutely believe in the science of reading. And as a matter of fact, I've trained in well, not me, but in the organization, we have a grant. We've trained over 500 school leaders in the science of reading, and we're asking for more dollars from you for more training so that we can finish off the state with the training. I do believe that putting in programs and making every teacher follow one mandated program in a district is just not the way to go. I think our teachers are skilled and knowledgeable. Maybe they need better training in the science of reading, but I think we should let them be able to choose how they teach the science of reading, as long as we tell them this is what kids need to know and be able to do. Let them use what materials they want to use to teach it. So that's one of the pieces that is, a huge mandate that came down that cost millions of dollars. And districts are still paying it, and many districts let go of staff in order to comply with the mandate.
Is that the sort of thing where, likewise, I think there is no reason to have anything but science of reading prioritized in our schools?
Yes.
Is that the type of thing where if it was maybe directed that schools must teach science of reading rather than a certain number of prescribed curricula, that you would be more amenable to it as superintendents?
Without a doubt. I think you'd be hard pressed right now with the research that's out there to find a Connecticut superintendent who does not agree that the science of reading is the way to go. We all want phonics and vocabulary and comprehension in teaching our reading to our kids. And by the way, it's the greatest equity strategy we have. If we taught all kids to read by the end of grade 1 and had them reading independently by the end of grade 3, we'd be in really good shape as a state and country.
Thank you. And just finally, I really I think it's very exciting that you have Jonathan Haidt coming to your conference on the 20th. The original intervention program that Senator Summers and I passed several years ago was actually at I cold emailed Professor Haidt, and it was his idea, really, that we ended up passing. So I think I think it's difficult to get him to come as well to speak as well. But I got to meet him a couple years ago. He's a fascinating guy. I wondered if you could provide insights on what your superintendent's experiences with the efficacy of restrictions on smartphones has been in the recent years, because it's only really been in the recent years that some of them have rolled it out. And then I'll defer to the chair. Thank you.
I mean, what they are seeing and what they're telling me are all positive things about having more kids talk to each other during the school day. The Manchester Matt Gary reported fewer fights, more collaboration, more talking, and more interacting in classrooms, etc. I have not heard anything negative, but again, it didn't come down like all of you will get rid of your cell phones on September 1st. It was, we have guidance on it, but do it in the context of your district, and I think that mattered.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator, for your questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fran. Next, we have Cynthia Ross Swig, and I apologize.
That's okay. That's okay. It's a hard name. I get it. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Education Legislative Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm speaking in support of Bill SB 1244. My name is Cynthia Ross Swig, and I'm a paraeducator in New Fairfield, Connecticut, as well as para-council president for CSEA SEIU Local 2001. You have my written testimony, so I'd like to focus on 3 critical issues or points concerning paraeducators: the impact of paraeducators, the financial challenges, and the need for legislation. Paraeducators play a pivotal role in student success, often bridging gaps and providing essential support that leads to significant academic achievements. Their contributions are far beyond the outdated stereotype of classroom aides and more farther-reaching than we often realized. A personal example of mine, to bring that into point, was I was out to dinner a couple of months ago, and a former student actually came over to a table I was at. And she let me know that the support that provided made a difference. And she chose to pay it back by studying child development. We don't often realize our impact, as in the world of para, we are focused on the daily job and its demands. It's important to note many students who receive special education support a return to education as a career. Approximately 15% return to the educational field, according to the IDEA data. The question is, can they afford to continue this path based on economics? We can't possibly expect people to work for minimum wage in a school system and not to need to work 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet at current wages, solely based on whether they care about student learning. Often now, they must make a real choice because buying milk and eggs and heating their home and keeping the lights on, survival, becomes the overriding factor. This has led to staff shortages, and as many have spoken about today, compel people to seek additional employment and leave the profession entirely. Connecticut state data shows that there is a shortage of approximately 1,200 teachers, as well as 1,200 paraeducators. Moreover, some districts resort to outsourcing to address these shortages, which is not cost effective. While this approach aims to save money, long term, you will see that this is not the case, as it often results in hiring less experienced staff, which can negatively impact student performance, particularly in high needed areas like special education. Let's use the following example. Paying an outsourcing agency $65 an hour, and yes, it is $65 an hour, to fill a para position that they are advertising locally for $16.59. Let's think about that. 9 people, $65 an hour, calendar year, equates to $83,000 per person, for a total of $747,000 for 9 people. Now compare that to paying 9 people minimum wage and raising wages by just $5 an hour. That cost would be approximately $27,000 per person, or a total of $243,000. That's a difference of $500,000 in a school district. A district could hire 19 more paraeducators by simply providing those improved wages. If a district has the funds to budget to be able to outsource for $740,000.
Cynthia, please summarize.
Thank you. How does this make any sense to outsource? I urge this committee to recognize the indispensable role of the paraeducator and to take decisive action to ensure they receive fair compensation and support. By doing so, we invest in the future success of our students and the quality of our education system. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Next, Rachel Khanna.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Winfield, Representative Brown, Senator Berthel, and Representative Zupkis, and esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is Rachel Khanna, and I had the honor of serving as the state representative for the 149th District. It's a pleasure to see all of you today. I'm here today to urge you to support House Bill 6867, an act creating the Universal Preschool Endowment. Even before the publication of the Blue Ribbon Report on childcare, we knew there was an urgent need to address the lack of affordable and available childcare and early childhood education programs. When I served as state representative, I met many working parents who were weaving together a patchwork of childcare solutions to allow them to provide care while also continuing to earn a living. Grandparents bounce between homes to help care for grandchildren so that the parents can work. There are mothers for whom going back to work makes no economic sense given the cost of early childhood education programs. Connecticut loses roughly $1.5 billion per year due to the lack of infant and toddler care. And investing in early childhood education and childcare programs yields all-around dividends by creating jobs in childcare, freeing women up to enter the workforce and to help grow our economy and provide for their families. And we know that nationally, there's a 27% gender gap in employment for parents of young children. And it provides long-term benefits for children's academic success. According to studies of the Perry Preschool Program, investing in early childhood education programs has been shown to yield a 7 to 13% return. And according to further research, and perhaps most importantly, children who have access to early learning and preschool programs have 22% more income, and the benefits are multi-generational. We have to stop thinking about childcare as an expense and think of it instead as an investment in Connecticut's economy. Thank you all for your time and attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your testimony, Rachel.
Thank you.
Have a great afternoon.
You too.
Next, we have Mary Jordan.
Yes, good afternoon. Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Mary Jordan, and I'm a certified social studies and French middle school teacher. I've worked in Connecticut public schools for 25 years, 9 of those years as president of the Norwalk Federation of Teachers. I'm here to testify in favor of certain sections of Raise Bill 1288, an act implementing the recommendations of the Department of Education. Section 8 removes the mandated reading instruction survey for certain educators. Literacy improvement remains a priority in Connecticut schools for a good reason. There are serious literacy needs. Districts are better prepared now to support reading instruction than they were just a few years ago. Statewide and local efforts have equipped local districts to implement effective practices in science-based reading instruction. Those seeking certification as elementary educators must now demonstrate proficiency in science-based reading instruction. The survey, once necessary, has fulfilled its role. Eliminating it will free valuable time to focus on student literacy in more impactful ways. We urge support for Section 8. Section 9 updates the teacher mentoring program to reflect elimination of the provisional certificate. We have a good mentor program, and this is a good and necessary fix. Section 16 of SB 1288 and other elements address the volatility of special education outplacement costs. It is a key driver of public school budgets, as you've heard from many testimonies today. In my district, out-of-district tuition in 2021 was $6,850,000. And this year, it was $10,135,000, a 47% increase, not including the costs of transportation. There was even a small reduction in costs from last year due to our work to establish new in-house programs to serve our students in district who might have otherwise needed outplacement, as well as enrollment changes. Establishing a timeline and predictable rates will help districts everywhere to plan and allocate resources and support students more effectively. We support provision of HB 1288 and seek continued efforts to provide more supports for equitable, effective special education services. HB 6866 includes provisions for an expansion of pre-K. We're delighted at the prospect of expansion of high-quality pre-K, preparing more students for kindergarten and everything that follows. There's no question that investment in high-quality pre-K pays off for a community in the short and long term for all kids in many ways. We need more pre-K, and we need it sooner. 6866 also reduces the state contribution to the teacher TRB fund. We do not support this. If the retiree health fund do not make changes that will eventually lead to depletion or deficits. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming today. A quick question. I'm not sure if you heard the previous speaker, and we all know about teacher shortage. And I'm curious, what do y'all do to promote teachers coming into the teaching field?
Through AFT Connecticut, and actually not too long ago, in a joint effort with CEA, we promoted Teacher Appreciation Week. We have I heart teaching signs all over my district. It is very important to promote teaching in addition, as the previous speaker said, to addressing working conditions, because we can promote on billboards, but if parents who are teachers are not encouraging young people to go into teaching, then we have a problem. In order to get the advanced certificates to remain a teacher, we need reasonable salaries. They are not keeping up with the cost of education. And so, unfortunately, educators are leaving the profession. They are hard pressed to encourage younger people to enter the profession. I agree that there is great joy in teaching. There's nothing more of an honor than having access to young people and helping to facilitate their education in the world, and allowing them to become the best versions and the most educated versions of themselves, to prepare them for to lead the world. But we have some systematic improvements to make, and those have to go hand in hand with promotions.
Great, thank you. Because I think, as the previous speaker said, we all have to do it together. And yes, I understand money, but it's not always about money. And how can we promote it? I used to work at a hospital, and they would bring students from across the street that were interested in nursing to participate. And I always thought that was a great program. So I'm not sure if we take high school students that could be interested and bring them into a school or something. So just trying to think about what we're doing and how we can get teachers.
We actually have, I'm sorry. We actually have a student program. It's a really wonderful program across the state of Connecticut. Many districts participate in the Educators Rising program, and it helps students in after school and during school experience the joys of teaching, learn some of the skills and dispositions and requirements of teaching, and helps to promote and helps to fund their education as an educator.
Right. Well, that's good to hear. I'm wondering if it's working, because we're in a shortage, but I do love that idea, and I think it's great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative. Thanks, Mary, for joining us today. Next, we have Michelle Jacklin. Great.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Ranking Members Berthel and Zupkis, and honorable members of the Committee on Education. My name is Michelle Jacklin, and I am co-president of the Connecticut Council on Freedom of Information. We are a 70-year-old organization comprised of Connecticut news media outlets and First Amendment supporters. I'm here today to discuss a subject that I don't believe has been touched upon yet. CCFOI opposes Section 6 of Senate Bill 1288, which would exempt the open choice enrollment algorithm and placement procedures from the Freedom of Information Act's public disclosure requirements. We would recommend that this problematic section be deleted in its entirety. Simply put, Section 6 would do an end run around a 2023 decision handed down by the Freedom of Information Commission, and which is now being appealed by the State Department of Education in Superior Court. Oral arguments were heard in November of last year, but the parties are still awaiting a ruling. CCFOI respectfully requests that legislators refrain from preempting the judicial process, which is what Section 6 of the bill would do. You might ask, what is the public interest in disclosing this school choice algorithm? Well, Parents, educators, taxpayers, as well as legislators have a huge stake in knowing whether the programs that were designed to comply with the court rulings in Sheff v. O'Neill are effectively meeting their goal, a goal which is to help end the racial and ethnic segregation of Hartford schools. Consider these numbers. In fiscal year 23 alone, the school choice programs accounted for 18.3% of the $2.9 billion in state education funding. In other words, magnet schools and open choice programs received nearly $1 of every $5 the state invested in public schools. That is an enormous sum of money, one deserving of public scrutiny. Consider some other numbers. In 2024, 2,800 students and 47 local school districts participated in an open choice program, and thousands more were enrolled in one of 46 magnet schools in the greater Hartford region. It is imperative to know whether state dollars are being spent wisely and whether school children are, in fact, benefiting from these programs. To help us know that, it's important to understand the algorithm and the protocols that are used for student placement in an effort to provide Hartford students with an equal educational opportunity. In its decision, the FOIC ordered the State Department of Education to disclose its lottery and placement protocols,
Please
which
summarize.
consists, yes, I'll be finished in 1 minute, which consists of such criteria as the weight given to home address, school preference, whether a sibling is enrolled in a certain school, and socioeconomic status. In conclusion, it's impossible to assess the fairness and effectiveness of the open choice enrollment algorithm and the placement protocols if they are shielded from public view. To that end, Section 6 ought to be deleted. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Senator Fazio?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony and drawing the attention of this committee to this proposal. In the litigation, whether before FOI or I understand now, the courts, has there been reason given for why such a determination, in this case an algorithm, should be shielded from public disclosure?
You know, the case was heard by the FOI Commission, as I mentioned, in 2023. And it's a very lengthy and complicated decision. Later this afternoon, Paula Perlman, who is the Associate General Counsel of the Commission, is going to be testifying. It's my understanding that this Department of Education simply didn't want to disclose the criteria used, the formula that's used in deciding whether to place a student in an open choice school or where to place that student. It was information sought by a parent, a disgruntled parent, and so we are now awaiting the Superior Court ruling on that case.
Well, I'd certainly love to hear from the General Counsel subsequently, and I'd love to hear from anyone who disagrees and is in favor of this policy. You know, we can disagree on how to determine which kid goes to which school, but I do think it, on its face, in the public interest to have that information available and disclosable, just like any other information, with very few exceptions that we allow for public disclosure. So thank you for your testimony, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Senator, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Leslie Blateau.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Leslie Blateau. I'm a teacher and parent in New Haven Public Schools and a resident of New Haven. I'm the president of New Haven Federation of Teachers, Pre-K-12 Divisional Vice President for AFT Connecticut, and the Steering Committee Chair for the Connecticut for All Coalition. I'm also a longtime social studies teacher, and I've been on the receiving end of emails from former students after they proudly exercised their right to vote for the first time. So I want to first express my support for the establishment of the Connecticut State Seal of Civics Education, as outlined in Senate Bill 1288. In many of our schools and school districts, civics education is not given the necessary support and attention it's due because, unlike math, literacy, and science, it's not a tested subject. However, the impact of civics education must be recognized, especially at a time like the present when constitutional crises are on the horizon with each passing day. With respect to SB 1244, I agree with some aspects and have some concerns. Given the skyrocketing and unregulated costs of private special ed programs, we support the governor's some of which appear to be tools for private equity firms to profit off of our most vulnerable students. We support the governor's proposal to empower the State Department of Ed to develop a methodology for determining maximum rates of tuition. Our students with special education needs deserve access to high quality programs, and we really need state government to intervene to keep costs not so overly burdensome to districts, towns, and cities. And again, this is where additional funding is key. So rather than rely on a grant program as proposed by the governor, why not ensure that all of our students have access to fully funded schools and programs? We can do this by including a $545 million increase to pre-K 12 education funding and revising the educational cost share formula to increase the foundation aid amount and include weights for our students with special education needs. It's really frustrating that Governor Lamont, the leader of one of the wealthiest states and one of the wealthiest countries in the history of the world, wants districts to compete with each other for special ed funding rather than fully funding these critical programs. So, for example, there's a disconnect between a state with a surplus and underfunded districts like where I work. So in New Haven, we have 32 school psychologists for 19,000 students in 43 schools. We have 53 social workers, again, 43 schools, 19,000 students. So this intense caseload of our service providers, along with an increasingly complex needs of our students, is connected to the burnout, depletion, and turnover that our educators are facing. So I'll close here with a reminder and a reassurance. The state of Connecticut has the financial resources to prioritize our students. The state can and should adjust the fiscal guardrails so that we can do that. We want to see districts empowered to deliver key services to students without having to over-rely on private outplacement where long wait lists and travel times interfere with students' access. We want to see our schools and our programs fully funded so all of our students can access the world-class education they deserve. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and thank you for your leadership on the Education Committee.
Thank you, Leslie. Representative Menepes?
Hi, Leslie, I just want to say, as a fellow social studies teacher, I really appreciate you bringing up the blue, the seal on this one for it. But I was curious, what do you think beyond that would be a good step for the state to take to address this inequality? Because exactly as you said, we have had civics education has very much fallen by the wayside because it's difficult to directly test for. And I was curious, from your experience, what you think the best next step would be for the state to hopefully, from this initial.
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think, of course, we need our students to be able to read and do math on grade level. That goes without saying, and we believe in that. And we need, as we heard the young people at the Crack Magnet School say, we need more hands-on learning, project-based learning that will really help to center not just the literacy and the math, but to help teachers, I think, feel empowered, supported, and trusted to do the interdisciplinary project-based learning that is going to benefit students. That will help with attendance because students will be more engaged with the work. It will help with the skills development that we know we're all committed to. And I think it will help prioritize those subjects that are often forgotten about. But ultimately, we'll center student needs. We'll ensure that we're meeting students' interests and help graduate students with a full range of skills, not just a narrowly focused and narrowly measured literacy and math. We continue to obsess over high stakes test scores. It's been 25 years of No Child Left Behind. It has not resulted in an improvement in test scores. It's time for a shift. And I think we're learning from those CREC students. Project-based learning is the way to go.
Just through you, Madam Chair, what do you, and forgive me on this one, I'm not sure if I misunderstood, but what do you think the barrier is for, it doesn't have to be for your district, for districts to implement this at a more successful level?
I think teachers need to be trusted more to be able to implement this. Teachers need the time, the tools, and the training to be able to do this interdisciplinary work. A lot of times we have top-down mandates for how we should be using our professional learning time. And instead, really, we need to trust teachers and give them the time and tools that we know we need to implement these kinds of instructional strategies in the classroom.
Thank you very much, Leslie. And I say, as a fellow civics teacher, I've had very much the similar experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Comey?
Hello, Leslie. Good to see you. I wanted to thank you for coming out today and for everything that you do for the teachers and for New Haven Public Schools. I was wondering if you could expand a little bit on, you spoke very fast, and so I was trying to keep up. About you said something about private equity, and I just want to give you the opportunity to expand on that.
Thank you. I'm sorry. And I was reading sitting in my car. I wasn't driving, but I was reading sitting in my car, and I think I missed a line. So the Special Education Task Force report that came out has highlighted that there are potentially some private equity firms that are that have recently taken over some of the private special ed programs. And we are very concerned about private equity taking over special ed programs and ultimately profiting off of some of our most vulnerable students. So this is exactly the role that government can play to regulate skyrocketing tuition costs and potentially to regulate private companies profiting off of students with special education needs.
Thank you very much. That's what I wanted to have you wrap up, because I knew there was more to it.
Thanks for giving me the chance to clarify, Representative.
You're welcome. Good to see you. Bye.
Thanks, Representative. Representative Corpus?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Leslie, I just had a question. We do have a proposal on the table to cap outplacement rates. And this is not a loaded question. I would just love your perspective on it in a leadership role. If we do that, is there any worry or concern that the quality and availability of services will diminish for the kids of our state? If the rates are capped and some of these for-profit providers can't make a profit, will they pack up and leave the market and go to a state in which they can?
It's a good question. I think it's a fair concern, but I would say right now, accessibility is not at a place where we need it. Right now, we've got waiting lists and kids aren't able to get into programs. So, I think we certainly need to explore it. And I think it's all the more reason to fully fund local districts that aren't in it for profit, but that are very much in it to ensure that students' needs are met. And I think, with multi-billion-dollar surplus, with 17 billionaires in the state of Connecticut who can afford to pay more in taxes, we have an opportunity to provide needs at the public district level, to meet students' needs at the public district level.
For you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for asking.
If I may ask a follow-up, kindly, Madam Chair.
Sure.
We have a very unique state because we have no counties, obviously. We have home rule in 169 municipalities. So therefore, to build 169 infrastructures or even, half of that is very expensive. So with that in mind, does that change the way, are we a state where we could end up with some more permanent kind of outsourced placement of these services because of that fact?
Well, I'm not sure if this is where you were going, but you highlighting the fact that we have so many districts and towns is a reminder that we have an opportunity potentially to regionalize some of the special ed services that we're providing. And it could still be, publicly accessed and still not be a private program, but through a regional approach, we would be able to, one, potentially integrate more of the services along racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic lenses, and, address that fear that you have, not fear, but that concern that you have that we don't have the infrastructure or the funds to do it in 160 plus towns. So I think regionalization as a tool to meet more students' needs should certainly be considered when it comes to special ed.
Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. Thank you, Leslie. Next, we have Joseph Sokolovic.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Greetings, members of the most important committee in the state of Connecticut, the Education Committee. I'm here today speaking against Bill number HB 6866, enacting implementing the governor's recommendation budgets without edits because it fails to meet the needs of many districts in carrying out the moral and state mandate of educating our most vulnerable children, those with special education. For every district, special education mandates have a disparate impact on the budget. More so in less affluent communities such as Bridgeport, Connecticut, my hometown, where I am the finance chair of the Board of Education. In Bridgeport, approximately 17% of our students are special education students. Meeting our moral and state mandated obligations consumes over 1/3 of our budget. What does this mean? That means that 83% of our students are left with only 66% of the remaining funds to meet their needs. And as you may well know, the current funding ECS formula is not enough to even meet their basic needs. But that's a topic for tomorrow in the Appropriations Committee. Back to special ed and funding. It's important to note that in addition to the challenges of meeting the needs of children that go to school in our district, the state mandates that local districts pay for and provide special education services for students that attend schools outside their care and control, such as charter schools. So not only does Bridgeport lose out on funding for 4,332 students that attend charter schools, or about $46.4 million in ECS funding, we are obligated under state law to pay for their special education students to receive services. We also spend millions of dollars in cash and in-kind services to meet this legal obligation. Just recently, the state adjusted the ECS to fund charters at the same level as local education institutions. Charter school advocates love to say, let the money follow the student. If that's so, should we also not apply that to the expenses of this very same student? I take note that there seems to be a lack of charter school advocates speaking today. Could it be because this does not affect their bottom line or hurt its business model? I even heard one speaker today say that charter schools cannot remain in business if they are forced to pay special education costs. What about the public institutions and public education staying in business? We do not have a business model. We are obligated to educate every single student that comes through our doors without cherry picking and support them. So please take a look at the way we're funding charter schools. And if they're going to be given the same exact funding from the state, they should have the same exact obligations as we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
You too, thanks. Bye.
Next, we have Lisa Gregory.
Hi, I want to make sure that my camera's working. I think it is. Members of the Education Committee, good afternoon, and thank you for your time today. My name's Lisa Gregory, and I'm the CEO at Milestones Behavioral Services. Milestones is a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving the lives of individuals with autism and other developmental disabilities. We have been in operation for over 25 years with expertise in special education and applied behavior analysis. We currently have 2 school campuses, one in Orange and one in Milford, serving approximately 100 students ranging in age from 3 to 22 years old across the state. Each campus maintains a high teacher to student ratio, better than 1-to-1, ensuring personalized attention to meet the needs of each individual learner. I'm here to discuss SB 1288, an act implementing the recommendation of Department of Education in relation to outplacements providing tuition by December 31st, and SB 1244, an act making investments in in-district special education. In relation to SB 1288, an act implementing the recommendation of the Department of Education, approved private special education programs must account for fluctuating costs, including staffing, inflation, and program needs, all of which can shift significantly throughout the year. If we look back a few years during COVID shutdown in March, the whole state shut down, which completely made us have to do building modifications and change things without any planning time or even knowing. So if tuition rates are set prematurely, schools may not have the necessary resources to provide essential support services. We were able to open in August after COVID shut down fully, which this would also force cuts to special education programs. These financial constraints may lead to higher student to teacher ratios, reducing individualized attention for students who require it to consistently make learning gains. In relation to SB 1244, an act making investments in in-district education, many approved private special ed programs operate beyond the traditional 180-day school year, with staff providing consistent year-round support to the students with high needs. At MBS, our students attend 220 days per year, and during the summer months, programming remains unchanged and the students attend full days. IEP goals and objectives continue to be addressed with new targets implemented as they are mastered by the students' team that they have during the regular school year. The proposed funding model for in-district special education does not fully account for these extended year programs and the additional costs associated with delivering high-quality individualized instruction beyond the standard school year. Extended school year programming within districts often differs from regular school year programming, potentially impacting the continuity of services that students require. MBS and similar programs have built strong partnerships with LEAs and work collaboratively to meet the unique needs of our students. We remain committed to these partnerships to provide the highest level of specialized education. However, SB 1244, as currently structured, does not reflect the full scope of services necessary for students who require year-round consistent support. We urge legislators to consider these critical factors in funding decisions to ensure that students with high needs continue to receive the education and resources they deserve. Again, thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Next up, we have Shelley Davis. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Zupkis, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Shelley Davis, and I am the AFT Connecticut Divisional Vice President for PSRPs, as well as the President of the Hartford Federation of Paraeducators. I am here to give comment on SB 1244 and act making investments in in-district special education, the governor's proposal to deal with special education in Connecticut. AFT Connecticut advocates for increased investment in paraeducators through a living wage, improved retention strategies, and equitable education funding based on student needs. Paraeducators are indispensable to our education system, providing critical instructional and behavioral support to students, particularly those with disabilities and English language learners. Our role is essential in fostering inclusive classrooms and ensuring that all our students receive the individualized attention that they need to succeed. And despite the contributions, many paraeducators earn wages that fall below a substantial standard of living. Low wages result in financial hardship, forcing dedicated professionals to leave for better paying jobs or to work 2 or 3. This instability negatively impacts student learning, and in support services is vital for student progress. Competitive wage are necessary to attract and retain skilled paraeducators who can provide consistent and high-quality support in our schools. The high turnover rate among paraeducators creates disruption in learning environments and places additional strain on teachers and remaining staff. Funding disparities have long hindered the ability of schools to provide adequate resources for students with higher needs. Equitable education funding must be structured to ensure that schools with greater number of high-need students receive the support. This includes allocating sufficient funds for paraeducators whose presence is necessary to bridging educational gaps and supporting diverse student population. So today, I urge the legislator to prioritize the following actions: to establish a living wage standard for paraeducators that reflect the cost of living in our communities, implement target retention strategies, including increased pay, benefits, and professional development opportunities, to ensure education funding models that add a special education weight to the formula to address the needs of all learners, particularly those requiring additional support services. Investing in paraeducators is investing in the future of education. By addressing wages, retention, and funding equity, we can build a more stable, effective, and inclusive educational system that truly serves all students. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Right on time. Are there any questions from the committee? I have one.
Okay.
Shelley, if you wouldn't mind. We hear about the need to treat our paras better, to provide them with more. Could you explain a little bit more? I don't know that members of the committee or the public know exactly what a paraprofessional or paraeducator does. So could you kind of take us through, what is a day in the life of a para?
Thank you for the question. I've actually been a paraeducator for 34 years. Being a paraeducator is being another set of eyes in the classroom for the teacher. I started out in kindergarten where hopefully the hokey pokey made everything okay. Things have changed since then, and now you're there to give support. You're there to give the students what they need. We have students that only have breakfast in school. We have students that are struggling with parents who are together, who aren't together, that have mental illness where they have no food. And you have children that just have these high needs. Paraeducators are the one to fix that, to help them, to let them know that they have greatness in everything they do. We give them the extra, everything they need. And it's not a babysitter, it's really being highly qualified and skilled to understand or know when your students come in and they haven't had their medication over the weekend and things are kind of off. So we are a part of the team of the teacher, the coaches that deal with making the child whole. We are such a big part, and I don't think people realize what paraeducators bring to the table every day when they show up.
Well, thank you for that explanation. And certainly as a classroom teacher, I know that I wouldn't be able to reach as many students without the help of paraeducator support. It's the last set of eyes and ears for that student. As one teacher, you can't get to everybody as much as you'd like to. But when you're fortunate enough to have that para support, that's another adult who has the skills and the knowledge, especially of that student that they're working with, to help them access the education that they deserve. So again, thank you for your testimony, and thank you for helping to clear that up for the committee.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Seeing no other questions, we'll go ahead and move along to Maria Amato. Go ahead, Maria.
I'm not Maria. I should use.
Right. Just if we could tell her to unmute.
Just making sure, just making sure. María, si te puedes sacar para poder escucharte.
Ahora sí.
Sí,
Ah,
ahora.
Mil disculpas. Muy buenas tardes con todos. Senador McCrory, representante Lipper, senador Bertel, representante Supus y miembros del Comité de Educación. Soy María Amado, una proveedora de cuidado infantil familiar en el hogar en Hartford, Connecticut, y un miembro de CCACIU Local 2001, un sindicato que está representando a 25,000 trabajadores estatales privados de la Junta tanto de Educación, activos, jubilados y privados, incluidas nosotras las proveedoras del cuidado infantil que participamos en el programa de Care for Kids. Ofrezco el siguiente testimonio sobre los proyectos de la ley de la Cámara de Representantes 6867. He dedicado mi carrera y sigo dedicando a brindarles a los niños un buen comienzo en su vida a través de una educación temprana de alta calidad. También me he comprometido con el avance de mi profesión al asegurar que las proveedoras de Connecticut tengamos acceso a programas de calidad. Estoy orgullosa de estar acreditada por la Asociación Nacional del Cuidado Infantil, NFCC. En 2023 fui galardonada como la educadora del año a nivel nacional y ser actualmente la representante de Connecticut de NFCC. Es la única organización nacional que establece altos estándares de calidad para las futuras educadoras en salud, seguridad y un desarrollo profesional continuo. Contamos con proveer a las familias y a los niños, que ellos son los que se van a beneficiar con un acceso a un programa de calidad. Además de dirigir mi propio programa, he ayudado y sigo ayudando a muchas educadoras a través de su proceso de acreditación, asegurando que más niños de nuestras comunidades tengan acceso a una atención de alta calidad. En mi programa, el aprendizaje de los niños está basado en un enfoque educativo holístico, donde aprenden y se desarrollan de manera integral. No solo en términos cognitivos, también emocional, social, físico y creativo, donde son valorados, respetados, honrados, ayudando a fortalecer su autoestima, confianza, con la finalidad de tener adultos prósperos en el futuro. Proveer materiales educativos de acuerdo a su edad y está basado también en mi filosofía de Montessori. Tengo un personal, un plan de estudio sólido y un enfoque en la preparación de los niños para el jardín de infancia. Mi programa y tanto como otros que hay aquí en Connecticut, estamos brindando una educación preescolar en un entorno basado en el hogar. Es por eso que hoy estoy aquí. Realmente aprecio la inversión en educación de la primera infancia a través del proyecto de ley del gobernador Lamont 6867. Esta financiación puede ser un gran paso adelante para ayudar a que más niños tengan acceso a una educación preescolar de calidad equitativa. Sin embargo, nosotras las proveedoras como educadoras de cuidado infantil familiar debemos estar incluidas en esta financiación y en el proceso de la toma de decisiones. Muchas de nosotras atendemos a niños de 3 a 5 años y lo hemos estado haciendo por muchos años.
Your 3 minutes
elaborando.
is up. If you could please summarize.
Quedar un sumario, ya que los 3 minutos se acabaron.
Me disculpo, entonces las familias necesitan opciones y prefieren porque nosotros tenemos un horario accesible a las necesidades de ellos. Ahora es el momento de actuar en beneficio de los padres y de los niños. Queremos ser considerados en este espacio del proyecto de la expansión del programa de educación universal de prekinder y poner a nuestros hijos de Connecticut en primer lugar y que esto va a beneficiar a los padres y que garantice a nosotras las proveedoras a recibir una compensación justa y respetuosa. Gracias por escuchar mi testimonio.
Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representatives Zupkis, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Maria Amado, and I'm a home-based family child care provider in Hartford and a proud member of CSEA SEIU Local 2001, a labor union representing 25,000 state municipal board of education, active and retired public and private sector workers, including the home-based providers who participate in the Care for Kids child care program. I offer the following testimony on House Bill 6867. I have dedicated my career to giving children a great start in life through high-quality early education. I have also committed to advancing my profession by ensuring that providers in Connecticut have access to programs that enhance our education. I am proud to be accredited by National Association of Family Child Care, NAFC. In 2023, I was awarded the National Educator of the Year, and being the Connecticut representative for NAFC is the only national organization that sets high quality standards and for future educators in health, safety, ongoing professional development where families and children benefit. Becoming accredited is not easy, but it is not impossible either. In addition to running my own program, I have helped and continue to help many educators through this accreditation process, ensuring that more children in our community have access to high quality care. In my program, children's learning is based on holistic educational approach where they learn and develop in integral ways, not only in cognitive terms, but also emotionally, socially, creatively, and physically, where they are valued, respected, and helping to strengthen their self-esteem, self-confidence, to be prosperous adults of the future. I provide educational materials according to their age and the Montessori philosophy. I have a staff, a solid curriculum, and a focus on preparing children for kindergarten. My program and so many others like mine already provide preschool education in a home-based environment. This is why I'm here today. I truly appreciate the investment in early childhood education through the governor's bill. This funding can be a great step forward in helping more children have access to equitable quality preschool education. However, providers who are a family child care educators must be included in this funding and the decision-making process. Many of us already serve children in ages 3 to 5 and have been running preschool programs for years. Yet we receive less funding, support, and consideration than larger programs like centers. Families need options. Many prefer smaller home-based programs where their children receive individualized attention, flexible scheduling, and culturally sensitive education. If we truly want universal preschool, then family childcare must be part of the plan. Addressing the childcare needs of families of Connecticut is a priority for everyone in this legislative session. Now is a time to act so that parents, children, and providers have the resources we need. Please remember that providers must be a part of the solution and the problems around childcare. We ask that you continue to hear our voices and seek our input as you work on childcare legislation. Together, we can build a strong system that puts our kids first, benefits parents, and ensures that providers are compensated fairly and respectfully. Thank you for hearing my testimony. Maria Amado, Hartford.
Thank you very much, Maria. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day. Next up is Kate Diaz. Floor is yours.
What's going on? Now I turned it off. So close. Well, good afternoon. My name is Kate Diaz. I am the president of the Connecticut Education Association and a high school math teacher from Manchester, which is always nice to sit here in testimony and get to hear about my town from other perspectives as well. I'm here today for a wide variety of reasons, not unlike my colleagues, not even unlike Maria, who espoused the same thing that you're going to hear over and over again from people in the education community. We seek to be part of solutions. We seek a spot at the table. You know, I'd like to reiterate, Fran Rabinowitz mentioned how important it is to have teachers at the table when we're talking about solutions. I think you're going to hear over and over again about the importance of educator voice in the solving of the multiple crises facing our institutions today. I think that we have several bills on the docket today that start to chip away at what we know are significant issues. Special education. We know that that is a critical area in terms of cost containment and service providers. One of the things that I think we are going to be consistently challenged by and are going to be called to answer is that every single one of the issues before you is solved by people. And that's the crisis in education right now. We have a people crisis. We do not have enough. We cannot meet the needs of all of our students. And time again, we are just finding we are not a competitive workforce. And we have to be, because the students in Connecticut deserve that. A special education, regular education, and our community members. Our paraprofessional workforce needs to be uplifted and supported. We are a people business. So as we explore all of the different questions on the table, whether they are funding, special education service providers, whether or not we're going to be able to even build regional access points for special education services, as Leslie mentioned, that's something that we benefit from greatly. Our treasurer, you heard from her already, is a person who works in those spaces. We know they're beneficial, but they're built on the backs of people. So we need to recognize that 500 of our approximately 1,200 vacancies in the state of Connecticut are in special education. So we are never going to solve our problems if we don't address the workforce challenge we have. We can't even solve the question of what does the working environment look like without talking about workforce, because the number one stressor on educators is class size issues because we don't have enough teachers, or we've reduced budgets to force class sizes larger, and we can't get substitutes, so we can never be absent, creating a whole series of issues around our own personal health care and well-being. So we need to recognize that the workforce crisis is the hole in the center of all of these questions. I will say there's other pieces I would like to offer some support for. The cell phone policy, my district is Manchester. We have been working on this and have found very positive options with respect to how to work on cell phones as a huge mental health issue, as well as, quite frankly, an instructional distraction. We would also offer that the universal preschool endowment is important. How students start school is how they will approach it for their career. So I thank you all for your time. I thank you for your interest in these issues. I hope that you see CEA as a partner. I know Leslie brought up a few questions about what we're doing, so if you want to ask me about what we do to promote the profession, that'd be great. But thank you very much for your time today.
All right. Thank you, Kate, for your testimony. Do you have any questions? Representative of Ranking Member Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for coming today. Yes, I did ask a question because money, money, money. And I've tried to sit here and calculate everybody that's been up asking for money, and we're well over probably, I don't know, $500 million, right? And so, but as far as teachers, I agree, we definitely need more. How are y'all out recruiting and trying to get teachers?
Well, you'll notice that the only public service campaigns about education come from CEA. I would argue that we do more than literally anyone else. We have an Emmy award-winning campaign called Because of a Teacher that we championed last year. This year, we're talking about Teachers Go the Extra Mile. We have a video, commercial, in print. We do a whole bunch to really remind people that the heart and soul of our community are our educators. We're the ones who are working with all of our children and really developing what is community going to look like in each and every of our townships. Prior to that, we did What You Don't See as a campaign about all the things that happen, that we do in schools that help support our families. And so I think while what we're doing is really good, I would love to see it amplified by other agencies, other organizations. I think it's something that we can continue to uplift. I think that people do need to understand that on one hand, we're going to always, it's our obligation to remind people of the responsibility of our community support education. On the other hand, you will never find people who care more than educators about promoting the profession. My son is in his senior year. He's doing student teaching right now. I'm very excited. He's going to be a social studies teacher. I don't know how that happened. I'm a math teacher. I tried. So I believe in this profession. We do, and we want to champion it. I've often said that give us something that we can uplift, that we can hold as high as our hopes and dreams. But that's going to need to be the big efforts.
Thank you. I have to admit, I don't watch TV. If I'm in front of the TV, I'm asleep. So I haven't ever seen any of your ads or
Oh.
advertisement. So I will be on the lookout for it. And you know, I find it so interesting, like all little girls in kindergarten all want to be teachers. And then I don't know what happens in between there, right? And maybe engineers come in or whatever, but you always hear little kids, all the little girls want to be teachers. And I think that we do need to do a better job at promoting it. Like I spoke to someone earlier about, you know, the nursing program and do a teaching program and all of those things that only cost a little bit of money, because there are lots of things that cost a lot of money that we need to look at. But
Hey, I agree. $500,000, I can get you a campaign that we can really rock things. So you want to put that on the list? I'll take it.
so do you have any data? And I'm just asking, do you have any data that shows out of your campaigns how many teachers you've gotten?
So we actually aren't able to track that due to the way the retirement and our inventory of educators is kind of complicated because of retirements and second career. So we don't necessarily have data that specifically addresses that. We're hoping that next year will be a booming year because we had the Social Security penalties repealed. So all those second career educators, you know, who have been dying to join the profession can now do it without fear of penalty of losing their Social Security benefits.
You just reminded me, and then this will be it, Mr. Chair. You reminded me, my brother-in-law retired from a company and was not a teacher and went to teach at a school and didn't have to go. He went to a private school, I will say, but he went through, he's voted the best teacher of the year every year by all the students there. And so I think too, we need to look at maybe what we're doing in that arena. Somebody was telling me about their husband's a welder and going into a tech school. He's the best welding teacher there is. He didn't go through the process, not that, you know, well, I don't know if something's wrong with the process or not. That's what we're here to talk about. But really looking at ways that we can bring people in that maybe didn't go through the teaching profession, but have the true lived experience of it. I think that's really something to look at.
I think that alternative routes to our and alternative pathways are critical to the continued expansion of our profession. Maintaining the expectations of what teachers should be able to do is important, but inviting people from alternative spaces allows us to continue to grow and progress. So there's no question that we can marry the high standards and expectations with the experiences of second career individuals.
So thank you. I know I said that was the last one. So in a public school, can you do that? Can you take someone from the outside corporate world or somewhere and bring them in, or do they have to go through the process?
There is some pedagogical process, right? Because being a great accountant gives you kind of mathematical competency and inspiration in a very specific way. Being able to translate that into instruction where you're connecting and working with kids requires, I think, at least some sort of conversation program. And so there's a lot of ways to do that are not highly intrusive. A lot of districts are supporting alternate pathways. And so it's not like they have to go get a master's degree, for example. They don't have to get an additional degree. They can use one of these alternative programs.
Well, these two teachers did not. And they, like I said, they're voted the best teacher of the year, and their students love them and they're learning tremendously. So something that maybe we should look at for the public school system too.
I think I'm optimistic that our certification council is going to continue to kind of explore what are the ways that we're bringing people in that make sense, that support the profession in the best possible way. So.
Representative Poulos online.
Hi, good afternoon, Kate. I take great interest in your comments about bringing teachers to the table, mostly because I do think when you ask teachers what they think, when you engage them in their profession, they feel elevated in their status, like they have a role and a say in the decisions that impact their career and their daily life. And my question to you would be, what suggestions do you have for this committee, for the whole legislature as a whole, as to how we could institutionalize teacher voice, teachers being at the table? What could we do? And another great thing about this, and I'm sure my good friend Representative Zupkis will appreciate it, is it comes at a very low cost. So what types of things can we do at a very low cost that would help validate the opinions of teachers? And how can we institutionalize this in our state?
Well, I certainly think one of the key ways is something that we've seen a great opportunity within the past year. We have a teacher serving on the State Board of Education right now, and I think that her thoughts, her ideas, her input have been incredibly valuable for grounding the work of the State Board of Education in the actual practice of teaching. And I think that is a unique, really important opportunity, and that is just by the way that the board was appointed. I think if there was perhaps a manner in which the State Board could codify a teacher on the State Board of Education, it would allow the work of that board to get the input and the critical insight of what any of the decisions they make look like in true practice. So I think that's one place that certainly I think we've seen what her input looks like on the Board of Ed today, and seeing something like that as a continued practice would be something I would certainly encourage. As far as in other spaces, I think it's really critical that when we talk about appointments and we talk about task forces and we talk about working groups, that we pay special attention to not just the opportunity to appoint educators, but that we put them in larger voices. Because sometimes we have working groups that have 45 people on them making decisions about education, and there's one educator. I was on the remote learning task force. This is a great example. There were probably 30 some odd people. And routinely, I would stop the conversation and go, I'm just going to assert my authority. I'm literally the only person in the room that has ever taught online. So as we're going to have this instruction, and this group of 30 are going to make decisions about what remote learning should look like, I want to keep in mind that I'm literally the only person who's ever experienced this. So I think it's important for us to keep that in mind as we build the decision-making bodies, to give some weight to the people who are going to be asked to do the work. So as you kind of see that, and I know that you have the opportunity to build groups and working groups and think about things, really pay attention to, do we have enough practitioners to actually make that voice prominent, right? Like, how many educators are in those spaces? I also think as we talk about building policy, it's important, are we asking and setting as the expectation that our districts include teacher voice? So as we build directives and we talk about things like cell phone policy or, kind of teacher evaluation, whatever it is, are we routinely asking for educators to be a part of that? Because often as a legislative body, you're building some structure into a process. And so if you're insisting that teachers are at the table, we have the opportunity to be at that table.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your comments, and I thank you for your advocacy on behalf of teachers and students in our state.
Representative Biggins.
Thank you. Kate, I know a few weeks ago we had the opportunity to listen to some educators, and I know you touched on all of the topics here, but if you could for a second talk a little bit more about how universal preschool might affect staff, just on, I know I'm speaking for myself as a young educator, having children and trying to pay for universal, or not, I wasn't paying for universal, just my own childcare. That was a challenge. So I don't know if you could just touch on how that might impact people's economic situations.
Yeah, so I think universal pre-K is an opportunity in a multitude of ways. One is, I am a big fan of improving access and support. And often when we talk about universal pre-K, there becomes an opportunity to build that out within school districts, which would allow those practitioners to benefit from being within sort of the infrastructure of a school district. So that's one potential opportunity. But you're absolutely right. One of the things we hear from our young educators all the time is they're on the lowest end of the wage structure. They're going to be captured in that $50,000 and sometimes less starting salary. We have starting salaries as low as $43,000 in this state. And if they're in that space, pre-K can cost a good chunk of money. to get access to. So if we have the ability to offer universal pre-K, that is an entry point that I think is really beneficial to our educators from a financial perspective, absolutely. But I think the other piece that we always hear from our teachers is that it is a unifying opportunity. It allows our students to start kindergarten with a better playing field, right? This idea that there aren't the haves and the have-nots when it comes to kindergarten, it comes down to everybody has had an opportunity to engage in some of the really critical learning that goes on. You know, when you watch a preschool classroom, you probably aren't thinking, wow, that's a lot of rigor, right? Like you walk into my calculus classroom and you might be like, wow, that's a lot of rigor. But the truth of the matter is some really important things go on in pre-K that look messy and silly and crazy, but they're so very important to the foundation of how we learn, engage, communicate, build stories. That is some of the most early literacy you'll ever see is what goes on in the play in a preschool classroom. So I think it's a real opportunity for us to look at how do we ensure students get the best possible start. And honestly, it's an opportunity for our educators to also maybe have their kids in their buildings. There's an opportunity there as well that I know that colleagues of mine have benefited from.
Thank you.
Representative Menefee.
So, Vice President Diaz on this one. But
Yes, please.
I do applaud, as a social studies teacher, I applaud your son's choice for teaching professions this one.
We'll
But
debate it later.
I did want to ask something on, just to build on what was talked about here, when it comes to because I know we haven't really talked about it for this one, is when the cell phone policy. And I know in talking about this at the CA event the other week, that a lot of people had expressed that they did not, and you have talked about it here as well, that a lot of them felt they could not speak up about district policies or anything like this, and whether that fear of retribution is like justified or whatever it is, but many of them expressed that they did not feel they had that access in their districts. And I was wondering, when it comes to this cell phone, and as we talked about this before, it's not strictly so, it's an electronic device policy that is being looked at. Have the teachers voiced a lot of support for this? Have they been opposed? Is there something they feel like would work better that is we are not considering right now?
So in terms of the cell phone policies or the electronic device policies, what we've heard time and time again is that a firm, clear policy is necessary. And time again, what we know is that teachers think that the least favorite thing that you could possibly do is hey, just do whatever's right in your classroom. It creates confusion, it creates competition, it creates all sorts of challenges in terms of having a true policy, right? No policy of, hey, everybody do their own thing. That's not a real policy. And it leaves our teachers really hanging out there. So over and over again, we have heard that a clear, consistent, enforced policy is important. We've heard that it doesn't have to be the same thing in every district. We understand that different districts may develop a policy that serves them better. So I think what we're hearing is asking for a clear, restrictive policy, because no policy isn't helpful. You know, the idea like we're all just sort of doing our own thing, hoping for the best, has not proven to be very successful. What we have seen is where structured policies are put into place, where there is either the yonder pouches or a strict restricted use policy, we have seen positive outcomes. And we have seen teachers tell us things are better in their buildings. And so I think where you're headed, which is to say, listen, districts should have a clear, consistent, and restrictive policy, is a good place to go. I also think that that's not actually a huge hardship. Most of our districts have some form of acceptable use policies with respect to technology. So I think what we're really talking about is going back to those acceptable use policies, refining them a touch, which is an appropriate thing to do as on a general kind of review practice. To your second question, because there was kind of a little piece of this that you alluded to, we are struggling with a free speech issue in public education, particularly with respect to teachers. The way that we have our current termination language does kind of give the districts all the power to say, we don't like what you say publicly, so we could terminate you. And then the way that it's structured, it's very hard for us to push back. We're literally the only people in public education that don't have a just cause standard. We have a loosey, poorly defined standard. And so we are, you'll hopefully hear from us on another day with strong testimony about improving that language. But it is a concern, especially when it comes to a district policy. It's super hard for us to stand up and assert our perspective sometimes, which is why the union does. We do our thing. We have our surveys. We promote that information that way.
Thank you. All right. Is there any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, Kate, thank you again, as always, for your testimony, and I'm sure we will see you again very soon.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Stephen Girelli, it's like online.
Good afternoon. I want to thank Representative Leeper, Senator McCrory, and members of the Education Committee for this opportunity to speak in opposition of part of Senate Bill 1244. My name is Dr. Stephen Girelli, and I am the president and CEO of Klingberg Family Centers, a nonprofit in existence for over 120 years and the home of the Raymond Hill School. Our school serves nearly 100 students, grades kindergarten through 12, referred by nearly 30 school districts throughout central Connecticut. Most of our students struggle with a variety of behavioral health challenges, in many cases resulting from severe early life trauma, the results of which have made it impossible for them to receive educational services in the public schools, even those with sophisticated in-district special education programs. And most have experienced a string of school failures, be they academic, social, or behavioral, in many cases all three, before they come to us. The challenges that our staff face in meeting our students' needs are very high. The challenges that we face in recruiting and retaining those staff are even higher as we compete with myriad other employers, both private and public. We are currently running at only 80% capacity due to staffing challenges. A reduction in revenue based on state-imposed tuition caps would certainly exacerbate that challenge. If our tuition is capped, we will be even less able to attract and retain the staff we need to meet the highly challenging needs of the students referred to us. My apologies. Our enrollment is likely to decrease further as we are forced to reject even more referrals. I would anticipate a similar impact on the other nearly 100 private special education schools in Connecticut. Since limiting tuition revenue will likely lead to reductions in statewide capacity, both through individual school enrollment reductions and through outright school closures, school districts are likely to face a smaller menu of out-of-district options from which to choose. They will be less able to optimally meet the needs of Connecticut's most challenged and challenging students. One outcome will be that school districts will have to increase in-district services for highly specialized populations at a cost that will surely exceed what is now available in the private sector. Moreover, that approach will keep students like those we serve in settings where they have described feeling like outcasts and misfits, in contrast to being part of a larger community of youth with similar challenges and experiences. And students who cannot adequately be served in district will experience interruptions in their education as they await availability of appropriate services. Or they may be referred to out-of-state educational settings, probably at higher cost and probably requiring residential placement with its own additional costs, and they will be separated from their homes and families. In sum, establishing tuition caps will hurt our most needy students. I urge you not to pass SB 1244. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Girelli. Questions? Ranking Member Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I agree that there are certain students that have that need outplacement that the schools just cannot take care of. And I know your answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it. Do you feel that every student that comes to you needs to be there? Or is there a
Hmm.
level of a disability that you start at for your program that you take?
Oh,
To be, at this
yes, yes. If I understand your question, we do get referrals to our school that we do not enroll because their needs don't rise to the level of requiring the services we provide. I think, to answer perhaps a broader question, I think there are some students who, with a bit more available in district, would be able to manage school without being referred out of district. I don't think we don't see a high number of those kinds of referrals, but I think some do exist. Does that answer your question?
It does. And then just my second and last question is, is your organization, I'm going to say oversight, for lack of a better word, by the Department of Education? Like, do they come in and look at your facility and say, you have to have these standards?
Yes, we're an approved special education school. The Department of Education sends personnel to conduct, I don't think they call it an inspection, but essentially that's what it is, along with other people, other educators who don't work for State Department of Ed, but actually work in schools. And so, yes, we are approved by the State Department of Ed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had just heard that not all outplacements are, again, overseen by the State Department of Education for the regulations. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your question.
Any other questions from members of the committee? All right. Seeing none, Dr. Drilly, thank you for your testimony today. Have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Next up, we have Dan Call. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Honorable members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to share my experiences with you here today. I am here to provide testimony opposing Bill SB 244, specifically pertaining to the caps on rates for APSEP schools. I'm a certified physical education teacher, and I'm a school health education teacher whom has worked at Benhaven School, which is a nonprofit and is a Connecticut State Department approved private special education school. I've worked there for the last 15 years, and I'm also on the crisis intervention training. I'm a trainer there as well. I'm also the father of a son who has special needs. My son, Chase, was diagnosed with autism during his birth to 3. I am dedicated to ensuring both my son, Chase, and the students that I teach at Benhaven School are provided a free and appropriate education. As I'm sure you know, autism is diagnosed on a spectrum of severity, and I think it's really important to recognize that there is a stark contrast between the needs of my son and the extremely unique needs of the students that I have had the pleasure of teaching for the last 15 years at Benhaven School. Their IEPs and their support plans differ profoundly. My son's needs require him to be in a self-contained special education room in his neighborhood school in Cheshire with other students with similar disabilities. He spends little time in regular education class amongst his neurotypically developing peers. And as a parent and as an educator, I'm always seeking the least restrictive environment whenever possible. That is important. My son has an IEP. He has related service hours, and he needs and requires a one-on-one paraeducator. Those are some of the very few similarities that my son and the students that I serve at Benhaven School have in common with their individualized programming. When my son is frustrated, we encourage him, me and my wife and his teachers and his paraeducators, to use his words and to express how he's feeling. But more importantly, we know why he is frustrated, almost always. 90% of the students at Benhaven School are nonverbal. And effective communication is a constant struggle, often resulting in challenging behaviors because it is not always clear why our students are upset. When my autistic son has a tantrum, it can be loud and ugly and long, but I'm not concerned that when he is dysregulated like that it will result in him forcefully banging his head into the floor. When my autistic son is told that it's too cold to go outside to use the swings on a day like today, I'm not concerned that he is going to use his fist to punch his paraeducator to communicate that he is upset. My son often has trouble getting on his specialized transportation vehicle in the morning, but he eventually manages this successfully every day. He does not require a multi-strap harness to secure him to the seat of the vehicle. And I've never had to drive 50 minutes to my son's school because he continually pulls his aide's hair on the bus.
Mr. Call, your 3 minutes up. If you could just quickly summarize, please. Thank you.
Okay? I think what I'm trying to emphasize is that the students that I serve have extremely challenging needs, extremely unique needs, extremely risky needs, extreme self-harm. Some of this stuff is uncomfortable, I understand that. These are families and students that are desperate. And that is a stark contrast to what I'm experiencing with my son being in his own neighborhood school in his town. And I think that the caps that are proposed to limit the rates for schools, APSIP schools, will compromise safety. The safety that I'm talking about for my students at the schools like Benhaven. That is an issue that I feel cannot be compromised. And the continually funding these very unique programs is essential to maintain highly trained staff, to maintain unique programming that is going to continue to serve them with their individualized needs. I appreciate the time that you've taken today.
Thank you very much for your impassioned testimony. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Representative Daphne.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I have an adult daughter that's autistic, so I can appreciate the challenges that you speak about and the variation, right? We know that on a spectrum, it can be very, very, very different. Do you have anything else that you would add as far as how we can best serve unique children such as ours?
I think using empathy at every turn, trying to put yourself in the perspective of the individual and the families that are facing, disruption. And, those examples I gave are a drop in the bucket. And it is not without a program that these families and students rely on. And it's really important to recognize that without that programming and changes to that programming, I think would be devastating. But perspective, I think, is important.
Can you speak a little bit more about your experience as a parent? Have you felt heard when you talk about how your son needs to be managed versus maybe another child? It could be very, very different. Do you feel like you've been heard and those needs are being met, or do you think we have a long way to go to that? And do you have any suggestions?
It's hard. I would say that I'm boisterous. So I make, I think that I'm passionate about this. I'm passionate about teaching. We were talking earlier about how do we find joy in teaching, and we were talking about teachers that experience when they see a kindergartner first understand how to read and the joy that brings them. I think in contrast to that, seeing the progress a student can make with communicating their needs for the first time, for finally finding the ability to cope or to self-regulate so they don't use these challenging behaviors, is really what I want people to understand is what we're trying to accomplish in our mission. Our students aren't going to college. Our mission is to make sure that they have success being a part of their communities. That is our aim. So there's joy in that. And if you can be passionate about kids with special needs, Benhaven welcomes you. We welcome you to come see where the money is going. The money is going to our kids, and it is going to services and equipment and very specialized rooms, adapted equipment. That is really important to understand, and I just want that message to be heard.
Thank you very, very much for your testimony. Your son and your students are very fortunate to have you as an advocate. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from members of the committee? Representative Reddington Hughes.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for sharing your story too, because I think that we need to see the human element of all of this and see what the ramifications are when some of these things go forward. My question has to do with, in the event that something like this did go forward, where would these children go?
That's a really good question. If Benhaven wouldn't be able to support or serve this population the way, or continue to support that population, I am concerned that maybe they would have to go back to their district where they would not have access to their appropriate education, where they do not have access to trained staff to support them. And a building that has been supporting kids with these really unique needs for over 50 years has a really strong understanding of what their aim is. And I am worried about that.
And in your opinion, if something like that did go forward, what kind of safety ramifications would that have on the other children within the district if they were not prepared to take these children in?
Potentially profound. My son certainly could benefit from the services that Benhaven has to offer because they're so great. He could come to Benhaven. He wouldn't fit in, but to reverse that and take students from Benhaven and to put them back in their district where they've already been outplaced because of behavioral issues or inadequate services. I am very concerned about what that would mean for teachers, paraeducators, and certainly the other students that would be in the same classrooms with the students that Benhaven are serving.
Well, thank you for your advocacy and your heart.
I appreciate it.
Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming. And I do appreciate your passion. I work with lots of parents and lots of students that have IDD, and I completely understand what you're saying. But maybe this is for the chair, but I just want to clarify, as I understand it, people aren't looking to do away with outplacement programs. They're still, as I understand it, so I'm just trying to clarify, as I understand it, that these outplacements will still exist. It's looking at it from a price perspective. I understand everything costs money. The hoists, like you said, are expensive. People that work there, salaries, teachers, we're talking about all of that. But I just wanted to be clear in my mind that what this intent right now, because it's a concept,
Sure.
the intent is not to do away with outplacement. It is looking at the cost. Is that how you understand it?
Yes, that is how I understand it. I'm concerned that without the proper budget,
Yeah.
that these services are not going to be able to continue for some of the most severely compromised and vulnerable children. And because of a cap on potentially tuition, that would result in a trickle-down effect that could pretty much ruin families and ruin students' programs.
Yeah, thank you. I think, again, and maybe we can come at a different angle about the intent of the bill. But I do think they have to look at the cost. School districts don't even know, and I'm not talking about your Benhaven, you just happen to be sitting here. I think we do have to look at the cost, because for a school to budget and then kids come in and $200,000 for one child, we don't have a tree out at the Capitol to go get money from. And so I think that that is a part of what we need to look at, but I don't want to do away with outplacement places because I do believe certain students have to be in those places.
Yes,
So, yes, so
and I also would say that it's money well spent.
I wouldn't disagree. Thank you.
Thank you.
To Ranking Member Zupkis's point, I think the intent, to my understanding, is again, not to do away with those programs. It's to look at the costs and, make sure that things are, appropriate. But certainly the money is well spent if students are being educated, the most appropriate education where they can access their education for sure. So are there any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony today and for the work that you do with your students and your son. Next, we have Aidant Bosley. I apologize if I mispronounced that. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, members of the Education Committee and esteemed legislators. My name is Aidant Bosley, and I'm a junior from Rocky Hill High School. And I speak before you today as a passionate advocate for civic engagement, especially in SB 1288 as it relates to the Civic Seal. And during my internship working on civics at the Department of Education, I dedicated countless hours to studying Civic Seal programs across the nation, analyzing their impact and understanding their potential to shape the future of democracy. What I found was both alarming and inspiring. The numbers paint a sobering picture. Youth voter turnout remains stagnant, civic knowledge is declining, and trust in government is eroding. According to the 2024 University of Pennsylvania's Annenberg Public Policy Center Civic Survey, only 65% of Americans could correctly name all three branches of government. That's a decline from previous years. This means that roughly 60 million eligible voters cannot name all three branches, highlighting a broader trend. Fewer younger people see themselves as active participants in their communities. And without intervention, the very foundation of our democracy is at risk. But there is a solution, the Civic Seal. It's a program that recognizes students who demonstrate proficiency in civic knowledge, participation, and community service. It's not just a certificate on a diploma. It is a catalyst for engagement. States implementing Civic Seal programs have seen measurable improvements in voter registration, student-led community initiatives, and overall civic literacy. This is how we reinvent what it means to be a good citizen, not by mandating, but by incentivizing. By rewarding students for civic participation, we send a clear message. Democracy is not a spectator sport. Imagine the impact in Connecticut. A statewide Civic Seal would encourage thousands of students to engage in government, volunteer, and take pride in their role as active citizens. It would foster a generation that not only understands the Constitution, but also understands the power of their voice. In the long run, this initiative will lead to a more informed electorate, stronger communities, and a government that truly reflects the will of its people. The choice is clear. We can either watch civic engagement decline or act now to build a future of empowered, engaged citizens. Let's make Connecticut a leader in civic education. Let's pass legislation that supports the Civic Seal and secures the future of our democracy, one student at a time. Thank you. And I yield to any questions.
Representative Zupkis.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you coming up and testifying and your passion. And I think you could down the road fit well, maybe somewhere.
Hopefully.
But I have a question. So this seal, is it you would take certain classes and you would have to do certain things to get this seal? It's on your diploma, I believe?
Yeah, it's a diploma seal. So
Right. So how would you get the seal?
yeah, so I mean, obviously we haven't done one from Connecticut, but I've analyzed basically all the states that have implemented, and usually there's core principles to it and components to it. So one is the knowledge base. So some people test, so there's certain test requirements, maybe up 70% you have to get on a test, on a civics test, pretty generic, to actually get the seal. That's one component of it. Other component could be a reflection piece. Sometimes they have to reflect on maybe what of the civic engagement activities they had done. Others might be volunteer services. Maybe it's a certain amount of hours they have to do maybe it's volunteering at, any education office or just volunteering in general towards civic minded, programs. And others could be certain classes. Maybe it's taking civics, civics is a requirement, but maybe it's in depth or getting certain scores. So I think that as a state of Connecticut, we should create a component process where, like, I know the state of New York, they have a 6-point system where you have to get a total of 6 points. You get like half a point for a certain, class taken, 1 point for, volunteer hours. Because I know there are many kids who are not really, test takers, but we shouldn't discourage them from actually getting the civic seal because it's so much more than just a test. It's really our participation in government. So kind of having this point system, I think, might be the best way to effectively, get the civic seal.
Okay. Thank you. And maybe we have to look at math seals and all
Yeah.
these other seals. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your energy and participation in this fabulous issue. One of the things I have in my district is a leadership program for high school kids, and they come to the Capitol. We talk about government and what it does, and they do have a chance to utilize that information in their classes at school. And so I just thought I'd say, is that something that you were thinking of this type of arrangement?
Yeah, I think that definitely is one component of, of understanding what our government is and how it functions. I think that the SEAL should try to go for the next step of being active participants. And I see that observation element is something that we maybe do in the first couple, in your first couple years of high school, and then really getting to that active participant, really making that difference in that, student voice, whether through being any means it is. But definitely, I think the observation element, like you said, that your district does would be a great way to, push for the SEAL and just positive civic engagement.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Adon, thank you for your testimony today. And it's clear that you are already someone who would probably be deserving of the Civic Seal. Having co-chaired the Civics Education Engagement Media Literacy Task Force, I mean, you've pretty much hit on the intent behind where this recommendation came from. And to any of my colleagues who have asked some of these questions, the intent would be the recommendation of the task force, which will be forthcoming, the full recommendation in our report. The idea is we would like to see portfolio based because, as you said, it gives more of a cross section of things that you've done and reflection on what you've done as opposed to just a one-time test. Could that be a component of it? At the end of the day, it will be on the State Department of Education to come up with the actual criteria, but this would be similar to what we already offer in the state by way of the Seal of Biliteracy. And then we've got models from a dozen or so other states around the country that already use this. So again, I appreciate you and your energy for this today and highlighting it, and continue please to go forward and be civically engaged.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today to testify. You seem to be very knowledgeable on this civics stamp, or I don't know what
Seal.
seal. Okay. Are you aware of any other seals they do across the country, like math or robotics or language or any others, or is this the only one?
So there's actually numerous, and when I did my analysis, I looked at the state of Virginia, for example. They have 8 actual different seals that span over different sectors. We have like education or civic seal, or the seal for engineering, or civic seal for STEM programs, which I think maybe is something that the state of Connecticut could gradually look towards, because civics is just one component of education so broad. So having those different seals, because it allows us to encourage and celebrate those who make achievements in STEM based math, reading, and all of those fields. So I have seen different states that have looked to get different seals across different subjects. So maybe that's something that the state of Connecticut should implement.
Sounds good. It sounds like if we adopt this, we might want to consider others as well. And I thank you so much for coming today to talk about it.
Again, I want to thank you for your enthusiasm.
Thank you.
I got towards the end. What school district are you?
So I'm from Rocky Hill.
Rocky, and what grade are you?
I'm a junior.
Okay. What was your inspiration to want to do something like this in the state of Connecticut?
So I think that I've always been passionate about, civic engagement, what it means to be a citizen. I was actually not born in America. I was born in India, and my parents were immigrants, and I got my citizenship a couple years ago. So to actually be an American and live through the American dream is something I'm truly passionate about, and it's something that I want to spread to everyone. Understanding how our government and, the reason I moved to this country, the reason my family moved to this country is something I think we should all share. And rather than just simply taking it for granted, our citizenship, we should truly champion it and use it as as a form for voice and getting our thoughts out there. So that's why I really admire it. Yeah.
Thank you again. Any other questions?
You want to be a civics teacher? We have a short supply of teachers, and I bet you would be hired.
I think that maybe teacher is in my scope, but one of the things that I really want to become is a U.S. ambassador one day. I wanted to always go in the foreign service because I think that American national pride that I have within myself is something I want to represent, and hopefully I can represent like our foreign policies on the world scale. So that's my ultimate goal. But till then, I guess there's a journey, and maybe civics teaching is something in the way. So we'll see.
I'll say you're on the right course.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Next up, we have Merle Gay, followed by Carlton Richard. Caton and Richard. I'm sorry.
Senator McCrory,
Uh-oh.
Representative Leeper, and members of the committee. My name is Merrill Gay, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance for more than 20 years now. The Alliance has brought together organizations that care for and about young children and to work for policy change. Our goal is that every child in Connecticut receive the services and quality early care and education that they need to prepare them to succeed in school. The Early Childhood Alliance is pleased to support Governor Lamont's proposed universal preschool endowment. Way back in 1997, Connecticut started down the road of providing subsidized preschool for our poorest children in a number of cities and towns across the state. Both Democratic and Republican administrations expanded that program. But since the Great Recession, the state's budget woes and the fiscal constraints that came after those have resulted in limiting the program's effectiveness. The payments to early care programs and therefore the wages of the teachers in those programs stagnated. And when we came out of the COVID pandemic and entry-level wages everywhere were shooting way up, we lost a lot of experienced early educators because they could make more money working at Target. We saw that all over the state. It led to a drop in enrollment because there weren't enough teachers to run programs. So the creation of an endowment fund that transfers surplus funds is a creative way to fund this without raising taxes. And to make it possible that we assure that every child has the opportunity to go to a quality preschool at a price that their parents can afford. House Bill 6867 creates that endowment and spells out the way to fund it. It leaves the details of implementing the program to the Office of Early Childhood. And as it's going to take time for that endowment to build up enough money to start funding the program in 2028, that leaves time for the Office of Early Childhood working with local community planning processes to try and make sure that we don't repeat the mistakes that have been made in many other states that rushed to implement universal preschool. Some of those examples of things that we did wrong in other places was putting all the preschoolers in the public schools and draining the tuition that early childhood programs relied on to be able to support the infant toddler care. That's, I think, the biggest concern that folks had is that we not hurt the infant toddler care program when we create universal preschool. So this planful approach of phasing in things, we think is a way that we can overcome those problems and reach the goal of providing a high quality universal preschool for every child.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? I have. Yes, Representative Coleman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Meryl, for coming out. So you discussed the worrisome plan about, sort of the stress on the infant care.
No,
How do you think that that this is going to be different than other states, besides the fact that we're trying to figure it out ahead of time rather than launching right into it? I mean, I can tell you that in my district, they are, going to full day pre-K next year for 4-year-olds. And, some of the programs are very concerned about the future of the services that they offer. And so I'm just kind of wondering your thoughts on how this can be done deliberately without hurting the industry, quite frankly.
So one way that it will do that is by having the Early Start program, which is the successor to school readiness and the child development centers, pay the actual full cost of care rather than forcing programs who are currently getting an inadequate grant from the state to provide the care to then sort of double dip and use the Care for Kids program as well. So when you have care that costs, $15,000 to $17,000 a year, and you're only paying programs $10,500 a year, they're making up in private tuition, but then they're also, for every child who's eligible, getting Care for Kids on top of it. Now, that's a variable because the requirements to get into Care for Kids are more complicated than getting into a school readiness program. And it just makes it always challenging for programs to budget because they don't know how many of their kids will get onto Care for Kids. So by switching over to having the endowment paying the full cost of providing preschool, we then free up, the estimate is about 75 million of the Care for Kids money that can then be used to provide more infant toddler care in community programs. That's the primary way that we do this.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you for getting down to that nitty gritty. And that's if they take Care for Kids at all. I mean, some communities, don't have any of those programs that serve that population.
And that in part is because in many places, Care for Kids pays well below market rate. I think the poster child is in Eastern Connecticut, where center-based infant toddler care is paid at $151 a week less than the Office of Early Childhood estimates it costs to provide quality care. In terms of comparing it to other places, it's $110 less than in Greater Hartford. So yes, there are differences in housing costs between Eastern Connecticut and Greater Hartford, but not so much to warrant that huge a difference in payment rates for providers.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything else? My second question, anything else you'd like to add?
Creating a dedicated revenue stream to fund early care and education is the thing that has been missing throughout this. We have always been sort of struggling for the crumbs within a much bigger system. Families have their children in early care for a couple of years, and then they have their children in K-12 for 13 years. So having that dedicated funding stream, I think, is a really key part to solving this puzzle of how do we solve, the big puzzle has always been, it's too expensive for parents, but there's not enough revenue for the programs to provide quality care without expecting that their staff are going to work for far less than they deserve. You're in the education committee, you hear all the time about the challenges of teachers not earning enough. Now, we're still trying to get parity with public school teachers because early educators are earning $15,000 to $20,000 less. There are so many early educators who work a second job so that they can do the work that they value of building small brains when they're working in the early childhood program. We need to fix this problem, and this bill can do that.
Great. Thank you so much, Meryl, for your work on this. Thank you,
Any
Mr.
other
Chair.
questions? Representative,
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
My question has to do with the transportation needs for a program like this. I don't really hear much about that and how that is going to be satisfied.
So most early childhood programs rely on their parents to bring the children to the program. There are some public schools that provide busing to bring children to their preschool programs. This proposal is a balanced effort to provide a mixed delivery system. So it's not all in public schools, it's not all in community programs. And it has a very strong element of community planning that's going to go on for the next 2 years to try and make sure that when OEC goes out with their request for proposals for new providers, that they're going to meet the needs of the communities. And, you know, do parents want school day care? Do parents need care that has wraparound services? What is it that parents are most comfortable with? And what are the resources in the community? In some places in Eastern Connecticut, the population density is so small that you can't support a 150 kid childcare center. The public school is the only logical place to do it, unless it's a family childcare. So it varies from place to place. In some places, you need to have care on one side of the city because parents don't have cars and there isn't something near them. We need to meet things, to meet community needs with this. And that's, I think, a really unique part about this proposal is that that's built into it.
My other question piggybacks on what you had already mentioned about the wraparound care that some of these, families would need as they were dropping their children off for the preschool, which would be the before and after care. But there is no mention as to how many hours a week this pre-K would be.
So my understanding from Commissioner Bai's briefing for our alliance is that the plan here is to provide school day, school year care for free for families under 100,000 and limited to $20 a day for families over between 100 and 150,000. So that means that if I'm a working parent and I've got a 4-year-old going to preschool, that my care for the 6 hours a day is going to be free. And therefore, I'm only having to pay for the hours I need before or after. And if my income is low enough that I qualify for Care for Kids, I could use Care for Kids for that wraparound care.
So if I'm understanding correctly, then for a child that's like 4 years old, they would be spending 30 hours a week in school.
That's the school day, school year model. So yeah.
Yes, thank you.
thank you. Any other questions? Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your work and your presentation today. And also mentioning the really incredible disparity that we have between what we receive for payments in Eastern Connecticut versus pretty much the rest of the state, and why we have a healthcare desert there. But I was just wondering, in terms of the endowment, will the endowment, as we move forward, pay for additional slots in the community and throughout the state?
Yeah, so the proposal is that in 2028, it would start to roll out additional slots as the endowment has enough money. So you could take 10% of the endowment each year. And each year we're also putting into the endowment. So the plan was that by 2032, we will be able to fund 20,000 additional slots. Now, 7,500 of those are current half-day slots in public schools that would become school day, the 6-hour-a-day slots. The rest would be slots that could be full day, full year. They could be school day. They would be done through the RFP process.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Merle, I want to thank you for all the years you have been doing this work for so many years, trying to get children into school at a very early age. I want to thank you for your service. And I'll just say, I won't ask you, but I do have some questions about the endowment, how this is gonna continue in a way that we really need to make sure that we have the resources there to do the things that we talk about. I'm just kind of skeptical about how this is
I
gonna move
heard your
forward.
earlier question about unappropriated surplus. So
Yeah. And when I was left out of here, I went around and asked some questions, and people were asking, they were scratching their head. So we're gonna have to
So-
figure this out.
you have a revenue cap
Yeah.
that you don't appropriate. It's there for at the end of the year, if you, had a big drop in taxes, tax payments in the last quarter, and you needed to fill the hole. That's what the revenue cap is there for. It's your sort of your first savings plan before you get to the rainy day fund. Well, if you didn't have a big drop in taxes, you've got a full revenue cap. You need to bring the rainy day fund up to 18% based on whatever your budget is now. But then you've got all that revenue cap money that used to just get transferred over to pay down debt early. That money would be unappropriated surplus.
When I walked out here, every time I walk out of this room, someone comes to me asking for money for this. They ask me for none of this.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine I ain't not gonna say it. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. Next up, Richard, Harvard Public Schools CFO. Come on up. Uh-oh, you got a job on your hand. Tell me how you gonna solve these problems in Harvard Finance.
I'll tell you how you can help.
Okay. Oh, I know how I can help. I bet you have something to do with money. And I ain't have to walk out of the room unless another asks for money. Look at it. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm just joking.
No, you're good. Yes, I'm Caitlin Richard. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Hartford Public Schools. And I am here today to talk about special education funding at the state level. So thank you for the opportunity. So the primary form of funding that the state provides to school districts is the education cost sharing, also known as ECS. The formula provides a base amount for all students and then includes weights for specific student groups. So right now there are weights for economically disadvantaged students at 30% of the base, multilingual learner students at 25%, and concentration of poverty at 15%. We are appreciative of the full funding of the ECS in the governor's budget. And we're also appreciative of the legislative focus on special education. However, there's currently no weight for special education in the state funding formula. And we're here to advocate for a 50% weight to be added to the funding formula for special education. Special education expenses are about a third of Hartford Public Schools' total revenue. So in fiscal year 23, that was $151 million for special education. Because there's no weight for special education in the state funding formula, the only funding that the state provides for special education is through the excess cost grant. So the state only provides funding when a special education student costs 4.5 times the average per pupil cost. So if the average per pupil is $20,000, the state is only kicking in after $90,000 for that student. And that has only been funded at less than 100% historically. So most recently, it was only funded at 78% of that. I will also note there's not a single student attending Hartford Public Schools who costs more than 4.5 times the average per pupil. So the only students qualifying for excess cost in Hartford Public Schools are Hartford residents attending schools outside of the district. So in fiscal year 23, the state, through the excess cost grant, only covered 4% of what Hartford Public Schools spend on special education. And all of those expenses were for resident students attending schools outside of Hartford Public Schools. We're appreciative of the $40 million additional for special education in the excess cost grant, both in the governor's budget and what was announced today. Very excited about that. However, this will mean that the state will move from covering 4% of our special education expenses to 6%, which is not enough. So for this reason, we're advocating for a 50% weight to be added to the state funding formula. As an example, New York has a 41% weight, and their excess cost grant kicks in at 3 times the average per pupil, as opposed to 4.5. And if the state did add this weight, it would mean $16 million in additional revenue for Hartford Public Schools. It also would provide us an opportunity to ultimately, in the long term, reduce costs and bring hundreds of students back to the district if we had the ability to serve them with additional dollars. I want to thank you for your time, and we're looking forward to the opportunity for more resources for some of our highest need students.
Thank you. and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. If the threshold from 4.5 was lowered to 3, and if the special ed funding weight was 50% in the ECS, how much money extra would that give you?
So it would be 16 million more in the addition,
16 or
16 million more for the funding formula itself. If the threshold was lower to 3, I think that'd be around $5 million more dollars. But I don't have the exact number on that piece.
Thank you. Again, because money is, but that's your gig, right? That's what you do. So thank you. I was just curious at what that would be.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony and congratulations on your new position.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Tom Laudedio. I think I said that right. Tom, it says you're a VP in education. No time? Okay. Moving right along. Jim, the CEO of TCCOH, Jim Moffley. Jim?
Hi, good afternoon.
All right.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm testifying in opposition of SB number 1244. I'm the CEO of the Children's Center of Hamden and Whitney Hall School. Our center is a 192-year-old nonprofit that provides services to children and families. And we have a solid understanding of the challenges to fulfill our mission of helping individuals achieve their highest level of functioning and also making programs and services work despite underfunding in a difficult financial world here in Connecticut for the nonprofits. I've worked in the health and human service field for more than 30 years, including time in a public school system that had a clinical day program that was housed in the high school. It was a very innovative program, as well as schools with agencies with multiple school-based health centers. And in the past 2.5 years, I've seen firsthand the difficulties and challenges it takes to run a nonprofit special ed school, especially with the array of increasingly challenging behavioral health issues that children come here and present with, and understanding the challenges that could face our public school partners. I'm also just the parent of 4 adult children, and I watching them go through their schooling, and despite being in AP classes and higher level classes, I often spoke with their teachers and school personnel, and they would frequently speak of the challenges for certain kind of mid-level classes of being able to have to focus so much on behavior in a classroom and not being able to teach. And so based on that, I'm finding it hard to comprehend if this private special education facilities go out of business due to caps, how our public schools could adequately address the needs of children who present with complicated behavioral health issues, especially issues we see every day in our school. So while looking at ways to improve Connecticut special education system is important and necessary, I think disregarding the complexities private nonprofit schools have to navigate to establish rates to sustain services is concerning, especially when there are other states that have experienced complications in their systems due to rate caps. Complications that include school closings, special ed school closings, and then students needing to be sent out of state at a higher cost, as well as the emotional cost and hardship on those students having to be go live further away from home. And lastly, I think both public schools and private special ed schools are faced with the challenges of recruiting teachers. The Connecticut State Department of Education identifies certification shortages, areas in multiple subject matters, including certified special ed teachers. So as changes in the special ed landscape is explored, I think it's important that we find ways to create a system where more individuals will ultimately want to become teachers to serve the next generation. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. I just have a quick question, Jim. Are your teachers certified at your program?
We have yes, we have certified teachers, we have DSAPs, I think like most public schools and private schools across the state with the shortages, we have to have a combination of both certified and other qualified teachers. The shortage is a huge impact on our state. I think it's a nationwide issue as well, but Connecticut has a major shortage.
So you have a combination, mostly certified, but you also have some
Yeah,
uncertified.
yes.
Yeah, also, okay, good. Any questions? Any questions for Jim? Seeing none online. Thank you, Jim, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, Catherine, please, Catherine Myers, followed by Louis Rosario, followed by Andrew, the man who's gonna solve all our special ed problems, Feinstein.
Hello. Hi, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and esteemed members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Catherine Scheinberg-Meyer. I'm an attorney at the Center for Children's Advocacy, and I'm the director of our medical legal partnership at the Yale Child Studies Center. We have a bundle of issues to bring forth, and my colleague Sarah Egan and I are writing something very comprehensive for you, so stay tuned for that. But as a member of the Special Education Task Force, I wanted to come today and speak to you about Section 4 in Raise Bill 1244. And this is the section that's going to create a competitive grant program to support in-district programming, and we've been talking about that a lot today. I have some kind of nuances I'd like to add to the conversation based upon the population we serve. As you probably know, the folks that we serve are low-income families, many of whom face language barriers, lack of transportation, medical issues, and other barriers to school access. So in addition to seeking inclusion with their general education peers, these families want their kids in neighborhood schools to the maximum extent possible, right? They want to be part of their local school community. They want them to attend school with their siblings. Everyone's in favor of this. But we need to keep in mind that the legal principle of least restrictive environment, LRE, refers to the requirement that children be educated with their general education peers such that the student is receiving a meaningful benefit from such placement. So how do we make these placements meaningful? Sometimes schools frankly misuse LRE and they kind of use that sometimes as a reason to keep kids in district who really can't be served in district based upon the current capacity and resources. So we really need to take a close look at what these districts have available and if that placement in district is meaningful. And if it's not, then we do need to work on looking at those out of district placements. So, there are a lot of district representatives who have some great ideas, some great public-private partnerships and models to replicate. And so they really need to be able to get some of that startup funding, which will then create a sustainable program for all the reasons we've talked about today. I want to quickly mention that, and this has kind of been touched upon, the out-of-district programs that our students are attending the availability has drastically decreased since COVID, right? And we know all the reasons why. This is having a huge impact, particularly on the students we serve, because these placements are becoming increasingly selective about who they're letting come in the door. And so even though they're created to serve students of the highest needs, they're able to be quite selective about who they're taking in. And we can unpack that a little bit. They're also pushing out clients at alarming rates. And these are the students that we serve who are basically pushed out of I can wrap up, but they're pushed out of some of these placements without any real due process. And it's a unilateral decision, or what feels like a unilateral decision by the placement to say, we can't serve your needs. And I have clients that are kept at home in tutoring 6 months, 9 months, 15 months. One of my clients was kept at home. So we really need to think about this spectrum of service and increasing the availability in district is hopefully going to prevent some of that and really mitigate some of the shortages we're seeing in the placements that we normally would be using.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. So you're saying actually, if a kid is fortunate or unfortunate enough to be placed outside his district in some of these programs, even with them specializing, quote unquote, have the service, be able to provide services for these children, they're actually get placed out of those programs and they're at home getting tutoring. Is that
More and more
Often, yes. And I'm sorry, I tried to say a lot in a short period of time, so I wasn't able to get into the nuances of it. But basically, this student who is recommended to XYZ outplacement, a period of time goes by, and again, that they're less likely to work with the student because they have such a large waiting list. They can choose somebody else if they
Right,
want to, and that's
right.
just frank.
So you just say, we don't
So,
want you.
so they'll go to PPT and they'll just say, we can no longer serve your needs. This is something that's always happened, and sometimes it's right. But the difference is that, again, they're less willing to take the time to work on it. And in the past, they would at least wait for the student to find a new placement, work with the district to find a new placement.
Mhm.
Now it's almost effective immediately.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty outrageous. And so that makes it, all the more necessary that we fund programs in district. But also, again, like Christina Guillo was saying before, a lot of these programs are really necessary and we support them. We want our students to have access to them. We just want enough oversight so that they're really treating the kids as they deserve to be treated.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
So wouldn't in that situation, like a student be able to use stay put law? Like there's a law in place that they would be able to stay in the placement, right?
Yeah, so stay put means that if if a family and a district are in disagreement about the next steps for a student's special education program, that they go back to the last agreed upon placement between the parties. Now, unfortunately, the parties could still say, yes, we both agree student needs small structured therapeutic placement. That recommendation is not changing. The issue is that the access to what that placement actually is in name is out of the control in many ways of definitely of the parent and out of control of the district. They have no jurisdiction over any of these placements. And so they are a customer of these placements, but they're also kind of at their mercy in the kind of the market as it is.
So now some of the placements are like regionalized, like we have CREC has a lot of placements. Is it the same for them or is it different? Like, would they be able to be like, oh, stay put at this placement because it's a regional CREC?
Yeah.
Because East Hartford's the one sending them, they don't have that option.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be stay put in that situation. It's really like the district will apply some pressure to the placement to say, or we'll go in there and say, what can we do? Can we apply additional resource from the district? Do you need a para? Does the district have to pay to supplement something? But it's the pressure of the district to the placement to say, this is our student. We need their IEP to be met. And if you kick them out of here, we don't have any other ideas. So it's really, that's kind of how the dynamic goes. And the family is caught up in the middle of it.
So yeah, what does that look like when, sorry. That's all right.
Representative Biggin? It's
My
okay.
apologies. But what does that look like? You're saying the
won't
student is
outplace
just at
you.
home, like receiving tutoring? How does that?
Yeah, I have a lot of clients in that position, and the district is yes, they're most often diligently looking to find a new placement, but frankly, that kid is really falling through the cracks. I mean, they're most of the time at home receiving some kind of, sporadic tutoring that's not consistent usually, and that's a whole other shortage, right? And so, this can really be a disaster of a situation for our clients.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Matthew Cole?
Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you? Thanks for having us.
Oh, man.
My name is Matthew Cole. Right now I'm representing SMACNA, Connecticut, but more importantly, I'm submitting this testimony as a parent of a public school student in Connecticut. I have another child who's studying to become a teacher, so I'm greatly concerned about school indoor air environment for educators. I'm an appointed member of the legislature's School Indoor Air Quality Working Group, steering committee member on the Coalition for Healthy Air in Schools. I'm on the board of directors, excuse me, for SMACNA, the Sheet Metal and Air Conditioner Contractors National Association. I've contributed to many training manuals on indoor air quality and ventilation verification testing. I'm a principal at Wings Testing and Balancing of Branford, Connecticut, a company that specializes in indoor air quality as well as the testing, adjustment, and certification of ventilation systems. I'm here to conditionally support House Bill 6922. And I'll tell you some reasons why and some of the things that I think that we need. HB 6922 would provide for long-term funding sources for indoor air quality and HVAC improvements, which SMACNA Connecticut fully supports. There do remain, however, some questions and concerns about how the program will dovetail and how the planned spending levels and prior commitments impact the IAQ grant program. The previous or current grant program had $450 million approved for funding. Currently, it looks like $138.5 million remains uncommitted. Current law requires looking again at initially denied applications in fiscal years 25 and 26. So SMACNA Connecticut believes that the current IAQ grant program should remain active for this duration and have funding reserves available to award previously denied grants that now meet the requirements. Non-priority reimbursements for municipalities rely on cost sharing. And there's many underfunded districts that can't cover the upfront cost or the town share of needed improvements and repairs. So SMACNA Connecticut strongly urges the Education Committee to prioritize equity for municipalities in the awarding of HVAC and IAQ funding and to allow the use of remaining unallocated IAQ grant monies to offset the upfront costs and the sharing portions with impoverished districts for IAQ and HVAC projects. So, summary, I would like to consider modifying HB 6922 to include the following provisions. All remaining committed IAQ grant program funding totaling $135.8 million must remain earmarked for HVAC and IAQ improvements and not just go away. The current IAQ grant program must remain active and adequate funding reserve to cover previously submitted and denied grant requests. DAS should remain bound by the current statute to revisit those applications in fiscal years 25 and 26. Most importantly, any remaining IAQ funding that's available should be used to provide equity for districts that are most in need. And I have a couple of ideas of how to do that really quickly. Funding should be permitted to be used for the Tools for Schools program support and for training for the required annual IAQ inspections, especially for alliance districts. Funding should be permitted to cover reimbursements for 5-year testing, especially for underfunded districts. And funding should be permitted to cover supplemental IAQ testing for environmental justice districts, including VOCs, volatile organic compounds. That's in line with another bill that's been introduced to the Education Committee. We really do hope that you could take these under consideration for the revised modifications and additions. School children and educators deserve clean and healthy air, regardless of what district they attend or they teach in. Thanks for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions that might.
Thank you, Matthew, for your testimony. Any questions for Matthew?
I just want to say thanks, Matt, for your very, very thorough and diligent work and expertise in the indoor air quality working group over what feels like, I don't know, a decade. I think it's been 2 years, maybe 3, but you have been such an asset to the work. And so I really appreciate you sharing this feedback today.
Thank you, Representative. It's good that we have such good chairs in that committee.
Seeing no more questions? Thank you for your testimony, then, Matthew.
Thank you so much.
Who do we have next? Andy Feinstein. No. Lou or Angie? Yep.
It's always a pleasure to appear before this committee, and a pleasure particularly to appear before Senator McCrory and Representative Leeper. Although I think that Senator McCrory ought to follow the lead of Representative Poulos and Representative Bagans and start wearing bow ties. Just a suggestion. Look, SEEK submitted some really extensive testimony in written form. There's no way we can cover it in 3 minutes. My colleagues, Naomi Nova, John Flanders and Stacy Tailly will be testifying later on different aspects of it, but we're still not going to cover it all. I hope that members of the committee will have a chance to look at our full testimony. The first point that we all seem to agree on is there's a need for out-of-district placement. There's some severely disabled students who cannot be educated in their home districts. And there are others, perhaps, who could be educated in their home districts if appropriate programs were set up. So doing so takes seed money, and that seed money has to be non-year money. It can't be money that has to be spent in the current year. It takes bonding authority to expand spaces available, and it takes incentives to have districts work together to build those programs. All three elements have to be part of that. Now, the governor goes further and proposes that the Department of Education set rates for private providers. You've heard articulate testimony in the last few minutes about why that's a bad idea from the point of view of the schools. From the point of view of the taxpayer, it's a bad idea too. Rate setting is highly expensive, necessitating the creation of a mini public utility commission staffed with auditors and accountants. Massachusetts has such a system, and it turns out that the rate for similar schools in Massachusetts is actually higher than the rate for similar schools in Connecticut. If rates are set too low, however, as happened in New York, a lot of private schools go out of business or stop taking kids placed under IEPs. The result is, in many cases, that parents unilaterally place, sue the districts, and it ends up costing the districts substantially more money. Now, special ed directors are extremely reluctant to outplace kids. When they do so, however, they have no bargaining power, however, with the private placements. They need the placement, and they'll pay whatever is being asked. So here's my proposal. Instead of a rate-setting system, the state ought to negotiate rates with the private providers. That way, we're assured that the rates are not going to be so low that the programs go out of business, but at the same time, the state provides some downward pressure on rates. And as I said in a prior hearing, the reason costs have gone up so high is pretty clear, which is that if you're a private school and you're entering into a contract to meet the IEP needs of a kid, you've got to have the staff on board. And since there's been a staff shortage, the private schools have had to pay a lot more, to provide the staff. That's not true for public schools. For public schools, they have to provide the services, or they have to provide for the child, and in many cases, services are not being provided because of lack of staff. And to summarize,
That's my guy.
CSDE proposes that private providers have to fix their rates before December 31st. That means that there's substantial risk of increased costs between December 31st and the beginning of the school year. And so the rates they set are going to be artificially high. It is inherently an inflationary proposal. Now, it does provide convenience for school district budgeteers, but I think the inflationary impact of that proposal far outweighs the convenience that's involved. Look, SEEK is here to work with you on this and work with the select committee to make special ed as good as it could possibly be, given the constraints that we have. And we're glad to continue to work with you.
Right. And I mean, I can ask you questions all night, but I'm not going to do that. I'd rather work with you and see if we can find a solution to this problem. Honestly, I need you. I really would like to have you at the table when we discuss this issue. Any questions for my colleague, Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for coming. I just have one quick question because you're talking about outplacement. I'm actually going through I have your information right in front of me. And one of your statements or bullets says monitoring out of district placements, including risk. Are risk not, and you talk about how you just said things have skyrocketed without a doubt. We all know that. But you said neither Connecticut State Department of Education or local school districts regular monitor whether services are being provided as stipulated. You were just talking about the IEP. And by the student's IEP, whether the services are high quality, what they are getting their bang for their buck, could you just expand on that briefly?
Okay, so as was pointed out by a prior witness, CSDE does have an approval process where after a year of being in business, a school has to be approved to be a approved private special education program, an APSEP. I know you were looking for more abbreviations to use, and that's a good one. Okay, good. Um, and then, there's a reapproval process that's periodic. And there's a single staff person at CSDE who does that. And if the school, for example, wants to increase the number of students, they have to go back for an approval process. But it's not a regular review, and it's not a review as against the student's IEP. Now, I talked to a lot of special ed directors who place kids, and they all say they would love to go visit and go see what's going on in these programs. And they do when they can, but they don't have time. They don't have staff to do that. And so the review, each kid who's outplaced has to have his IEP reviewed once a year. And at the once a year mark, they review, the reports from the school as to whether IEP goals and objectives are being met and how they need to be modified. But that's not the sort of review that would allow us to see whether programs are really high quality. It's not the type of review that takes place on internal special ed programs.
Thank you. And could you just talk about the RESC?
There are 6 regional educational service centers
I
in the
know what
state.
they are, but you said they didn't have the oversight.
They have, right.
Understand that.
They are not subject to the same approval process as private schools. They're consortiums of local school districts, so they run programs. It's, in my view, they ought to be treated the same as the private schools for purposes of oversight. They take a huge proportion of the outplaced kids. Their costs are comparable, maybe a little higher in some cases, and they ought not to be immune because they're these quasi-public entities.
I would agree. So if whoever provides those services should be on the same playing field. Maybe they do different things and that's different, but whatever services are provided, everybody, in my opinion, should be on the same playing field. So
And let me just be clear, my perception, which is limited, is that the RESCs provide very high quality programs generally.
and I'm not saying they don't.
So I'm not saying that they don't either, that's all.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you again, Andrew, for your testimony, and I'll be in touch with you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Next up, we have Lewis, I believe. No? Oh, 44. Bruce Stovall. Bruce Stovall. I thought it was 40. Oh.
Good evening. Good evening, representatives and senators. My name is Bruce Stovall. I represent Oak Hill. Oak Hill was established in 1893 and is the largest provider of disability services in Connecticut. We provide a wide continuum of programs. We operate 65 group homes, an accredited special education school, camps, recreation technology centers, etc. We employ about 1,700 people in 50 towns across the state. I want to spend a little time tonight talking about the proposed bill that would possibly cap tuition. A municipality would contract with a private special education school. Oak Hill operates a number of classrooms that serve approximately 135 students across a number of age ranges. We've operated in schools successfully, embedded, and we have operated our school for well over 100 years. We currently contract with 45 different towns. We sincerely believe that a student is best served within the district. When this is simply not possible, we act as an option for the district to fulfill their legal promise of a free and appropriate education to that student. We are certainly aware of the concerns regarding increasing costs for this vital service and understand that Department of Ed has begun a study of peer states on how they delivered those services. And then we heard about this bill. A little bit of ready, fire, aim from our perspective. We'd like some data about what other states experienced here. We have heard, and I think previous testifiers, if we can't set the appropriate tuition rate, we lay off people. Kids end up placed out of state at the end of the day. So again, we're here to work with the districts and provide our service as a continuum. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Oak Hill School for the Blind?
Originally,
The original school.
1893, started as a school for the blind. Very good.
Right. Know all about it.
Yeah.
All about it. Any questions for Bruce? Representative Coleman.
I just want, I've been watching you sit there all day, and I just wanted to say thank you for sticking around and sticking
I
with
appreciate
us.
it.
and
Just a couple of quick
testifying.
comments. I heard other people beforehand about private equity moving into this field. We're a 501c3 nonprofit. Want to remind everybody of that. Also heard a little bit about us arbitrarily returning kids to districts. By law, we cannot do that. So I just want to put that on the record as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jaya Liar, and then followed by Eva Zimmerman, followed by Paula Perman. Jaya?
Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and members of the Education Committee. I have a special greeting for Representative Roberts, who represents our interests in Norwalk. My name is Jaya Iyer. I am 16 years old, and I am a student activist speaking on behalf of the members of the Center for Youth Leadership, which is a student activism group at Brad McMahon High School in Norwalk, Connecticut. I am testifying in support of Bill 6923, an act concerning the use of smart devices in schools. Given that so many school districts in Connecticut have already changed their policies about smart devices in schools, we hope the regulations they drafted in support of the policies will include the following recommendations, which we will share with our school districts as it revises its policy in the coming weeks. My comments will focus on high school students. We suggest the regulations do not impose a ban on smart devices. Such bans would impact way too many students my age who work, have medical needs, care for a sibling after school, or are their family's primary spokesperson in English. We recommend a more reasonable approach for high school students, an approach that limits access to phones and emphasizes the importance of digital citizenship. School district policy should be based on guidance from the Connecticut Department of Education to create positive school environments by incorporating digital citizenship education in the curricula and provide teachers with professional learning opportunities to support positive digital habits, digital citizenship, and integrating the effective use of technology in the classroom. For high schools, we recommend that regulations include a ban of smart devices from classrooms during instructional time, unless classroom teachers have academic reasons for students to access their devices. This means that high school students would be allowed to access their smart devices before school, during passing time, during lunch, and after school. Policies and regulations adopted by school districts must be enforced consistently by all teachers, with support from administrators, student government, and others. We recommend that school districts not confiscate cell phones from schools. We recommend a graduated response to students who violate the classroom ban, with an emphasis on reinforcing the positive use of smart technology. However, if the school district decides to confiscate a student's cell phone, we recommend that it establish a chain of custody procedure until the cell phone is returned to the student. Finally, high schools should create teacher-student administrator teams which would meet periodically to review the implementation of their district's regulation and, if necessary, update the regulation. For example, the teams would make sure the regulation reflects emerging trends in AI, ChatGPT, and other platforms, review teacher compliance with the regulation, and the teams would examine violations of the regulation by students. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions for the young? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I might have missed it, but did you say your school did implement a policy?
Yes, they did.
They did. So, as I understand it, the guidelines that were recommendations, so the mandate is to come up with a policy, but the guidelines were recommendations. So I was wondering exactly who you're speaking to, because as I understand it, the state is asking to have all the schools make a policy and to offer guidelines to them. So your school could choose to implement exactly what you described here. Is that what I'm understanding?
What I'm saying, I'm more just talking about Norwalk, but I understand that districts might go in a different direction. Like for example, Oh, sorry about that. One local district may impose a bell-to-bell ban for grade 9 students, but not for grades 10 to 12. So we're just kind of looking for more consistency with that.
So just if you could confirm, you're just speaking out to all schools and making recommendation that they kind of maybe adopt your recommendations. Is that as I understand it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Questions, Representative Roberts?
No, I just thank you so much, good Senator. I just want to say good job today. Appreciate you for coming out and testifying. Means a lot, especially for me, especially coming from the city. So great job today.
Thank you.
All right.
I just want to also thank you for coming out and speaking on this. It's really important to hear student voices as we're talking about a policy that obviously will impact you guys directly. And so I'm grateful that you've obviously given this so much thought and the ways in which this technology impacts your life. So I really appreciate hearing from you. Thanks for waiting around all day to share your thoughts with us.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, again, thank you very much. Up next, we have Eva.
Hello there. Just to let the clerk know that Alex Schiavone, I believe she was 2 away from me, is not able to she's not able to testify in person anymore. She had to go home because she felt ill. So I'll kick my testimony off with Alex's testimony that was gonna be read, and then I'll make comments at the end, if that's okay. I just wanted to make sure that you didn't call her and then the whole list.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you for that. So my name's Eva Bermuda Zimmerman. I'm the Director of Child Care for CT, a coalition that represents 7,000 individual parents and childcare providers, as well as advocates and nonprofits throughout the state. So I'm going to read Alex's testimony and then go into my comments. My name is Alex Schiavone. I'm the Executive Director of Friends Center for Children in New Haven, and also the Chair of Childcare for CT for Connecticut's Future. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 6867 and activating universal preschool endowment. At Friends Center for Children, we see firsthand the impact of high-quality early care and education on children, families, and communities. Research consistently demonstrates that early education is one of the most effective investments that we can make on our children's future, yielding long-term benefits in academic achievement, economic mobility, and overall well-being. Yet despite this overwhelming evidence, access to quality early education remains out of reach for many families in Connecticut. HB 6867 takes an innovative and sustainable approach by creating an endowment to fund universal preschool. This structure ensures that our commitment to early care and education is not subject to fluctuations of annual budget cycles built on stable financial foundations, but by dedicating a surplus and that funds this endowment. The state can gradually grow its investment in early care and education. However, as we move forward with this plan, we must intentionally ensure that universal preschool strengthens, not destabilizes, our birth to care child care system. States that have rushed to implementing universal preschool without careful planning have seen unintended consequences, such as closure of infant and toddler programs and loss of experienced early care and education educators and higher paying preschool roles. Connecticut can learn from these experiences and take more thoughtful, measured approaches. To end, I urge that the committee consider complementary investments in infant and toddler care and compensation and professional development, early educators and high quality care. So in addition to everything that Alex wrote here, and fully in support of her comments, we have to make sure that this endowment is a holistic approach. If we only have one legislative proposal and this idea that doesn't come along with another proposal that also incorporates childcare from birth, the ages 0, 1, and beyond, infant care, it's going to be very problematic. High quality care and early care opportunities come in conjunction starting from 0 and beyond. And we need to make sure that we create those opportunities for parents. As a coalition that serves that many people, 7,000 people and over 70 different nonprofits, we've surveyed, we've had conversations, we've been on the field for years. My 10 years of experience serving and working with providers and early care educators, I can tell you now that we have to make sure that this approach is holistic in order to do transformational change. But I'll open up myself for questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Eva? Any questions? Seeing Eva, like I said to most people, I'm concerned about the fact that we had Blue Ribbon Task Force, and we know what those dollars were the acts then, over $2 billion over 5 years. And here we have $300 million as a good start, which basically we can use 30 million. I just don't know if those numbers are going to add up for the demand that's out there. I'm just concerned about that, and I'm concerned about, future surpluses being directed specifically and only to this particular program. I'm not against it, but I just know that if we put in statute that all our surpluses are going to go to this particular program, I'm just concerned about all the other organizations and entities out there that's going to be looking for resources at the same time. But that's something that we have to deal with, and I will work on that during this legislative session. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Eva, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Paula Perlman, followed by Queen Freelove. I like that name, Queen.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Paula Perlman. I'm the Managing Director and Associate General Counsel for the Freedom of Information Commission. With me is Commission Counsel Mary Beth Sullivan. I'm here today to testify in opposition to Section 6 of Senate Bill 1288, which would exempt from disclosure the school choice enrollment lottery algorithm and placement protocols. Section 6 of the bill is a direct attempt to overturn a decision issued by the FOI Commission, which was appealed by the State Department of Education and now is pending in court. In 2023, the commission issued a final decision ordering the department to release to a requester, who was a researcher, the placement protocol that the department developed to meet socioeconomic diversity goals for student placement in choice schools. As I said, the department appealed that decision. The commission asked that the General Assembly allow the legal process to proceed to its completion and give the court the opportunity to weigh in before the consideration of any legislative action. Further, the commission believes that there is a strong public and legislative interest in how the Department of Education selects students of open choice programs and whether the state's efforts to meet its court-ordered mandate under Sheff v. O'Neill are fair, reasonable, and effective. If Section 6 was to become law, public discussion and legislative debate about the efficacy of the lottery algorithm and placement protocols for choice schools receiving aid would be stifled. There should be greater transparency and oversight over whether the algorithm and placement protocols are functioning properly, as well as the impact on educational opportunities for current and future students, since they will have a profound impact on young people's lives, specifically the ability to access quality public education. Lastly, the Department of Education has expressed some concerns about preserving the integrity of the placement process and argued that the disclosure of the placement protocols could be used to manipulate the process. If the Education Committee shares such concerns, the Commission would urge the committee to consider a narrower or more temporal exemption that would apply only to the placement protocol for the current academic year and only until such time as the placement protocol has been finalized and students are seated. Our understanding is that once the Department of Education has finalized a placement protocol for a particular academic year and those students are seated, the department begins to adjust the protocol for the next year, since each year the applicant pool changes, so it's not the same every year. The Commission believes that narrowing the proposed exemption may strike the appropriate balance between the public's right to know and the department's efforts to maintain a fair and honest placement process. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I missed the first part. You said something about the choice program, how children are chosen. Did you say something to that magnitude? I didn't catch that part.
So the placement protocol is what's used in part of the system to choose the children who are able to obtain that education through the choice schools.
The placement protocol?
Yes, so they call it the placement protocol for the schools.
And what's the issue with the placement protocol?
Well, we're trying to find, well, the issue is that the proposal wants to exempt finding out what the protocol is and how the different factors are weighed when a decision is being made of how to play, if to place a student, to give them a space.
Okay. Okay. Any questions? Go ahead.
Thanks, Senator. Were you able to listen in first thing this morning when SDE provided their testimony on this and said it was a drafting error?
I did listen, I did hear the testimony earlier. I believe that was with respect to section 8
Okay.
of the proposal dealing with results of surveys. This is dealing with, it's in section 6.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Who's the young lady next with you? Who's your friend? She looks familiar.
Hi, Senator. It's nice to see you.
How you doing? Okay.
Thank you.
Who we have next?
Queen Freelove.
Queen Freelove. Queen Freelove going once. Queen Freelove going twice. Next up, Dr. William Rice, followed by Naomi Nova.
Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Brown, Representative Zupkus, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Dr. William Rice. I serve as the Assistant Executive Director at ACES, and thank you for this opportunity to testify today regarding House Bill 6866 and its impact on education in Connecticut. ACES proudly operates 3 inter-district magnet schools that serve diverse student populations across the region. As a non-chef magnet school operator, we play a crucial role in Connecticut's commitment to school choice, ensuring that families outside of the chef region have access to high-quality educational opportunities. We appreciate Connecticut's continued choice to champion school choice and recognize that diverse educational options empower families and drive student success. However, we remain concerned about ongoing funding disparities between chef and non-chef magnet schools. Non-chef magnet school operators must deliver the same high-quality education as their chef counterparts. We recognize the need to provide fiscal relief for districts, and we are hopeful that the state's commitment to choice will ensure that we are able to provide the same level of educational opportunities. As operators of the state's open choice program, ACES was hopeful to see some language in the bill that spoke directly to open choice funding. Open Choice is a valuable program and that provides tremendous opportunities for students and families seeking diverse educational experiences outside their local district. However, the funding structure makes it increasingly difficult to operate the program effectively. We strongly urge the legislature to include funding language for Open Choice to ensure its continued success. Additionally, we caution against any changes that will require magnet schools to absorb the cost for 504 students. Any such changes should be accompanied with adequate funding adjustments and clear guidelines to ensure that 504 students receive the support they deserve, regardless of where they are educated. To address these concerns, we encourage the committee to consider modifications that will ensure equitable and sustainable funding for magnet school operators. A balanced approach will allow its ACES to continue to provide high-quality, innovative educational opportunities for students across Connecticut while maintaining financial stability for schools. ACES remains committed to supporting the state's educational goals and ensuring that every student, regardless of their district, has access to excellent educational opportunities. We appreciate your time and your dedication to Connecticut students. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony, and thank you for the work that ACES is doing down there in the New Haven area. Any questions? Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Who's up?
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Yes. Naomi Nova, followed by Stacy Ty, followed by Jade Thomas.
Good evening, and I would just like to thank the members of the Education Committee and the chairs for hearing my testimony today. As many of you know, my name is Naomi Nova. I'm the Vice President of SEEK Special Education Equity for Kids in Connecticut. And I'm here today to offer some testimony on two bills. I believe that they are placeholder bills, Senate Bill 1287 and House Bill 6924. So I can have an opportunity to discuss with you some of SEEK's priorities and concerns, and hopefully we'll be able to work together for some of these concerns to make it into legislation. The first issue I want to raise is the right to observations for parents. Oftentimes when a student is going through an IEE process, part of what's essential for that is for the expert to be able to come into the school and observe the student in that learning environment so that they can provide feedback regarding how that student is doing, what that student's needs are. But outside of that, students with disabilities might also have private outside service providers who are working with them and trying to understand whether or not what they are trying to implement for them in certain settings, such as the home or clinic, are also applicable to the school setting, and if not, what needs to be adjusted so that we could have consistency across settings. So these are two different scenarios where having an expert be able to come in to observe what's happening in the classroom is really critical for that student's needs. And unfortunately, there is no guaranteed right to an observation in Connecticut. So depending on what school district you're in, you either have an opportunity to bring your experts in to observe the programming and to make recommendations, or you do not. And so that creates significant imbalance and inequity for students. Our second request is on cameras in self-contained classrooms. Now, I represent a number of students who have autism and who are nonverbal, who are in some of these self-contained classrooms. And there have been many times, unfortunately, where their students have come home with really serious injuries. I had one today where there was a head injury, and parents have no idea what happened, and there's really no good explanation from the school as to how that student got injured, other than we can see evidence of the injury. Having classrooms and cameras in self-contained classrooms, and again, those are classrooms of very vulnerable, non-verbal children, is really important in order for parents to understand what happened. But it's also something that can protect teachers and staff, because by going through and reviewing what happened, you might discover that what happened wasn't the result of any kind of negligence on the part of the educator, but because of something else. And it gives an opportunity for training. There's at least one APSEP that has cameras in all of their classrooms, and it has been a tremendous opportunity for them to have really great training and really great transparency, and that fosters really fantastic communication and trust between them and their parents and the school districts who send and place students there. The last, it would be, if I can just be very, very brief. Our request that if the student is restrained in school, that the parents be notified on the same day that that student was restrained. That allows parents to timely review with the student what happened, what led up to that behavior, what led up to that restraint, and debrief with them at home. Right now, it's a 24-hour requirement, and that's just not enough time because parents can't timely intervene. We're also requesting that seclusion be redefined and banned. And I'd be happy to go into that in more detail with you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any
Thank you.
questions? Any questions? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Stacy Ty, followed by Jade Thomas, followed by Jocelyn Delancey.
Good evening. My name is Stacy TA. I'm the Secretary of Special Education Equity for Kids, also known as SEEK. I'm a member of its advocacy committee, and I'm also a professional special education advocate working with families and school districts across the state. SEEK has submitted written testimony, and today I will highlight key concerns regarding staffing shortages, it's late, CT SEDS, and literacy. At listening sessions, we heard repeatedly from staff overwhelmed by high caseloads, excessive administrative burdens, and unlivable wages, leading to burnout and fewer people entering the field. To address this, we must incentivize the profession by increasing pay, improving benefits, and expanding pathways to certification. We support the task force recommendation to create state-funded tuition support for special education certification, rather than leaving it to the individual districts. Beyond recruitment, we must also support retention. While CT SEDS was meant to streamline IEP development, it has instead created an administrative nightmare. Teachers report spending hours on tasks that previously took minutes. only to produce documents still riddled with errors due to system limitations. Worse, some of these limitations can result in legal violations, such as preventing teams from processing independent educational evaluations or barring districts from maintaining IEPs for students in unilateral placements. Educators, advocates, and attorneys have compiled extensive lists of CTSED's issues, yet the CSDE has been unresponsive. Teachers should be spending time with students not struggling with broken software. We also support capping teacher caseloads. Though we recognize the immediate challenge given staffing shortages is important to recognize, and that caseload caps should be looked at in regards to how many students and the service hours. One student may have several hours of service requiring more than of the teacher's time. However, current workload combined with low pay and excessive administrative tasks only perpetuates the cycle of burnout. If we want teachers to focus on students rather than financial stress or endless paperwork, we must create conditions where they can do their jobs effectively. Lastly, I want to express my appreciation to this committee and the Select Committee on Special Education for your thoughtfulness and questions around solving our special education needs in our state. Many of you have asked what is driving the increase in special education eligibility rates. There is no one single answer. Every student is unique, but one undeniable factor is literacy. If a child cannot read, they struggle with everything else: writing, math, science, history, etc. They begin to compensate until they cannot anymore. This leads to self-doubt, mental health struggles, and academic decline. Families with resources hire private tutors and seek out specialized school, while those without are left behind. Special education students are general education students first. That is why solid literacy instruction based on science of reading by highly trained educators is crucial. This committee was right to prioritize literacy reform, and I urge you to continue investing in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I see we have Rep. Corpus online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to SEEK for all of your good work in this area. Sorry to ask you, but the questions I had for your colleague who preceded you and you, but I didn't get my hand up fast enough. You made a lot of excellent suggestions, or talked about things that are working: cameras in the classroom, supervised rooms to protect children, caseload caps, etc. How do you draw a line, you who are experts in this field, how do you draw a line on what should be decided at the district or school level and what should be decided at the state level? I assume because you're testifying before us that all of these proposals you're suggesting should be made at the state level and apply across the board. Could you talk about that topic a little bit, please?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the reason we're asking for you guys to mandate it is because it's not happening at the district level. That's my simple, fast answer.
And through you, Mr. Chairman, and you do think it's appropriate, or we should, as we sit here in Hartford, cap the caseloads for classrooms across the state. And while it wouldn't be it would be a blunt instrument. While it wouldn't be perfect, your organization's feeling is it would still be a preferable approach because at least you could be sure that some of it was happening. Is that right? Is that a correct characterization?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Leeper.
Thanks, Senator. Thank you so much for this testimony. You guys all have provided really meaningful and robust testimonies. I just want to recognize that, and a lot of good suggestions. Do you have the list of things that you professionals have identified in CTSEDS that need to be fixed?
Yes.
Could you share that with
we can share it
me?
with you. Yeah.
Yes, because I think it's the absolute bare minimum we can do to ensure that the program we're requiring our special educators to use is not a hindrance on them actually providing the direct service to our children who require those services. So thank you very much.
Happy to share that.
That would be wonderful. I think that, unless anyone else had any questions. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jade Thomas.
Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Jade Thomas, and I'm a policy specialist at All Our Kin, a national nonprofit that trains and supports over 700 licensed home-based childcare providers in Connecticut. These childcare professionals have the capacity to care for nearly 4,000 of the state's youngest children in communities throughout the state, including New Haven, Bridgeport, and Stamford. I'm offering testimony in support of HB 6867, an act creating the Universal Preschool Endowment. For each of us, learning begins at birth. Experts agree that high-quality early care and education starts young children on a pathway to success. Despite the importance of children's early years, many families still struggle to access care. In a recent survey by the Connecticut Project at Stanford University, 1 in 4 respondents replied that childcare in the state is unaffordable and prohibitively so. These childcare challenges impact individual households and the broader economy. The creation of a universal preschool endowment will help the state to expand its preschool capacity, allowing young children across Connecticut to gain access to critical early learning experiences. Decades of underfunding have left the state's childcare system in crisis, but leaders in Connecticut are actively working to change this. HB 6867 would help to turn the tide and give the state an opportunity to make the needed long-term investment in the state's childcare infrastructure. It's a bold proposal for an innovative state with a transformative vision, and we're encouraged by the state's major push to expand access to free and affordable preschool by funding a mixed delivery system where slots are distributed across an array of settings, including home-based childcare. It's critical that the state's long-term plan for expanding preschool access meet children and families' diverse needs, including those in search of flexible scheduling. We hope that the creation of an endowment will provide the state with an opportunity to build on the recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Panel, further engage families and family childcare educators on the expansion of services, and think about how to continue to support the state's youngest residents. All Our Kin is energized, by the proposed investment outlined in HB 6867. Childcare is a public good and should be funded as such. Therefore, we ask that you support HB 6867 and the creation of a universal preschool endowment. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Jade. Anybody have any questions? All right. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jocelyn Delancey.
Good evening. I'm Jocelyn Delancey. As many of you know, the Vice President of the Connecticut Education Association, representing over 40,000 of Connecticut's public school teachers. I'm here tonight to speak specifically about SB 1288 and HB 6866. And I have a couple of talking points, so I hope I'm able to get them through in my 3 minutes. But first and foremost, we support SB 1288, the act implementing recommendations of the State Department of Education. In particularly, we are excited to see the creation of criteria for local school districts to award the Connecticut State Seal of Civics Education and Engagement to students. We commend the work of Representative Brown and the Civics Education Task Force. We think that civics over the past couple of years has really taken a backseat, and we want to make sure that our school districts are committed to civics education and making sure that our students are supported in that way. Secondly, in SB 1288, there's a removal of a provision for a survey for some of our elementary school teachers in literacy instruction. While this survey was implemented over a decade ago, it has taken time away from our educators to be able to have meaningful professional learning in literacy instruction. We're committed to partnering with Senator Miller and her work in making sure that all students have access to quality literacy instruction and that all teachers have access to quality literacy PD. And the removal of this survey would allow for us to spend more time and dollars committed to really meaningful professional learning. Lastly, in 1288, we are in support of including provisions regarding services provided by private providers. From the district that I come in, we had a special education consultant receive more in payment for services than our superintendent did in salary. So we understand that this needs to be something that we take a look at and really address and fix. We have more testimony submitted in kind of different ways that we can support figuring out how to address the needs of our special education students and funding and provisions. We also support the work of our RESCs to do a lot of this and support school districts in making sure that our special education students have the proper care they need. I want to address HB 6866, the governor's budget, in particular around the funding for the state's statute funding for the healthcare insurance portion of our retirement fund. Currently, the proposal is to reduce the funding from 1/3 to 1/4, which is several $1 million, which at first glance might not seem a lot, but to our healthcare retirement fund that hasn't always been fully funded by the state is problematic. I was on a TRB call this afternoon, where we talked about the fund and that this will, in fact, maybe not in the immediate, have long-term consequences for our teachers. And at a time when recruitment and retention is really troublesome, hurting our retirement fund and the state's commitment to making sure that it is healthy is problematic. And a long-term cost would actually impact our active teachers who already currently have 1.25% of their salary taken from them to be put into that fund. We put in our fair share of the payment, and we expect the state to put in their committed share and their mandated share. So we strongly oppose the current budget, and we would encourage you to fully fund that as promised. So that's what I have, and I'll take any questions if you have them.
Thanks, Jocelyn. Appreciate that testimony. Any questions? Thanks for sticking with us all day.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Next, Queen Freelove is back online.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening, senators, representatives, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Queen Freelove, and I'm a home-based family child care provider in New Haven. I am a proud member of CSEA SEIU Local 2001, a labor union representative representing 25,000 state municipal Board of Education, active and retired, public and private sector workers, including home-based providers who participate in Care for Kids program. I offer the following testimony on House Bill 6867. I have been a family child care provider in New Haven for 33 years. I have dedicated my life to caring for children and helped build our union, speaking up for providers like myself who face low pay wages and limited funding. I am hopeful about the idea of preschool funding because I know how much more funding is needed, but I worry about what this means for older providers like me. Depending on the way that this is structured and the qualifications, we may lose the chance to care for 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds because we do not have a higher education degree. Many of us cannot afford more schooling because of the years of low pay and the 40+ hours we work each day. I have cared for children with special needs, including nonverbal children, those with sensory issues that make it hard for them to eat foods. Many times I have to chop up foods, sneak spinach and carrots into their food to get them to eat healthy. I don't see that happening in a larger setting. This is why parents choose small settings like in-home child care providers. This endorsement is a big step forward, but I ask lawmakers to make sure all providers are included, especially family child care providers who have served this state for so long. If we are excluded because of the education barriers, the state will lose experienced providers who have cared for generations of children, including those with special needs, and also in the time of need, like in the pandemic of COVID. We need more funding for providers, not just more programs. I'm glad to see the state is investing more money in early childhood education, but I ask you to support all family child care providers, no matter the level of their formal education. We are all essential workers for Connecticut child care system. We ask you to listen to our voices and include us in as you create the child care laws. Together we can build a strong system that puts children first, helps parents succeed and ensure providers are paid fairly and treated with respect. Remember, early care starts extremely early, and that's at 4 to 6 weeks. And we teach right from the beginning. Don't leave us out in the end. I thank you.
Thank you, Queen, for your testimony. Appreciate you joining us tonight.
Thank you so much.
Have a great evening.
You as well.
Thank you. Next, we have Lisa Cardova.
Hello, hi. I had good afternoon. I guess it's good evening now. Good evening, Representative Leeper, Senator McCrory, and all the distinguished members of the Education Committee. I am Lisa Cordova, and I'm a kindergarten teacher at the Glastonbury East Hartford Magnet School, a CREC elementary school that also offers quality pre-K programs. I've seen firsthand the profound impact that high-quality early childhood education has on student readiness and long-term academic success. I'm here today to voice my strong support for House Bill 6867, an act creating universal preschool endowment, which represents a critical investment in Connecticut's youngest learners. When kindergarten begins in September, I immediately recognize the students who have had access to a quality pre-K program and those who've not. Those who have attended structured early learning programs enter my classroom. They're ready to learn. They come ready to be learners in the kindergarten community. They have stronger foundational skills, social, emotional, and academic skills. They have the tools that help them engage in learning. They have had exposure to problem solving, having discourse with peers, and finding an excitement for learning. Most importantly, they have developed the independence necessary for a successful transition into elementary school. Conversely, students without pre-K experience begin at a disadvantage. They're struggling with the basic classroom expectations, the early literacy skills, and self-regulation. An added bonus to being enrolled in a quality pre-K program is that students who need extra supports are noticed and given the scaffolding they need before it impedes their academic success. Universal preschool would ensure that all children, regardless of their family's income, zip code, have access to the high-quality early education opportunities. It would bridge the gaps that currently exist in school readiness and help level the playing field for all students. Additionally, investing in pre-K would have long-term benefits beyond kindergarten, leading to higher graduation rates, greater academic achievement, and having economic benefits for our state. Furthermore, this legislation supports not just our students, but also our educators and families. Kindergarten teachers and elementary educators across Connecticut would benefit from a cohort of students who enter school more prepared and ready to learn, allowing us to focus on the deeper instruction rather than catching students up on skills they would have had before starting school. Families, especially the working parents, would have the peace of mind that their children are receiving a strong, structured start to their education. By creating universal preschool endowment, Connecticut has the opportunity to make lasting, generational impact on public education. I really urge this committee and our state leaders to pass HB 6867 and commit to providing all children with the strong educational foundation they deserve. Thank you for your time and considerations. And if anybody has any questions.
That was 3 minutes on the dot. Pretty good.
All right.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you. I hope you all have a great night.
Thank you. Next, we have Betsy Gara. All right. Melvin Medina.
Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, ranking members Berthel, Zupkis, and members of the Education Committee. You all have had a long day, so I appreciate your patience here on this last leg. My name is Melvin Medina. I serve as the Vice President of Advocacy and External Affairs at the Connecticut Project Action Fund and testifying today on House Bill 6867, an act creating a universal preschool endowment. Our organization strongly supports a sustainable long-term investment in Connecticut's early childhood education system and we appreciate the governor's leadership in proposing an endowment to help achieve that goal. While we support the intent of House Bill 6867, we do recommend some adjustments to strengthen its design and ensure it effectively addresses Connecticut's childcare crisis. It is important to acknowledge that last session, this committee led the passage of Public Act 2491, which among other provisions established the Early Childhood Care and Education Fund. Our organization supported this initiative at the time, even while recognizing that that fund lacked a dedicated and sustainable funding source. As you consider this bill, you will likely need to reconcile the existing fund with a newly proposed universal preschool endowment. These two structures are distinct, each with its own strengths and limitations. Rather than advocating for one over another, our written testimony outlines 4 key elements that are essential to ensure that whichever approach is adopted, it is structured for long-term success. We believe Connecticut needs greater budget flexibility to address immediate needs while also making critical long-term investments like those in early childhood education. The governor's budget proposal seeds the endowment with an additional $300 million in surplus funds, including a provision as well for future surplus funds to be added to the endowment. Given the current momentum, we agree that an endowment model is likely the best available approach for securing long-term early childhood education funding. We recognize the benefits of a permanent, ideally, investment-driven fund where principal funds are invested to generate continuous returns rather than being all spent at once. The governor's proposal limits annual expenditures to 10% of the endowment balance with a one-time exemption of up to $30 million in its first year, which is a really good idea. However, we believe the endowment's purpose should not be too narrowly defined. Instead of focusing exclusively on preschool, we recommend that it support the broader early childhood education system, including infant and toddler care and workforce development. To ensure both flexibility and accountability, we propose that the Commissioner of the Office of Early Childhood be empowered to disperse funds based on evolving needs, be it expanding universal pre-K or addressing the immediate childcare shortages that Connecticut is facing. This also aligns importantly with the governor's Blue Ribbon Panel recommendations. In summary, while we support the endowment model as a long-term funding mechanism, we urge that the legislature broaden its scope and ensure flexible strategic investments in early education broadly. By modifying the endowment's purpose and governance, we can build a stronger, more responsive system that truly meets the needs of Connecticut's families, parents, and providers, both now and in the future. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'll take any questions if you have them.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Seeing no questions, have a great evening.
Take care.
I inadvertently passed over Adam Achman, who is here in person no less. So Adam, I apologize.
That's okay. I understand. It's been a very long day. I hope
You've
everyone's
been
doing all
waiting
right.
quite a while yourself, so no excuses, but thank you.
Certainly. Senators and representatives of the Education Committee, thank you so much for your time and this opportunity to speak. My name is Adam Achman. I am the parent of a Craig Magnet School student at Glastonbury East Hartford Magnet School. I'm also a resident of Hebron, Connecticut. I wanted to come out and generally support the Craig Magnet Schools and their sustainable budget and funding going forward. I've provided some written testimony, but I would like to just provide some additional live remarks to provide some additional color. My remarks are not going to be nearly as technical as some of the other testimony you've received today. First, I'd like to echo Superintendent Sasha Douglas's testimony. Because my child is attending a Craig Magnet School, he gets to be in class with students from all over the region, from a wide variety of different towns and backgrounds. But I'd also like to add that whether it's its purpose or not, Craig also provides a very wide variety of educational experiences that that can meet the children and students where they are. As you may be aware, Craig has schools with focuses on science, aerospace engineering, an international perspective, and the arts. And it greatly serves the students that have needs, aptitudes, and interests in these particular subjects. It allows motivated families to find these and meet these particular needs and aptitudes. In my case, my child has had a great interest and talent in science and technology, and because he can attend a CREC magnet school, they can meet his needs, they can meet his interests with a much more robust science and technology program than is available in our local schools. The individual school, and that's my particular child's case with regard to his particular interests. The individual school districts can't meet all of this because in many cases they're either too small to have a critical mass of students, or they're budget constrained, or both. What CREC does is it regionalizes all these specialties and gives a greater opportunity to meet these needs across the region. In long term, I believe this makes Connecticut stronger. The other point I wanted to make was that my family, and I'm sure many families in the area, have been very concerned about what's going on at the federal level. We're very concerned about how it might impact budgets such as CREC and other RESCs and other school districts across the region. So it's our sincere hope that Connecticut values these education needs enough to fund them regardless. My last point is I wanted to point out that most of the students in schools today have been in school during the pandemic, and many of them are still catching up. So I would hope that we do not bring this cohort a double whammy, so to speak, with regard to their educational experience. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you so much for this testimony. Were you here when there were students from some of the CREC magnets?
I was not. I was across the park working.
Well, they were incredibly eloquent and compelling in defending the really high quality education they've gotten through CREC. So it's also really nice to hear this perspective from a parent.
I am happy that they are empowered by their magnet schools to speak here.
Yeah, it's really shown through, and it was impressive, and I think it got everybody's attention. And I think I'll just speak for myself, share the concerns about how federal cuts could impact our kids. And I think viewing our children through the lens of the sort of historic disruption they experienced through the pandemic is something we shouldn't forget. So I'm glad you also put that back in the front of our minds. Does anyone else have any? Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And not to belabor the point, I would say all the same things. As a CREC educator, I've seen it from that end and have been taught through the pandemic again. And we want to reiterate that we shouldn't forget what those students went through. So thank you for your testimony. And out of curiosity, what grade?
My son is in second grade, and he actually just got into the magnet school this year.
Well, fantastic, and good luck to him the rest of the way.
Thank you so much.
Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming, and your second grader, adorable. Tell me, what is the difference between that and a public school? Because I think every kid, and I hope every parent is excited about what their kid is learning as you are with yours.
Certainly. Well, first of all, my understanding is that they're all public schools. My take on it is that the local schools are great for many kids, and I don't want to minimize that. I think there are kids that don't fit the mold, whether on one side of the spectrum or the other, or in many cases, both, to be fair. My feeling is that the CREC magnet schools have the ability to pull similar kids from across the region and get a critical mass to have a school, whether it's a greater arts focus or a science focus or an engineering focus or an international IB focus, and bring those students together to feed their particular aptitudes and their particular talents. And whereas many students have a more well-rounded need for education, and that's okay. That's great. We need that too. If I can make a plug, I heard Superintendent Dr. Baird from Hebron earlier today, and I would mirror his needs as well. They are absolutely legitimate needs in Hebron as a potential returner to Hebron, if that happens, or as a Hebron taxpayer. They are legitimate needs for both. It's a yes and.
Thank you. And I wasn't trying to put you on the spot,
Certainly.
but I do believe that, you know, all schools could operate that way, because we've heard the young ladies that came up and how excited they were, and you and your son, and why you want them to go, your son to go there. And so I would love it all across the board, as opposed to just the correct schools or magnet schools. So thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
You as well. Thank you.
And thank you for your patience. Next, we have Anna Maria Martin. All right. Next, we have Lou Rosado Birch, who also has been waiting incredibly patiently.
Patience is a virtue, dear representative.
That's right.
Good evening. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Representatives Leeper and Brown, Representative Zupkis, distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Louis Rosado Birch. I am the legislative coordinator at CEA. I also serve on the official state working group on school indoor air quality, along with Representative Leeper and Senator Kushner. And I am pleased to testify today in support of House Bill 6922. I will limit my comments to the sections regarding school HVAC. CEA has long supported establishing a dedicated funding stream for school HVAC upgrades through the school building construction statutes. And we've long supported this committee's efforts to make school indoor air quality a priority, dating back to 2022, when you all passed legislation that included the original HVAC reimbursement grant. And this was an important step forward because for the first time, municipalities could apply for assistance to make HVAC upgrades that they might not otherwise be able to afford for their schools. And we know that quality HVAC is important both for the health and well-being of students and faculty alike, as well as it has it plays an important role in the academic success of those students. And so we absolutely recognize that there's much work to be done with regards to providing healthy school environments for all. Providing dedicated funding allows through the school construction building projects program allows municipalities to apply for these funds on an ongoing basis. But it's important that eligibility for this program be based on need and not contingent upon a lengthy and onerous application process. Projects should be tailored to ensure that schools who need it the most are given priority for these funds, and not simply go to schools with shovel-ready projects and the funds to back them up. It is, as one of my colleagues earlier noted, according to the governor's proposed budget, $138.5 million were unallocated funds still remain from the first two rounds of the grant project. And I bring this up just because, once again, going back to the eligibility question, these funds could have made a huge difference for many of our municipalities. We do have some ideas as to how those funds might be leveraged moving forward. I'm happy to talk about that as well. But I will also add that we appreciate that this proposal preserves the 5-year HVAC inspection requirement. This is meant to ensure routine inspections and maintenance of that HVAC equipment, which we understand can fall into disrepair or become in need of adjustment within just a few years of installation. So this is really a critical step forward. We show what our priorities are through our budgets. And this is one way that, we're pleased to say that the state of Connecticut has reaffirmed its commitment to providing those healthy school environments for all our students. So I'll conclude there, and I'm happy to answer any questions that members of the committee might have.
Thanks a lot, Lou.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions? I'll just say thank you for all of your tireless work on behalf of clean, healthy, safe air for our kids and school staff. It's should be a basic right, and you've really been a champion leading this work. So it's been a pleasure to partner with you on it.
Thank you. I appreciate your leadership very much on this. And I should say that the work that this legislature has done on school indoor air quality goes back, even though the working group's only been together now for 3 years, goes back something like 20 years. And so, but we've made so much progress in just the last 3 years with your support. And so I appreciate that and wanted to make sure to acknowledge that as well.
I appreciate that. I think actually my predecessor from the 132nd was involved in this work many, many years ago. So yes. All right. Have a lovely evening.
Thanks so much. Same to you.
Next, we have Michelle Cunningham. Okay. Next, Orlando Rodriguez.
Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Zupkus, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Orlando Rodriguez. I am a Research and Policy Development Specialist for CEA, which represents nearly 40,000 active teachers in 155 school districts across the state. CEA supports SB 1244, except for Section 4. We recommend a maximum fixed price schedule for private sector special education services. In Massachusetts, the state's Operational Services Division sets tuition pricing for more than 200 approved special education programs in approximately 100 private schools. Section 4 creates a new grant to incentivize districts to replace approved private special education programs with local or regional boards of education. Such new programs are not needed since regional education service centers are tasked to focus on these services. The proposed grant could instead target risks to expand their services to more districts. Please consider that there is a shortage of special education teachers, and creating new in-district programs will worsen the shortage. From school years ending 2019 through 2023, tuition for private, residential, or out-of-state placements increased from nearly $93,000 per outplaced student to nearly $113,000, an increase of 22% in just 4 years. While costs increased, the number of outplaced students decreased. The increase in expenditures is not because there are more outplaced students, it's because more is being charged per outplaced student. In 2021, the Connecticut Post reported the highest salary for a school superintendent in Connecticut at $315,000. A CEA review of IRS filings of ASTEPs found exorbitant compensation of over $400,000 annually for executives of 7 providers. The highest executive compensation was $1.4 million. You can hire 17 special education teachers for one APSEP executive paid $1.4 million. The bad practices call for tightened oversight. A fixed price schedule is needed to rein in runaway pricing charged by some providers. Furthermore, there must be a cap on executive compensation. Most APSEPs are legally nonprofit charitable organizations and should not have for-profit executive pay. It may surprise you that at least one APSEP is a for-profit foreign stock corporation. The annual reporting in this bill should also include total compensation of the 3 highest paid individuals, whether the provider is a nonprofit or for-profit, and who owns the provider. We look forward to working with the State Department of Education on a methodology that provides a fair maximum fixed price schedule, and thank the committee for addressing this challenging topic. That's it.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Have a great evening, Orlando.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ben Shaken. Thanks for joining us, Ben. You've been waiting also very patiently.
Good evening, Madam Chair. It's good to see you there, Representative Zupkis, members of the committee. My name is Ben Shaken. I'm the Director of Government Relations at the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance. The Alliance is the statewide association that represents community nonprofits. As you all know, nonprofits deliver essential services to over 500,000 Connecticut residents. They also employ about 118,000 people across the state, about 7% of the state's workforce. In addition to providing safety net of services on behalf of the state of Connecticut, which is what I spend most of my time talking to you about, some nonprofit providers also operate approved private special education programs that we've been hearing about this evening. I'm here to oppose the sections 1 and 2 of Senate Bill 1244, which would direct the State Department of Education to cap the tuition rates that school districts pay these specialty healthcare and education providers. We appreciate the intent of the proposal. We recognize that special education services are a massive expense for school districts, municipalities, ultimately for the taxpayers of the state. But we're concerned that if this proposal is implemented as proposed, that many programs will cease to provide services or cease at least serving some of the state's most needy children, leaving them without care. The unintended consequences here are pretty significant. Options for kids with the highest needs would need to be limited if rates were established and they were too low. And it would ultimately increase out-of-state placements for kids and increase the costs for school districts. A lot of folks have talked about this stuff before, and you have written testimony for me, so I just wanted to kind of highlight something that Bruce Stovall said earlier. He said this just seems like sort of ready, fire, aim, and I wanted to put a slightly finer point on that. This is kind of inside baseball a little bit for the committee, but that's maybe why I'm here. On February 3rd, the governor and the commissioner of the announced that in part of the announcement regarding the governor's budget to increase funding for excess costs, that they were going to be undertaking a study to determine whether capping the rates for these services was a good idea. There are some states that use all different methodologies, including state established rates. And providers heard this news. They were interested in it. They were eager to meet with the folks at the University of Connecticut that had been contracted to complete this study. I believe that meeting happened this morning. Many of them are engaged with provider networks around the country and have feedback on some of these other states' processes. So we were pretty surprised 3 days later to see this bill filed, which instead of talking about determining whether or not this was the right policy, in fact, it proposes to set the policy. So we think it would be better to wait for the answer to the question of whether this is a preferable outcome for the state, for school districts, for kids with IEPs and their families, before we make a determination that this is the right policy to move forward with and in fact direct the commissioner to implement the policy as this bill does. Look, APSEF's operating costs have increased along with the operating costs of all other programs, public or private. They face the same inflationary pressures as school districts and local businesses. Those pressures are often extended or exacerbated by their extended day in school year. They've got escalating labor costs to attract and retain qualified and dedicated staff, particularly after many public school districts used ARPA, ESSER, and other state funds to hire more behavioral health and special education staff and increase their wages. They have increased business insurance expenses like insurance, utilities, technology, and they're required to provide comparable educational experiences to public schools and have the same increased costs as they do, technology and otherwise. And so capping the rates of these specialty providers is not going to lower their costs. It's just going to reduce their ability to provide the services that they're providing right now. And ultimately, we think it will likely lead to increased costs for school districts and fewer services available for kids who need them. So we urge further discussion on this proposal. We urge the committee to reject it as drafted. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Ben. I appreciate that. Representative Corpus online.
Thank you, Ben, for your testimony. I'll ask the same question that I asked of another presenter today, which is if we cap these rates or we set these rates, I guess it is your testimony that the market will react. That is that the providers of these services will lack the economic incentive to continue providing services at the level they are, and those services will decline. Is that essentially your testimony about this topic?
Essentially, yes, Representative. Thank you for the question. The right now, APSEFs can serve kids with the highest individualized needs, the most significant behavioral challenges in the state, often in or near their communities. Outplacements, as we've heard a lot today, are always going to be necessary for some kids, and so we are concerned that that statewide rate setting, particularly, frankly, statewide rate setting with the eye to lower costs. So statewide rate setting that's not based on a market, but is instead based on a number that the state needs to achieve in its budget, would lead to those highly specialized services being cut first. They're the most expensive services. And so, yeah, the short answer is yes. That was a slightly longer way to say yes, but that is my testimony today, Representative.
Through you, Madam Chair, just one follow-up question. Is there a risk also, in the course of the Special Ed Committee, we've discovered that sometimes parents in a settlement will pay part of the costs of a private outplacement. And sometimes they want to, if they have the resources, disregard the IEP altogether, go outside of it and just pay for a private, private school. Is there a risk that if we do cap rates, that some of the pressure will be borne by the services going down, but also some of the pressure will be borne by parents? And parents with the least amount of resources will be the least able to manage that pressure?
It's a great question, Representative. I think one of the concerns that we have, and we've seen this in some of the states that have implemented policies like this and are rethinking them, Massachusetts being one, is that the implementation of the policy and then the subsequent reduction of services at some of these schools led to pretty significant upticks in litigation, and that school districts were engaged in. These are services that students are entitled to by federal law. And so that's certainly a potential for there to be an increased cost. And yes, if ultimately the outcome here is that families with means go outside of their legal process and entitlement and pay for services out of their own pockets, families without those means will not have access to that same level of service, and that's a significant inequity that is currently maybe being mitigated somewhat by the way that the current funding situation works.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Zupkis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Ben. Thanks for coming. I know we've had conversations about this, and you mentioned the committee and doing the study. Can you just talk just a minute about that's with the State Department of Education?
That's my understanding. That's correct. The governor and the commissioner had a press conference at the beginning of this month, and in the press release referenced, and in the press conference referenced that the commissioner had decided to look into this particular idea and model. Subsequently, we learned that they'd contracted with the University of Connecticut. They'd asked, I don't know if they're paying them, but they'd asked the University of Connecticut to complete a review. And I think we understand, given the focus that the legislature and the governor have on this issue this year, that the review is happening maybe more quickly than some other studies and task forces tend to do their work. But otherwise, I honestly don't have a significant amount of other details in that. It's something that we learned about, as everyone else did in that press release at the beginning of the month, and we're eager to kind of engage in.
And did you say they're paying UConn, or you're
I
not
don't know.
sure
I don't
if
know.
they're paying?
I said contracted, and then I decided that I wasn't sure contracted was the right word.
Right,
They're
but
working with
There
UConn.
is a study, and they're moving
Correct.
quickly, and we are getting some of their recommendations fairly soon, right?
That would be a question for the State Department of Education. I don't know what their exact timeline is. We just have been told that they are expecting recommendations while the legislative session is underway, so that the legislature can use them to inform the deep body of work that you're working on related to special education. But we are not involved at this point. Those are good questions, I think, for the
Yes.
State Department of Education.
Thank you. I will ask them. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks, Ben, for being here.
Thank you. Great evening.
Next, we have Sean Sear.
Hi, good morning, or good morning, good evening. I was there in the morning, that's probably why I said that. Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and all distinguished members of this important committee. My name is Sean Sear, and I serve as the Vice President of the Connecticut Association of Private Special Education Facilities. CAPSEF serves up to 58 schools where over 3,000 students are educated in the state. I also serve as a school administrator for 7 nonprofit approved private schools across 6 towns and cities that have all been approved by the State Department of Education. We oppose language in SB 1288. Approved privates, despite educating students in collaboration with public school districts, are not included in relevant grant opportunities. Also, providing tuition rates by 12/31 of the prior school year is not feasible. Forcing approved privates to come up with this rate before a cost can be determined will result in higher than necessary rates to ensure costs are covered. And REST, despite providing comparable services, are not included in much of the regulation and oversight. We also oppose language in SB 1244. Approved private schools already serve as a collaborative for districts by providing specialized outplacement options on an as-needed and cost-effective basis to improve student outcomes. Grant funding to assist creating in-district programs does not guarantee sustainability, may reduce educational opportunities in the future, and may cost more to districts to maintain the programs when the need is low. And finally, not having the results available for the study to research rate setting, we are already seeing language proposed to do just this. The costs of special education are high and approved privates are an easy target. However, there are other questions to consider. What are all of the factors that result in outplacement costs? Why does the cost for a 40-minute ride in a van rival the cost for a full school day in a building with specialized and certified educators? Why have approved privates been excluded from state funding that ultimately resulted in tuition increases? And where do unapproved schools without oversight from SDE fit into the equation? Why are comparable programs that are run by the RESCs not held to the same standards such as contracts, SDE approval, and also why are they allowed to increase tuition rates mid-year? The key question is, have stakeholders really spent enough time engaging with each other to understand things better, especially the unintended consequences? I believe that a few brief meetings along with the 3-minute testimony is not going to be enough time to understand and address the root causes to the issues legislation is trying to address. Engaging in anti-competitive practice and a one-size-fits-all policy that singles out approved privates has many unintended consequences that do not address the main issues. I'd be happy to engage with any of you regarding the cost so that you have a better understanding of the services we provide, where we belong in the public school education continuum, and the students we proudly educate. I welcome your questions at this time, especially pertaining to why we cost the way we do.
Thanks, Sean, for your testimony and for being with us most of the day. Appreciate it. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Next, we have John Flanders, who also has been with us, I think, almost this entire day.
Press conference, discuss the new funding. Good evening, Representative Leeper, Representative Zupkus, Chairman McCrory, Chairman Bertel, members of the commission. I'm John Flanders, and I am the president of SEEK. And I am happy to tell you that I am the last representative of SEEK that you will have to deal with tonight. You've already heard from my colleagues, and you have extensive written testimony from SEEK. So I'm going to go over something of a potpourri of issues that we haven't had a chance to consider yet. Number one, Senate Bill 1244 fails to express the issue of transportation to APSEPs and RESCs. Transportation can cost up to half the cost of the tuition for an APSEPs or RESC. We recommend that the CSDE be required to study the basis for the high cost of transportation, to explore whether there's mechanisms for sharing transportation between districts, and finally to look at the question of liability and to determine whether or not the state might take on the cost of liability to make those transportation costs lower. You've heard on the setting the prices, and I'm not going to go into that. Section 4 of 1244 creates in the second year a budget, competitive grant program to develop in-school programs. We heartily encourage that. The law and general principles require that students be educated as close to their peers as they possibly can, and having programs in local schools is absolutely important. The Special Ed Task Force recommended $20 million for this grant program and 15% increase in grant funding to allow school districts to create facilities for that. You heard from the superintendent of New Britain that that is an issue for them. We strongly encourage you to follow the recommendations of the council. We have no idea why Section 8 of 1228 excludes the reading results from Freedom of Information. We see no basis to do that. We think, given the poor performance of reading it anywhere in the country, that not only should this not be hidden, but it should be put out in public with Klieg lights shown on it, because it's very important. A number of people have talked to you about CSDE's ability to monitor APSEPs and RESCs. We strongly encourage that we deal with this as part of a much broader and much deeper problem. The fact is that the State Department does not have the resources to effectively enforce and utilize IDEA. We have 3 people who do complaints. We suggest, obviously, that they get much more resources to be able to do this. There has been a suggestion that the state consider a special education ombudsman. We're willing to consider that, but we have an organization that's there. It simply does not have the tools to do its job. We have concerns about 6923 in electronics in schools. Many students in special education utilize electronic, I'm sorry, I'll very quick, utilize these devices. We want to make sure that they are not isolated by a rule that prevents anybody from using them. And finally, I would like to add that we are tremendously in favor of the preschool recommendations. Kids with special ed are supposed to be educated with typical peers. This gives the opportunity for a much greater opportunity for kids with special needs to be educated for their whole education career through with their peers. And with that, I will stop and answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Oh, Representative Welander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, John. How are you?
I'm well.
Good. Sorry I can't be with you in person today. I wanted to touch base on something that you just mentioned about the transportation costs. And this is something that I'm not sure if it had been discussed, if I missed that part of the conversation earlier today, or if you could perhaps expand on it. Do you know, is it typically done that if the cost for transportation is done per child, or is it done per trip?
I honestly don't know the answer to that. I'm assuming that there's a contract to take child A from town B to APSEP or RESC C, and that is set up that way, but it's calculated based on the number of students that you get in the van or the vehicle and the distance that they have to travel. So so without knowing the exact answer to that question, I think that's probably close to where it's calculated.
Okay, thank you for that. That's something that was just recently brought to my attention as a possibility that even if multiple students were going from this town A to, school in town B, that charge was being made multiple times for each of those children, even if they were going to the same destination. So if we're looking at potential ways that we can minimize costs, that might be something that we can maybe drill down on.
I'm guessing that if it's all students from town A to go to the same school, that those costs are amalgamated. The question that we're particularly interested in is if town A and town B are both sending students to an APSEP, that perhaps And this does happen. We know that this happens, but it doesn't happen everywhere. So we want the State Department to encourage this, to build a database, to help maintain it, to be very easy for all the schools in a whatever range that are going to one facility to coordinate and hopefully share costs that way.
I think that sounds like a great idea to explore. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Thanks, John, for your testimony today.
Thank you. And
Have a great evening.
to close, you've been sent our list of legislative priorities.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Have a
you.
good evening.
Next, we have David Day. Mhm. You're also in the crew of folks who've been with us a very long time. Thank you for your patience.
Yes, definitely it's been a long day. So good evening, Madam Chair, Ranking Member Zupkus, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. I am David Day, Director of Operations for Goodwin University Magnet Schools, also referred to as Goodwin University Educational Services. It has been over 30 years since the initial filing of the Sheff versus O'Neill case, and the state is still trying to provide access to high quality education, regardless of zip codes. Too often we find ourselves divided and competing for limited funds. I frequently ask myself, why do we continue to struggle to provide all schools with the necessary funds to ensure each student has what they need to thrive? 40 years ago, two artists came together, Lionel Richie and Michael Jackson, and they inspired the world to do better. These artists worked across music genres to inspire the world. Our nation sang, "We are the world, we are the children, we are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving." 40 years later, I asked myself, can we start giving today's children the necessary resources to ensure their future is brighter? It's your choice. You're making. Today, I am before you in support of the Sheff Movement Coalition's position to fully fund education for all students in the state. While we are encouraged by the tremendous work the governor and legislators did last year, more work must be done. The governor's budget proposal is encouraging, but there are concerns. With that said, my most significant concern continues to be ensuring that the magnet schools are not forgotten in whatever plan is agreed upon throughout this process. Similar to REST, Goodwin University Magnet School System cannot access additional funding locally and needs increased state funding to support and avoid unintended negative consequences, such as larger class sizes, reduced programming, and the inability to support the state in meeting the Sheff CCP demand requirements. Additionally, I would like to caution the committee about shifting 504 financial responsibilities from descendant districts to receiving magnet schools, as such practices would exacerbate school systems that focus on providing high-quality education regardless of zip codes. Such negative consequences would adversely impact the ability of the state to meet its constitutional obligation and remain competitive in the global economy. In summary, without the support of legislators, local school districts, and increased funding from the state, Hartford area magnet schools would be inadvertently penalized. Families would be disheartened, discouraged, and disillusioned as their choice for high-quality education erodes and they discover they cannot make it here. Can we prove otherwise? It's a choice you're making. As always, thank you for your time and your support. And I decided not to sing the song, so.
I was hoping you were going to sing the song. I thought there was a chance. Thank you, David, so much for your testimony. We've heard a lot of very strong support today for adequately funding our magnet schools and the really high quality opportunities they provide for students. So thank you for being a part of that chorus. Representative Zupkus.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam. I'll be quick. Thank you. And you answered my question at the very end. It was about the funding. And from the sending district now would be put onto you. And
Yes.
so right now, as it stands, the sending district pays for everything and you provide
The services,
the
yes.
services. Okay. But you have to pay for the services you provide for them, or that comes all of that. So it's no cost to you whatsoever.
Well, It's a reimbursement. So we assume the actual expenses and then we actual bill on behalf of the scholar.
Okay, so it is no cost to you right now because you get reimbursed for it. You put out the money up front, but then you get reimbursed for it.
Yes, that's correct.
Right, okay, because in most places different, and I like magnet schools. My daughter went to one in second grade, in like kindergarten to second grade. So if it changes, that's really how it is now for all the other schools, that the sending district sends a child, the receiving district pays for it, but the sending district still keeps the money. And so if for you, that would be opposite. Is that correct?
Well, the big difference is that, one, our funding is primarily based upon state funding. And we have, remember the cap from last year that was put in place, so we can't actually increase or get additional funding into the system to actually pay for these additional costs that would actually be shifted to the magnet schools. So that's part of the challenge.
Right, but if you got the money that the sending district gets in their ECS funding or whatever, the money follows the child to the district, that's okay.
Yes, then that would potentially mitigate that concern.
Right, okay, thank you.
Thanks, Representative. I think that's it. Thank you for being with us most of this day.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Next up, we have Alyssa Gadoudi. Gadoudi. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, honorable members of the Education Committee. I'm Alicia Gadoudi. I'm the President and CEO of Edelbrook Behavioral and Developmental Services. I'm here to speak in opposition to most of the components of SB 1244. Edelbrook is a 125-year-old nonprofit organization. We're celebrating a big anniversary this year. We started out as a Swedish Christian orphanage and have fulfilled our mission of serving kids and families in need for 125 years. We now do that through an array of residential, community-based, and educational support programs. We serve about 350 youth with highly complex behavioral and developmental needs, primarily those with autism spectrum disorders. Our students represent nearly every community in the state of Connecticut, and they also come to us from other states. In addition, I'm the president of the Children's League of Connecticut, a member of my local Board of Education, married to a high school history teacher, and proud mom of a daughter who's studying at UConn to be a teacher as well. So education is very important to me, and the work that you all do is incredibly important. I want to tell you about the work that we do in approved private special education programs. I've gotten to listen to testimony all day, and I invite all of you, any of you, into any one of our 4 approved private special education schools to see the work that's happening. But it is incredibly transformative. I'll tell you my story. I started at Edelbrook as a volunteer and worked in another organization and was so incredibly blown away by the life-changing work that happens in our programs and in our schools. My concern with this particular bill is that capping rates, as we've seen in other states, could limit access to our kids that need those services the most. And these are kids who have not found success in their local public school, not in education, but they also haven't found a sense of community. They have struggled to find hope. And what we give them is not just an opportunity to learn, but it's an opportunity to thrive. And for them and for their parents, limiting access. And we serve the kids with the most complex needs. About 15 years ago, Edelbrook staff traveled all around the country, evaluated kids that were in hospitals, and brought them back to Connecticut so they could be served closer to home. My worry is that we will have to turn kids away. I listened to testimony earlier about kids that are turned away. We don't do that. I know most of my colleagues don't do that. The gentleman from Oak Hill, Bruce Stovall, shared we can't do that by state law, but we don't do that because we are mission-driven nonprofit organizations that care about kids. And they've had way too many doors close on them in their short lives. So we don't want to continue that. We want to break that cycle of trauma and disruption and the challenges that they've had and really give them opportunities for hope. Our staff are certified. I heard that question asked earlier as well. We have an intense and incredible team of certified special education teachers, board certified behavior analysts, speech and language pathologists, occupational therapists, special education administrators, therapeutic rec. I could go on.
Please
That's
summarize.
That's why that's why districts come to us for help when they have kids that they're really struggling to be able to make progress with. So I thank you so much for listening to all of us today and for your attention to this issue. And I will echo Ben Shaken, please let this study bill go through and let us contribute and listen to the stakeholders before making a decision.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Rep. Corpus?
Thank you for your testimony. Do you think that it is possible, Ms. Gadudi, do you think that it is possible to bifurcate the way the prior testifier we were talking about with transportation costs? Is it possible feasibly to separate out the transportation costs of outplaced special education and give those to the state to standardize and basically run the logistics of that, and cap those rates while leaving the academic and educational costs of all that you do alone? Is that a realistic possibility from your perspective?
So I can tell you, we hear from districts all the time that the cost of transportation is almost the same as the cost of education in some cases. We primarily provide educational services, and the districts contract with transportation providers to get kids to our schools. It's an expensive component of the work, and as a Board of Ed member, I see we spend a lot of money on transportation services for kids. I would be very much in favor of looking at that as an option, and if there's some way to consolidate and find efficiencies in transportation, I know it would be a relief to the school districts that contract with us, but it would also create some efficiencies in the work that's done. That would be where the cost savings is, because the costs are going to continue to rise. The costs are because there's a lack of special education teachers, there's a lack of related service professionals, and we're not able to see those class sizes growing in our public institutions.
I may ask a follow-up, Madam Chair.
You may.
Do you think that those transportation costs are so high because the costs themselves are high, or do you think it is because it's not consolidated under one organized umbrella where, kids going from neighboring towns to the same hour away place are not, we're not getting any economies of scale, we're not getting any efficiencies, we're not getting any good transportation routes. So do you think it's just the costs themselves, or do you think it could be, we could minimize the cost by getting it better organized?
Oh, I think there definitely could be efficiencies gleaned. I'll tell you, our school in Cromwell, which is our largest school, we serve 85 kids. It is not unusual to see 70 different transportation vehicles lined up to pick up students. So because each district does it individually and often by student, if they're contracting out for 1 or 2 kids to attend a certain APSEF, I studied regionalization in government in graduate school at UConn. So there's lots of ways that this could be done more efficiently, and it needs some coordinating entity to do it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. Yep, Representative Daphne?
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. You talked about the way we could be more efficient with transportation. Obviously, there's some room there. What about on the other side of it? Do you see any inefficiencies that could be made better, or that we could get the costs down and be more efficient?
Well, we look at that all the time, and we are highly regulated. So I have a board of directors that I'm responsible to report to, and we're always looking at how can we, as a nonprofit, put more money into services and less money into administration. So we're lean. Ben talked about the nonprofit system in itself. We are examples. We are as lean as we possibly can. The expense is that the staff that we hire are costly staff. Those certified professionals are expensive, and we're 12 months of the year. So we have to and we don't have state pensions. Our teachers are not on the public school pensions. So we have to be able to attract people to say they want to work with us. They want to work with really complex populations. They want to do it 12 months a year and not have their summers off. and they want to take a job that's not going to offer them the state pensions. It's a difficult sell, but we do recruit really great teachers and really great professionals that are interested in working with a population of kids with autism. But that's where the costs are. Almost 90% of our costs are wages and benefits.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony and hanging with us. Second to the end. And now our final speaker, Anthony Roy. Thank you for your patience, sir.
Happy to be here with y'all. I hope you're ready for my 45-slide presentation. No, just kidding. Good evening, Representative Leeper, Representative Zupkis, Representative Brown, my colleague, and esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is Anthony Roy, President of the Connecticut Council for the Social Studies and proud civics teacher at Greater Hartford Academy of the Arts. I'm here today in strong support of SB 1288, specifically the provision allowing local and regional boards of education to award the Connecticut State Seal of Civic Education and Engagement. As a civics teacher, I see firsthand the transformative impact of high-quality civic learning. We saw this demonstrated today by several students that presented, one of whom is in my class currently. She's really wonderful, actually. When students actively engage in their communities, explore democratic principles, and apply their knowledge through meaningful experiences, they develop the skills necessary for lifelong civic participation. Just as students take immense pride in earning the Connecticut State Seal of Biliteracy, this proposed civic seal will celebrate and incentivize deep civic understanding and engagement. This bill will allow the State Department of Education to examine how to best implement this program in our state. I also want to thank the legislature for its 2021 investment in social studies education through the model curriculum. This commitment strengthens our efforts to ensure students are prepared for informed and active citizenship. In addition to developing Connecticut's first set of social studies standards, the Connecticut Council of the Social Studies, in coordination with the State Department of Education, provided over 525 hours of professional learning, reaching more than 5,500 educators. However, to make the Civic Seal successful, financial support will be critical. I haven't heard anybody say anything about finances today, so I wanted to throw that in there. Financial support will be critical for ensuring equal access, proper implementation, and meaningful professional learning across the state. I urge you to support SB 1288 and help reinforce the essential role of civics education in sustaining our democracy. Thank you for your time and dedication to Connecticut students.
Under time even.
Oh, yeah.
You could have fit in
been a long
another 45 slides. Thank
Exactly.
you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Appreciate
This is a really lovely way to end this day. So, Representative Daphne.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for testifying today. You're the first person that's talked about financing this program. Can you speak to that, the cost and what that's actually used for?
Well, I'm not exactly sure what the cost would be, but I can tell you that with a nominal investment in social studies education, we can actually make a really big impact. Like I was telling you before, with the 5,500 educators that we've reached over the past 3 years, I could tell you that something very small as maybe even $150,000 can have a tremendous impact on social studies teaching in the state and actually affect our students phenomenally.
So where is the cost coming from? That's what I'm trying to understand. with
Oh,
this
I'm
SEAL
sorry. Yeah, my
program.
fault. You wanted specifics. Okay,
Yeah, no, I'm
so-
just trying to understand,
I can understand that.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to understand where the
Well,
cost.
you know, one of the things that we spent a lot of time doing was, again, providing professional learning for educators across the state. So a lot of that was paying teachers to run professional learning workshops, or we actually provided for a professional learning coordinator to coordinate many different programs that we had, museum school partnerships, also programs that help school districts learn how to better apply inquiry into the classroom. So really it's about training teachers, because so often teachers in our school district, social studies teachers in our school district, do not get content specific professional learning. It's a lot of literacy, which is very important, or other initiatives, and it's not necessarily about their craft and about making sure that they're able to affect great learning for students in terms of content and also the processes in which they show their learning.
Thank you for that. And if I may, will the program be like a mandate, do you think? Do you see that
I don't know if it would end up being a mandate. I think that what it's going to be is like I said in my testimony, that it's going to be school districts are able to have the seal if they so choose. And I think really the first step is figuring out, well, how do we best do that? The young man earlier today from Rocky Hill had said, well, you know, there's a lot of different ways that states have done this. So I think we need to figure out what's best for Connecticut. As an educator in the state and someone that is in tune, I guess you could say, with social studies teachers, my recommendation would be some sort of a portfolio process where students would collect various experiences and show their proficiency in civics education.
Okay. So it's yet to be determined.
Yet to
but-
be determined,
Okay,
yes.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Brown, are you going to close us out tonight?
Sure thing. Thank you, Madam Chair. Tony, thank you for coming here today and for waiting it out all day to testify to this bill.
My pleasure.
And, you know, we have co-planned together units and lessons. So, you know, thank you for the work that you're doing with the Council of Social Studies as well. And just to speak to the question from my colleague regarding whether this is a mandate, the intention behind this, certainly speaking from the task force co-chair position, the intention behind this is not to be a mandate. It would be an opt-in and provide the option for all districts in the state to choose to do this. And the hope would be that as students see something that they can earn and that they can actually engage in their communities, that they will want it and they will kind of demand it of their schools because it becomes a popular thing. So anyway, thank you again for your testimony and for the work that you're doing. Clearly it's working because your students did a bang up job before us today. So thank you and best of luck in the rest of the school year.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Representative Brown. Thank you so much. Congratulations on just some of the most impressive students I think we've seen. And with that, I think we are we are adjourning this public hearing. Thanks everyone for being with us this whole day.